Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. You already know what it is. We got NBA free agency on the horizon. You do not want to touch that dial. You already know we're going to be bringing you free agent updates, news, and more. Make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe. Paul George, Klay Thompson, LeBron James, the list goes on. Everybody's on the clock. Man, let me know where you see your favorite stars landing. I got a lot of different predictions, but to be honest with you, we ain't got no time for predictions. We are moments away from contract signings. God damn it, it's Flight Sports. I see my man Basil Carpenter in the building early. Salute to all y'all that's in the building waiting on your free agent signings. I got my man All Access with me. Dex, what's going on? It's free agency time. You know what time it is this time of year. What's going on?
Yes, sir. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in the streets. Shout out to the panel as it reaches its premium peak. Shout out to the chat and all of its cacophony spewing out of the cracks and crevices of Flight Sports Block. And big ups and much love to everybody that's a part of the circle of heritage and culture of this NBA landscape thing that we call entertainment and prolific finances. And let me tell you, please complete the 3 steps and stages and degrees of entering Flight Sports TV with hitting the like button, hitting the subscribe button, stop cheating the stream, stop cheating the content, and most definitely hitting the notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. And we want to humbly thank Flight for inviting us into his space and placing us onto his platform to help heighten profiles and content creators alike. Flight, oh my God. Flight, it is on and cracking. As you see, I got my hunter's hat on. Some call it a fisher hat, but we going out fishing, we going out hunting, and in my background, you see bricks. That is a sign of construction, building, architect, designing. I'm saying these NBA teams have to build, design, become architects in order to construct a winning roster. Flight. So I want everybody here in Flight Sports Nation to help in building something that is great. So if you happen to feel generous or gifty, please show that generosity towards the PayPal, Cash App, or Super Chat. Any way that you can help in the digital financing and building of Flight Sports TV. I think it's very incumbent on all 30 NBA teams to flourish in making moves in this offseason. At the same time, these executive decisions from executive offices of these 30 organizations, like, have to be very calculative and show that the risk or the reward outweigh the risk. Because with this new CBA that has been enacted and will be enforced in this season to go on forward until a new collective bargain agreement has been what you call mitigated, they're going to be really strong on staying within the punitive first and second apron. There's teams already coming into this off season as we gear up for the first splash of free agency beginning at 6 p.m. tonight. It's going to be very difficult. And we're going to see who are the real architects out here in this landscape from these executive offices. Because in years past, it was all about big bank take little bank. Now, with this new collective bargain agreement that has been directed towards the salary cap, there is some high punitive things that could strap you if you're not mindful or smart enough to circumnavigate the collective bargain agreement within the first and second aprons flight. So we're going to see the geniuses and we're going to see the flops. Now, we talk about a lot of things here on Flight Sports TV, but one thing we're going to focus on today is who is going to be able to circumnavigate in these shark-infested waters that have high perimeters and boundaries that you cannot exceed. And if you do, there's going to be punitive damage towards your team moving forward. And we're going to witness right here at Flight Sports TV, all of us together, fam, who's able to obtrusively build their roster by cutting angles and wiggling through this labyrinth of the CBA agreement and come out the maze unscathed and unpunished. Like,
Yeah, yes, absolutely. We already got breaking news right now on the board involving James Harden. He is returning to the Clippers on a 2-year, $70 million deal. So this is definitely crazy. What's your thoughts on this? How does this impact Paul George? We are at the start of free agency now. Also, Chris Paul has been waived. He will become an unrestricted free agent. So let's see where he lands. I'm hearing San Antonio. I'm hearing this. I'm hearing that. We are patiently awaiting. It's 6 o'clock. We may hear something. We may hear something crazy happening at any given second. So don't touch that dial. What you think about some of this already news, Dex, involving, James Harden, CP3? What's really going on?
yeah, well, James Harden, that was expected from James Harden. Nobody had James Harden leaving the Los Angeles Clippers. Remember last year flight when I was at Venice Beach, we talked about the James Harden fiasco up in Philadelphia where he wanted out, and Terrence Mann from the Los Angeles Clippers wanted to remain a Clipper. But unfortunately for Terrence Mann, that he had to be traded for James Harden, and he was no longer a Clipper, and James Harden came in. So you're not going to trade one of your young up-and-coming talent for an aging veteran who has been disgruntled on numerous of teams. And that seemed to wane once he became a Clipper, because now James Harden was a fixture in his hometown, Los Angeles, right? So I didn't expect James Harden to leave. I don't think no pundits or analysts expected James Harden to leave. I don't believe no podcasters, no serious podcasters expected James Harden to leave the nest of the Los Angeles Clippers. So that domino has failed and it was expected for him to stay flight. And so James Harden will be a Clipper for another year and maybe years to come. Now, for as Chris Paul, he's on the opposite end of his prime, and he have already been to the mountaintop where, as a Phoenix Suns, he faced Giannis in the NBA Finals and ultimately losing 4 games straight to the Milwaukee Bucks after being up 0-2. So he reached the mountaintop. Now he's on an incline towards his career, and there's no telling where Chris Paul will land, but Chris Paul still is one of the brilliant minds in the NBA. He can still navigate a ship, especially a sinking ship. So the San Antonio Spurs down there on the Riverwalk in San Antonio, Texas, under the guidance and dictation of Popovich, I think that could be a combination that is wonderful under the heavens, and much needed, because San Antonio General Greg Popovich, he's up in age. He's been around the NBA a long time, but his mind is clear enough that he was given an extension to become, I believe, the highest paid coach in the NBA after that failure of an experience up in Detroit with Monty Williams. So Chris Paul and Popovich, they have a connection from the past during the Olympics summer team run. So I believe that Chris Paul can land softly in San Antonio, and he can help Victor Wembanyama and Devin Vassell and and Keldon Johnson and Zach Collins, some of these young thoroughbreds.
Oh, we got breaking news already, Dax. It says Klay is leaving the Warriors. Warriors working on the sign and trade for Klay Thompson in free agency. So we don't know the destination just yet. But so far, right now, Klay is officially out in Golden State. So the dynasty is over.
Yes. So Chris Paul is gone. He have a soft landing in San Antonio, I believe. Now for Klay Thompson flight, here's my 2 cents. LeBron James has took a hell of a pay cut, right? Well, it's not official how much he took, but it looks like it's going to be at least $20 million off of his contract that he has earned every cent of that extension. And it looks like he is willing to take a pay cut for a player of the ilk of Klay Thompson or someone on that level. I don't think they can afford Paul George unless he's willing to take a pay cut. But Klay Thompson has issues with his lower extremities, and he could be attached to the Lakers on a bargain deal. The Lakers need that kind of leadership, veteran play, where Klay Thompson will be a small cog in the wheel of the Los Angeles Lakers as they move forward to try to get back into the Western Conference championship contention. So Klay Thompson, with his ability and his shooting, they don't need all the athleticism that he once had with the Splash Brothers under Mark Jackson and Steve Kerr in the core in the third 1/3 of the core of the Golden State Warriors. The Lakers do not need that athleticism. All they need is for Klay to post beyond the distance and hit the shots at a high clip. They already have Dalton Connect. They already have what's his name? Rui Hachimura. They already have Vanderbilt. They're gonna lose Taurean Prince, which was a good player, but they added Christie. Christie will be signed for about $32 million, and that is a good thing for the Los Angeles Lakers to still have some of that youthful movement of the NBA in-house, instead of just being dinosaurs out there on the court trying to compete with the cardiac kids of the NBA. So Klay Thompson has a strong possibility of being a Los Angeles Lakers, Of course, he's from LA. People forget that. Klay Thompson is an LA native. Okay. His dad is a Bohemian and spent time with the Portland Trailblazers playing with the great legend himself, Bill Walton, and received Rookie of the Year in his tenure with Portland. And I believe he received an MVP before coming over to the Lakers when he had a broken leg. And the Lakers got him for a discount. So how ironic we're coming back full circle that the Los Angeles Lakers got his dad at a discount coming off of a leg injury, a lower extremity injury. Now here we are with Klay Thompson with the possibility of becoming a Laker, which would make his daddy proud, his mom and everybody. They always wanted him to be a Laker. And now he has a grand opportunity to become a Laker on a discount, also coming off of a lower extremity injury. It's like,
Yeah, most definitely. We also got more breaking news involving NBA free agency. Kevin Love, he will be returning to the Miami Heat on a 2-year, $8 million deal. So this is big time news. Also, Cornette is returning to the Celtics on a 1-year deal. So we do have these, people thought Kevin Love was over with. I like what Kevin Love is still doing. I think Miami's a hell of a place for him. We patiently awaiting the big time news involving Paul George and many others. If you could, if you want to touch on this Kevin Love news, or do you want to get to Paul George?
well, once again, another LA native and Kevin
Lord.
Love. We know what he have done for UCLA and what he done with Minnesota. And then he ended up with Cleveland and got a ring. Then he went over. People thought, like you said, it was over for him. He was out to pasture, and he went to Miami and had another resurgence and resuscitated his career to some degree that makes him still an impactful stretch big man in the league. Kevin Love is not going to have the monster numbers on the stat board, but he's going to have numbers that will adversely affect his team to not, well, I won't say adversely affect his team, but will affect his team to the degree where he is still a useful commodity in the most southern state of the United States, which is Florida and Miami down there towards the Florida Needle. So it's like Kevin Love have been a very serviceable big man for the last 5 years, and Miami see that Kevin Love could be a vital part in upshifting the Miami Heat from a first-round exit into that miraculous playoff run they had a couple of years ago where they met Denver and met their demise against the Nuggets in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, most definitely. So if you could just think off the top of your head, I mean, like I said, I don't know. To me personally, I think Paul George. I don't believe he's gonna leave Los Angeles. But if he does, obviously it's Philadelphia, in my humble opinion. But if you could think of where will Paul George be when this is all said and done, what team would it be?
Well, listen, I'm gonna tell you what the murmurs are according to boots on the ground in LA. Paul George did James Harden a solid by holding out and allowing the Clippers to pay James Harden more than maybe he's worth at this time. If Paul George would have opted in, I think James Harden would have been probably lowball, and most likely James Harden, with his pride, he's not going to accept that. And that could have broke up that core. Now, Paul George also has entertained playing on the East Coast again, where he once played at Indiana, right? And with the Philadelphia 76ers having plenty of money, and I don't think Philadelphia is nowhere near their first apron, where a lot of teams are past their first apron, and they're in the punitive zone of the collective bargain agreement based on that salary cap thing. So we're going to see if Paul George is willing to take a haircut to remain in LA because, he's from the area But Paul George could be looking for a nice another payday, right? Because his time in the NBA is winding down, and his effectiveness hasn't been up to par in the last couple of years. So him, Kawhi, and Russell Westbrook and James Harden, it could be a split, and Paul George could be the first domino to fall amongst that quadruple Hall of Famers, first ballot Hall of Famers on the LA Clippers.
Yeah, you're right about that. Who knows if the Clippers will ever? Somebody says Tim Hardaway going to the Pistons. I haven't seen that yet. Um, did you see? Did you see something like that? But Tim Hardaway looked like he was on the outs anyway. So, because like I said, his shit didn't work out. You know, in the finals. You know, when he flamed out, they was looking for his production, and when he didn't get it, you knew it was all she wrote.
Well, Tim Hardaway, I mean, wherever he go, he should be happy, right?
That's right.
Because he was amongst two of the greats of the NBA in modern times, Luka and Kyrie Irving. And he wasn't able to sprout with that dynamic duo. With all of the cheat off of Tim Hardaway Jr. and the skill set that he brings to the Dallas Mavericks, you would have thought that he would have sprouted one way or another, whether 3-and-D or being a stretch to knock down shots beyond the arc, because he will be open, because most of the tension will be garnered towards Luka and Kyrie. And unfortunately for him in his game, that didn't happen. So the people down in D-Town, shout out and salute to South Oak Cliff. The people down in D-Town at the American Airline Arena was very dissatisfied with his play. And due to that non-support, he became disenchanted with the Dallas Mavericks scheme and organization, and he wanted out because he felt that he was being pushed out based on the lack of opportunities he was given, especially once PJ Washington came over via trade from the Charlotte Hornets. More focus seemed to be on PJ to be that stretch and corner shooter than Tim Hardaway Jr. So he's out. Dallas is looking to regroup after reaching the NBA Finals and losing ultimately to Boston in a disastrous performance. So it is basically expected for Tim Hardaway Jr. to scat. And going to Detroit, okay, so what? Who cares, right? Detroit have their own problems. Shout out to Detroit for hiring JB Bickerstaff as their new coach. So we're going to see if he is more relatable to the players than Monte Williams was.
My bad. You're absolutely right about that. Good points. So what are you really looking forward to seeing this free agency? I mean, what would be a successful free agency for the Lakers? It seemed like they always get in where they're not supposed to be in. How are the Lakers gonna swoop in on this free agency class and get some of these people? You got Chris Paul out there. Are you interested in him? Also, what about some of these all-stars? Is it Klay Thompson or bust? What is it for the Lakers?
Well, the Lakers' priority to me, if I put on my Rob Pelinka hat, I'm going to look for a big, so I can slide Anthony Davis comfortably to the 4, because LeBron James been playing the 4 and Anthony Davis been playing the 5, right? So if I can slide if I can slide Anthony Davis to the 4 and LeBron to the 3, and add a big man to the mix, a serviceable big man, because Valanciunas is out there, and there's murmurs about Valanciunas becoming a Los Angeles Laker. And the connection here, Flight, is that the New Orleans Pelicans allowed the Los Angeles Lakers to keep that 17th pick And by the Los Angeles Lakers having that 17th pick, they got lucky and drafted Connect 4, Dalton Connect, at 17 out of Tennessee. Older rookie, but seasoned enough to be a plug-and-play player, and not much development need to surround him to get him up to par and matriculated in a Laker uniform, and then ultimately acclimate him on the floor with the stars that the Lakers have. So a big man is needed, first and foremost, a serviceable big man. He doesn't have to be an all-star, but if he get an all-star, cool. Or if he's a fringe all-star, play like a blue-collar center plays, that would be a home run for Rob Pelinka. And then Klay could be the icing on the cake if Klay is available and is willing to take that MLE, mid-level exception, for the Los Angeles Lakers, as LeBron takes a severe haircut to help the Lakers improve the roster and construct a 15-man rotation under a new coach, JJ Redick. So that's what I would do if I'm Rob Pelinka. I would be looking over the mountain hills all the way down to the southern portion of mid-United States, down there at the French quarters, and asking the Benson family, how much do you love Jonas Valanciunas? If not much, because we know that Valanciunas in reality really don't fit with Zion Williamson. Valanciunas in reality really don't fit with Herb Jones. Valanciunas in reality really won't fit with DeJounte Murray, because Murray is a slashing point guard. He needs that lane to be open just as well as Zion Williamson needs that lane to be open. So Valanciunas could be expendable. And if he is, I would make him a priority for the Los Angeles Lakers, because Valanciunas is a true center and he knows how to man the restricted area flight. Your mic on mute, flight.
Pardon me. I'm looking at the reports right now. It says Klay Thompson is going to be meeting with the Mavericks, Lakers, Clippers, and 76ers. So, who do you think is the front runner out of those teams?
Like I say, I think the Lakers could be a front runner, but it's going to be hard for the Lakers to acquire Jonas or Klay. Now, as far as the 76ers, I think they're pinning their ears back and going straight for Paul George, because Paul George would be the perfect person for the 76ers. Tobias Harris, Long Island Finest, have failed and failed miserably. And finally, the shade is off of Tobias Harris and the light is on him. And now, when you put Tobias Harris under the microscope, upon scrutiny and investigation, he falls short. His numbers fall short for the contract that he has been given. And you need to thank Doc Rivers for that. So Tobias Harris could be, out, and you put Paul George in, and Paul George will be doing what Tobias Harris was paid to do, and he didn't do. So that's a instant plug and play, and that will put the 76ers as a front runner, I think, even above Boston. I think the odds would change. Right now, I believe the Boston Celtics have the best odds of winning the championship, right? They're plus 290. And then you go down to Philly, they're at number 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right behind Minnesota at 6, right out of the top 5. If you plug Paul George into the Philadelphia 76ers, those odds increase tremendously, and they will probably either tie or be a notch, just a inkling beyond Boston as the favorites to win the NBA title. And they will give Boston a grand run for their money if Paul George was to be acquired by the 76ers. They don't have to move nothing around their offense. Their offense can be the same. Maxey can still do his thing. Joel Embiid can still do his thing. And everybody else, Kelly Oubre can still do his thing. Everybody will be the same. They already know the offensive sets and the defensive sets. All you have to do is plug in Paul George, and you have an instant, surreal title contender. And it's been a long, long time where Philly was considered a real serious title contender. Flight. If you're talking, your mic is on mute again.
Oh, oh, my bad. What I was saying was the dynasty is over right now in Golden State. Right now, I'm seeing that they're pursuing a 3-team trade involving the Bulls. They trying to get Zach LaVine. Where the hell do the Warriors go from here? Who should they target? Because if they roll into the season as is, I think they're going to be a horrendous basketball team. They have to be aggressive right now and replacing Klay Thompson in some magnitude. So who it says Warriors decline LaVine trade. So look like something they must have been asking for too much. So that just came out just now. Also, Kings are pursuing Brandon Ingram. But what do you think about the Warriors and some of these other moves? I'm just looking at everything just from my phone to the TV.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
first of
stay
all,
on
Flight.
top of some big news.
Oh, yeah, first of all, Flight, thanks for that information. Let me congratulate the two players that received extensions from the 2020 draft class. We have stated on numerous occasions that that is the most prolific and lucrative draft class in the annals of the NBA. 75 years. I know people will try to bring up the 1996 draft, the 1985 draft, but there has never been so many players from one draft class. And this was a pandemic year. This is when everything was topsy-turvy and turned into ultimate chaos. And where the NBA, we didn't know if it was going to restart or not. So the 2020 draft class have just niched 2 more additional extensions, contract extensions coming off their rookie phase. That is Obi Toppin, I believe is getting $60 million, and Patrick Williams, the number 4 overall pick of the 2020 draft, right behind LaMelo Ball. And Obi Toppin, I believe, was the 10th pick, 9th or 10th pick, and who was the college player of the year, the Naismith Award winner in college basketball for the season of 2020, coming from the Dayton Flyers. So congratulations to these men remaining from the 2020 draft, collected a new payday, and their lives will be changed once they sign the dotted line. So
Good point there, Dax. I mean, like I said, it's a crazy situation, man. Shout out to all y'all in the chat right now. NBA free agency has popped off. Big signings are happening. What do you want to see, Dax? I mean, like I said, it's just going down. So to let everybody know what's going down for free agency. Get the people hyped up. There's big signings happening. Talk to the people.
well, what I wanted to see is that Bronny James became a Laker, first of all. I wanted to see that. I didn't care who the Lakers picked at number 17. It didn't bother me. It didn't move me either way. I wanted to see Bronny James get drafted and play with his dad. Call it what you want, but that's what I wanted to see. It was selfish because I'm a Laker fan, but I just wanted to see that. And Flight, could you or anybody tell me in years past who was the number 55th draft pick in the NBA of any given year? Let's even go last year or the year before. We don't have to go deep into the past. The last two seasons, who was the number 55th pick? Did anybody care? Did anybody create any cavalcation? Did anybody swarm with kerfuffle? Did anybody parade controversy over the 55th pick in the NBA draft in the last two seasons? If not, then they need to shut the fuck up. Because what they're doing is they just hating on the power of clutch sports and LeBron James. That's it. Because if you're not crying about the pick, number 55th, in previous drafts, this last two drafts, just give me an initial of the person who was drafted last season and the season prior to that. Just an initial, an alphabet, for crying out loud. In the person's name. No vowels, just consonants. Because you know vowels are everywhere, right? So just a consonant of any player that was drafted in the last 2 years at that low end tier of the NBA second round. 5 players above the last person, right? Because it's 60. There's a total of 60 players will be drafted in first and second round combined. So Bronny was 55th, and there was only 5 more after him that was drafted. I don't even think they could remember who the 5 that was after Bronny. So they need to shut the fuck up and accept when they see black power in motion and recognize it and try to mimic it, replicate it, duplicate it in any form of a facsimile that they know how in the range that they can. They can't do it at LeBron level, but maybe they can do it at the range level that they currently reside in within that circumference. Because hating on LeBron is not going to put food on the table. Hating on LeBron is not going to control the air you breathe. It's just a traumatic experience that is unfortunate to people with darker skin to not want to recognize black power when they see it. I don't care if it is in sports. Doesn't matter. That's where we see it at. Because we don't see it in corporate America. Because they don't showcase that. Even if it is in corporate America. Even if it is amongst the owners. I don't know. Michael Jordan probably done it right when he bought the Charlotte Hornets because all his brothers are there. Some of his friends are there. So, I mean, that kind of permeates big money. Nepotism permeates big money, whether we agree or disagree. But nevertheless, to get off of that, Klay Thompson plans to have discussion with the Dallas Mavericks, the Los Angeles Lakers, the Los Angeles Clippers, and the Philadelphia 76ers. In the opening hours of free agency, source told ESPN Adrian Wojnarowski that Thompson has spent his entire 13-year NBA career with the Golden State Warriors. And now it's going to look like it's going to be a sentimental departure for Klay Thompson. I mean, business is business, right? Klay Thompson have seen people come and go out of that Warriors organization since he has been a member of the last 13 years. And now his time has come up. And to see him part from the other half of the Splash Brothers is a sentimental thing. So the optics is sad, but business is business. And I think Klay Thompson will be okay wherever he go because he still has a slingshot. And he won't be under so much scrutiny and pressure if he become a Los Angeles Laker, if he becomes a Los Angeles Clipper, if he becomes a Dallas Maverick, or even a Philadelphia 76ers. Because these teams that we have named, four to be exact, are all teams that have budding superstars and veteran superstars. So Klay Thompson can come under the radar and perform and not be fingered out as someone who is slacking amongst the Dallas Mavericks, Los Angeles Lakers, Los Angeles Clippers, or the Philadelphia 76ers. So either one of these teams, Klay Thompson is safe. It's a space where he could become active and thrive because these teams need shooting from the distance because they lack it heavily from the distance. So Klay Thompson's in good hands. His skill set is wanted amongst four top tier teams in the NBA, and especially for very publicized teams based on the members of the hierarchy of these teams. Like, so I won't bat a tear for Klay Thompson right now because he's needed. Senator Luke Kennett has agreed on a one-year deal flight to return to the Boston Celtics. So, listen, fam, shout out to everybody that's in the chat, right? I appreciate your engagement. You guys are on fire. You know, I categorize you guys as a criteria for chatter in a chat because you're very informative, you're very focused and concentrated on what's going on. And if there is a bleep or blooper, you there to correct it. And you guys crush numbers like no other chat that I've seen on YouTube. Most other chats, when they're highly engaged like you guys are currently, they're going to be fussing and fighting without no facts, just emotional opinions, lacking emotional intelligence. But you guys are on point, man. I appreciate the piranhas that's up in the chat right now, holding it down. So salute to you guys, big ups. Also, let me point this out. Who we got up here? We got somebody up here? Oh, Mark. Okay. Yeah. Let me point this out. Is that free agency is pretty active in the first waning hours. And I like that. I like the aggressiveness of these teams getting things done based on that collective bargaining agreement, trying to stay a step ahead of the first and second apron punishment that will be rendered from the collective bargaining agreement salary cap fold. So this is really something special to watch to see how these designers, executives of these front office scheme out the floor plan for their respective teams and become front office architecture. That is interesting to see how they maneuver in these shark-infested waters that is created by the collective bargaining agreement to put these teams back into a competitive mode. And it's not big bank take little bank. It's not big I and little u. So since they have taken that element out, big I, little u, big bank take little bank, based on the first and second apron punitive damages, they can cause their organization to fall back into the Stone Age if they're not careful with these numbers. Marvin, how you doing, my brother?
Salute, salute. First of all, can you hear me, Dex?
Yes, sir. I can hear you loud and clear. 10-4, good buddy.
Salute, salute, Dex, salute, Flight, salute to the chat, salute to the family. What's going on, guys? Listen, I came today with some special talk for you guys. I'm going to be in the background, Dex. Hopefully we get a couple more people on there because I want to be in the background. I am your NBA insider today. I have every free agent that's available on every team ready to go for any question that's asked through the chat or on the panel. And I'm going to give you, if they're unrestricted, team options or player options or whatever. Also, I have each one for 2025. So I'm going to be behind the scenes today. I want to say great job so far, Dex. And I don't want to be loud this time. I just want to be a stat stuffer. If you guys need something, want to hear from a team, who's available, who you like, who if this player is available, you let me know. I'll chime in real quick, let you know what his situation is on each team. And I mean from A to Z. I got them all right here, ready to go. And to you, Dex, great rendition, first of all. And as always, you know, when I get big, I want to be just like you. When I grow up, I want to be just like you. My son was listening, and he said he want to be just like you. The dog was barking. I guess he want to be like you. So I don't know what the hell going on up in here.
Your son is smart.
I'm sorry?
Your son is smart. Salute to your son.
Yeah, well, I salute, son. Yeah. But I did want to say, man, seriously, great job. And Flight, great time to be on. Chat, great time to chat in with you guys. I do a lot of talking sometimes, but today I'm going to be in the background, guys. I'm looking at you, Dex. What are you doing over there? First of all, I wanted to comment on that brim on your head. Now, you know, where I'm from is a little place called Chicago. I had never really seen one of those, but I kind of like it. You know, you kind of sporting that kind of tight and look like you're ready for to do some fishing, maybe, or you might be even ready for war. I don't know. I don't know if they need you over in Ukraine dressed like that. But I say this. Great look, guys. Also, and I mean, I got free agents from all of this year and next year. So next year, guys, is critical because what you do this year determines a lot on what you're going to do next year. So hopefully I can step back and not be too loud. Hopefully we can get a couple more guys on here. I'm going to actually go on mute, Dex, because I'm behind the scenes.
I was waiting on Unstoppable. I was waiting on Unstoppable. Like, where the hell he's at? He's supposed to be here. Because I'm trying to hold off any Bulls content till he get here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I got all the Bulls news. I got everybody's news. You know what? I'm Sam Wildfire. I'm everywhere today. Today is somebody's birthday, and I'm finna celebrate the hell out of it. I don't know whose it is, but I'm celebrating. You know, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Marvin, before you go, let's hear what's going on with the Bulls. What's up with Zach LaVine? Because there has been rumors and narration about no market for Zach LaVine, which I find it very hard to believe because I think they're besmirking him because he's a Clutch client and they trying to slow the roll of Clutch. There's no way there can be no market for Zach LaVine. Could you explain what's going on with Zach LaVine and where he might be headed?
Okay, now I will, but you know, like I told you, I really want to step back, but I'll give this insight. In my eyes, look, I don't work for the Chicago Bulls. That front office is so erratic. For me to make a prediction would be just hilarious. So what I'm gonna say is this: he's under contract. Remember this, guys. We have to remember that the Bulls, if he doesn't get moved, the Bulls will keep him. Far as the riffraff or where he's going, who's going to pick him up? This contract is holding back a lot of deals with Zach LaVine, and he was injured. He didn't help his cause by doing what he did. He did not help his cause with the amount of money on his contract. But before I go any further, before Unstoppable go, because I know he has more to say about that, I don't want to go far. I want somebody else to do it because I want to be the NBA insider today. But I did want to say this. Since you brought up the Bulls, I'm going to go ahead and run down every free agent that's available for the Bulls this year and next year, and then I'm gonna step back because I wanted to do. If anybody asks for any team, I'm coming hard in the paint. But I'm gonna do the Bulls first. And the first one up would be DeMar DeRozan. No strings attached. Actually, and a lot of people might not know this, Lonzo Ball has a player option this year, guys. Torrey Craig has a player option this year, guys. Andre Drummond, free and clean. Javonte Green, free and clean. Patrick Williams just signed a $90 million contract, so he's off the books. Nobody of important left for 2024, but 2025. Javon Carter, a player option. Alex Caruso is gone, and that will be it for the Bulls. And I want to just say one more time before I go. As far as me making a prediction on Zach LaVine, if I was an owner and he's got this large contract and he showed what he showed last year, I would try to get him for as less as I possibly could. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm on mute, and I'm going to listen to you guys.
Wait, Marvin. Basil Carpenter Jr. requested your attention. He said,
Okay.
what about the Nuggets, Marvin?
Okay, dokie. Let me take a peek at that. Give me 1 second. It won't take me very long. Hang on 1 second, Basil. All right. For your Denver Nuggets, the 2024 free agents that are on the books, are ready to go this year. The main important ones are the only ones that I'm addressing. I'm not addressing everyone. You have quite a few. Contavious Caldwell-Pope has a player option. Justin Holiday, clean and free. This is one that a lot of people probably hadn't heard and didn't know. DeAndre Jordan is clean and free, guys. Reggie Jackson has a player option. And
Reggie's gone.
Okay, Reggie. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, and that would be all on the main order of players. 2025 to Basil. Better listen to these. Aaron Gordon has a player option. Jamal Murray is clean and free. Let me know if anybody asks else, Dex, because I got my head and I'm actually looking at one thing. I'm not looking at the chat. So if you could relay the messages to me, I'll chime in and let them know.
Okay, keep your eye on the chat, Marvin, and pop up whenever you feel comfortable.
Oh, yeah, I'm not leaving. I'm going to stay. I'm just going to mute out because I'm doing other things. And salute to you, Unstoppable. Get in there and rant about those Bulls. Let's go.
Well, one thing you got to say. What? Yeah. That look like I'm going to be right. That the Bulls are going to rebuild. You know? Which they should.
Yeah, go ahead, Unstoppable. What you say?
You can't hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I said it's looking like that I'm right. Eat that nigga there. Then I'm right that the Bulls are getting ready to rebuild.
You got to talk up a little bit. I'm sorry, bro.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go for it.
No, I was saying that it's looking like that I'm going to be right, that they're going to rebuild. And I'm happy about that. Patrick Williams, best player in the NBA, got his max contract.
Wow, I had to step back in and I had to come. Before you go any further, now, did you spell this guy's name? Did you say Patrick Williams? I'm going to mute and go back out because I thought I heard Patrick Williams.
Yes, he said Patrick Williams. He got in his extension. He didn't get a max, but he got an extension.
Right, you said you wanted to ask me something about Zach. What was that?
I think that was Dex.
Do you know anything about Zach's situation? Unstoppable?
Yeah, I think that was Dex more in concern about Zach. So let me know if you need me Unstoppable. Just call my name. I'll check back in. I'm just muted out.
Nothing. All I know is I think when they say teams won't take him because won't take him even they had a pick, I think it's BS. Teams do salary dumps all the time. So you telling me they ain't gonna take a player like Zach with a pick attached to it? I call BS. I think the league trying to fleece the Bulls and they not going for it. That's what I think is going on.
So you think they're trying to lowball Zach?
I definitely do. I definitely do think they try to lowball Zach. Well, not so much that they trying to lowball the front office.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, try to lowball the front office. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you think it's because of Zach injury riddled past that they think they're acquiring a wounded duck, so therefore the offers for Zach is real low, and you know Clutch Sports is not going for that.
No,
so instead of saying it like that, they just say there's no market for Zach, which I know that's double talk.
No, I think what they're trying to do is they know Zach is unhappy. They know he want to leave, and they know one of the teams he want to go to is the Lakers. So therefore, if they're gonna try to lowball them to try to get them to say, okay, you know what I'm saying, we'll take that trash for Zach LaVine. That's what I think that's going on. But if I was them, I just stay put and trade him in the trade deadline, if anything. You know,
So
I'll
yeah,
bring
it's,
the value back up.
so it's a lot of shenanigans going on behind closed doors that's dealing with Zach. Sky, they did not pay Patrick Williams the max. They just gave him an extension. He did
Yeah,
not receive the max. He got a 90 million 5-year deal. So
I
that's
think.
less than 20 million a year.
Yeah. So now the next domino got to fall is they got to get rid of DeMar. So Patrick Williams can show you what he can do. Get more touches.
Yeah, I agree with you, Basil Carpenter Jr. I don't think Patrick Williams is worth that much. But like I was sharing with Unstoppable before we got on the stream, that this is a very friendly contract and it's very attractive that they could this contract they gave him could hinge on a trade, a package up with someone, and Bulls can get something in return. Because Patrick Williams getting 5 years, 90 million, that's a feasible and palatable offer for any team to come for Patrick Williams to try to pry him away from the Bulls. So the Bulls front office did a wonderful job to not overpay Patrick Williams.
I'm gonna say this. I'm willing to put a wager on that. Come at the end of the season, nobody won't be saying that. They gonna say they got him for a steal. I'm willing to bet Patrick Williams gonna put everybody to shame.
Well, you've
I'm
been saying that for the last 5 years.
I've been saying if he get an opportunity to get touches, don't say I just been saying that. Say what has to happen. I've said they have to get rid of DeMar in order for him to show what he can do. I said DeMar has been in the way because he's really like the fifth option when you think about it. So now they about to get rid of Zach. They're about to get rid of Boots, hopefully, and they're about to get rid of DeMar DeRozan. He's going to get more touches. Now he's going to show you, okay, I'm going to show you what I'm about. So you're going to say one thing, you got to say everything. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, listen. Only thing I can say is this right here.
You said what?
You right to some degree, right? So I don't argue with you on that part. I know DeMar DeRozan kind of got in the way a little bit, and Patrick Williams doesn't have the kind of character to scream out foul play and give me the damn ball like if he was Keyshawn Johnson,
He
right?
can't do that.
So
He got two
so what
stars.
happened is you have to babysit Patrick Williams to play. Because I'm not the only one who have been a detractor when it came to Patrick Williams. Even Stacey King, even some Bulls content creators have been very disappointed in the display on the basketball court of Patrick Williams, looking like he's always surrendering his will to the other players on the Bulls roster. When the Bulls drafted him fourth, and it was the first lottery pick or first round pick for the front office of Acme. So I'm quite sure Patrick Williams had the blessings of the front office. Just explode, man. Just go out there and do it. You represent us. You telling us that we made a mistake, or are you going to tell us that we hit a home run with you, even though you was drafted as a project, right? So it seemed like he just have shrunk since his rookie season for some reason, and I don't
Let
know
me step
why.
in 1 second.
You know what I say to that, Dex?
I'm sorry, Dex. Let me step in right quick. Let me step in right quick because you got a guy in the chat asking a question, and I'll step back out. Slim Cam asks question to the panel. You guys think Steph will be happy with the Warriors since Klay might leave? And I'm going to step back out.
Is that question addressed to who?
He was addressing it
Or
to
to-
the panel. He was addressing
Okay,
it to the panel. And the
What you
question
think
again,
about that? Yeah, I see the question. I see it.
Yeah, okay. Go
What
ahead.
you think about that, Unstoppable? Is Unstoppable available?
I don't know. He might have stepped
No, here we go.
back.
He's
No,
here. He's
actually,
here.
no.
Okay.
What
you think about that?
I give Slim a answer to that in my just the best of my knowledge. I think this is a business. I think this is a business, Slim.
Hold on, we got two people talking.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Unstoppable was talking. Go ahead.
I'm saying I think Stephen Curry is giving the green light to that because if he didn't want Klay to be traded,
You gotta put some bass in your voice.
Can you hold on, man? I'm gonna get off this so you get to these. Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a lot better.
What I'm saying is, I think Curry probably giving a green light for that. If he wanted to stop that, he'd tell him don't trade and pay him. Simple. So, no, I think he's fine with them trading Klay. If you ask me, not paying him, as long as he gets something in return to replace him.
And I chime in on that right quick for Slim. I think it's a business, Slim. I think this NBA is a business, and each one of these guys are trying to take care of their family. You have to remember that. And for Steph not to be happy, okay, that's fine. But he's going to get his money, and he's going to play his heart out on the team that he plays on. Now, he's not going to just up and leave or something because Klay left. So I say this. He might not be happy about it, but life goes on. Go ahead, Dex.
Yeah, I agree with you, Marvin, more so than anything because it's a business. Dunleavy have to stay up under that second apron, which will be extremely punitive if he fails, and that can set back the Golden State Warriors' future by not being able to do a lot of maneuvering in the years to come. So what they're going to do? They're going to get rid of Wiggins. I mean, they're going to get rid of Kuminga. I mean, what they're going to do to keep Klay? Because Klay is aging and he has a lower extremity injury that, according to Golden State, doesn't really help them because that's a motion offense. There's a lot of motion going on with that offense. And if Klay can't hold up his portion of the Splash Brothers by moving around in various spots beyond the arc or around the elbow, then that's on Klay. He just don't fit that system anymore based on the lack of speed and motion and moving and maneuvering on that offense where Draymond Green is the pivot, right? So I understand. There's nothing that Steph can do or say because they're hard capped. And they got to open up space to get even new and younger talent.
I don't believe that, Dave. Steph got to say so. Steph can say something.
Yeah, he can say something, but when it comes to Dunleavy and the owners, they're going to be like, hey, man, get it up under the second apron. Do not go past the second apron.
Yes,
that's what the owner's going to tell them because it's going to hit them hard. It's going to hit any team hard operating in that second apron.
So you mean
they're not going to like it?
They couldn't say, yo, we're going to get rid of Draymond. You think Steph can't say that? Yo, I mean,
why would it get rid of Draymond when he punched out one of the nincompoops on the team that was causing disruption? Why would you get rid of your enforcer?
So forget what Klay have been doing. Forget that Klay is a big reason why they won them chips. We gonna Klay the odd man now, and we gonna keep Draymond. That's what you're telling.
But Draymond is really important to that team as it is currently constructed. That's the only thing about it. His numbers don't reflect his importance.
Over there for your fault.
So that's why Klay Thompson is expendable right now.
And listen, man, I know Steph can say, look, say something, maybe not these exact words, but he can say, hey, you trade, you don't re-sign Klay, you trade me. He cool with it. If you ask me, he's fine with Klay leaving.
I don't know about that one, Unstoppable.
Okay.
Because listen, let me share this with you real quick. Let me share this with you. and maybe hopefully this could widen your understanding, right? The NBA officially announced Unstoppable salary cap numbers for the year 2024-2025 season, with the cap set at $140 million and some change, slightly lower than that what was projected during the season. So the salary cap is lessened this year than it was in previous years. And that's what's having a lot of these GMs and executives scrambling, trying to get a fixture on their roster, right? So this is why I use the word architect, how they're going to build. That's why I got bricks on the back of me right now, because it's building time. That's why I got my fisherman hat, because you got to go out and fish. It's free agency, right? You got to go out and get that fish and dip that pole and that hook in various ponds, rivers, and seas to try to get the best fit available for your squad. So the luxury tax line is at 170 million. This is what's affecting the Lakers, and this is why the Lebron James presumably will offer a cut in his contract so the Lakers can acquire additional talent, suitable talent, that is, not just anybody. So that tax line is at 170 million. And the first apron is at 178 million. So people got to get up under that 178 million on the first apron, or they will get punished. And the second apron, Unstoppable, is at 188 million, right? Almost 189 million, you can say. The non-taxpayer mid-level exception is worth approximately 13 million. And the taxpayer mid-level is set at 5 million. So if you can acquire that 17 or 18 million with the mid-level exception, then you rock and rolling as a team, because you can acquire a suitable and edgy kind of player to play for that mid-level exception.
Hey,
Now, if you strap for cash, you're going to get punished, bro.
Before you go Unstoppable, I just want to step in and let Dex know something. Here recently, Dex, I had told you that it was a good thing for LeBron to do this. And you mentioned, hey, man, LeBron's going to get his money. I told you if he decided to do this, it would help the Lakers. And you knew it would. But kudos to LeBron for doing it. I'm stepping back out.
Yeah, man, look, man, I'm just saying, if that was me, Dre had to be gone. I ain't getting rid of Klay. They probably could get more for Dre if they do a trade. So you talking about he a damn enforcer?
So did you get any kind of understanding about the tiers of the salary cap?
Yeah, I mean,
and why teams are scrambling and being very meticulous and careful in cutting the fat on some of these players?
Yeah, I know Purple be on here telling us all the time about it. But I'm not getting rid of no Klay and keeping no damn Draymond, that's for sure.
Well, let me say this, Unstoppable. Did you watch quite a bit of Klay Thompson last year? Did you see his decline in play? Did you see how he defends now? Have you noticed him declining? Hold on one second. Have you noticed his decline?
Yeah,
for him to ask for the kind of money that he's asking for to be a vital part of Golden State, it would hamper the team later. And the Golden State's they're actually making a wise decision here. Now, I know if you're a Golden State fan, you're not happy. And if you're a Klay Thompson fan, you're definitely not happy. But this is a business. I'll say this again. And sometimes business deals are done by either add and subtraction. So hopefully Klay finds a home, because I don't think Golden State is going to fall back off of what they set on right now. I don't know about the deal of letting Draymond go before Klay. That's another decision that ownership made. So I just say I don't know if it's wise, but we will see whose team Klay go to and how he performs this upcoming season. I think that'll make a big difference.
I'm willing to bet wherever Klay go, I'm begging. I say since LeBron opted out, I could see Klay going to the Lakers to make them pay for what they did. I got Lakers and Mavs second. I'm willing to bet Klay gonna do his thing. If it was me, bye Draymond. I'm gonna keep Klay. We're gonna ride it till the wheels fall off, man.
Well, you got the Clippers that's still in play here, so that's still LA, right? They open up a new building, and Klay Thompson coming in could generate some more eyes and interest for the Clippers. And if that happens, then the Los Angeles Clippers will have 5 Hall of Famers on one team, and I don't think that have ever happened since the Boston Celtics and Philadelphia 76ers.
And I wanted to ask Unstoppable this. So obviously you prefer shooting over defense because Klay's defense doesn't even compare to Draymond's, right?
No, I just don't think they need Draymond. I think Draymond, they could find somebody to replace Draymond. I think they put Kuminga in there, man. Just let him be that starter. I mean, he obviously ain't no Draymond, but I think he'll do a good job. I think they should just keep Klay, if you ask me. You know, I think they're gonna regret that. Later on, they're gonna regret that they did that.
Now, I did want to say this too now. Okay, if that's the case, Draymond actually is not on the free agent market this year. So that would have been a kind of tough move to try to just, put him in a deal or some sort. Actually, he's under, I guess, a pretty long deal because he's not even in for next year either. So you have to have consideration of that too. Unstoppable.
I didn't hear you say it again, bro.
Well, I'll be damned. I said Draymond is not a free agent this year. So that deal would have to been done more of a sign and trade or whatever, or a totally different way. He's not a free agent right now. So you look at this. I'm sorry?
I know that. Yeah, I know.
Okay. All right. That's why they addressed it Klay Thompson first, because he is right now a free agent.
Oh, I'm just saying, since we talking about Klay, I wouldn't let him go. I'll take care of him, and I'll send Draymond on his way. You want to hang with LeBron so much that they can make it happen? I'll send his ass to the Lakers. Give me back Vanderbilt. Give me back Rui Hachimura. If we could get Austin Reeves, I'd throw him in there. But I wouldn't get rid of Klay.
Okay, now you remember what Dex explained to you earlier. If you keep Klay, then somebody else has to go. Who would you leave? No, it's not going to be Draymond because he's not a free agent. So it would have to be, and I'm going to give you the names. Gary Payton II, but who are you going to get for him? No other player that's of significance this year. That's it. And Klay. So you have to look at you have to be more in tune with what's going on with the franchise or the business matters. Meaning they just they had a very small window there. So they had to make a drastic decision on what they're going to do. And they went left instead of right.
I mean, listen, I don't think it's a tough decision, right? You're already committed to Draymond. If you want to get rid of Draymond, you would have got rid of him when all the controversy surrounded him with his assault on Jordan Poole and his bad behavior prior to the trade deadline on various players while playing on the floor. So they didn't get rid of him. They were committed to Draymond Green in a honorable fashion. And so they're not going to depart ways with him after giving him an extension. So Klay Thompson has been expendable basically for the past 2 seasons. If we want to keep it a whole thing. We want to keep it a whole thing. They've been trying to offload Klay Thompson for 2 years now. And the only thing that derailed their hardcore pursuit to offload Klay Thompson was his injury. People wanted to see, was he able to come back? So when he came back, all he was doing was auditioning for free agency to show teams that he still have enough mustard to spread over the hot dog.
Great point, Dex. Great point. I mean, Unstoppable, don't get me wrong. I know Dex is not doing this also. It's not the fact that we disagree with you. It's a business decision. And these organizations are making business decisions. Now, I heard you guys speaking about Patrick Williams, and I know he's not all of that, but that's a friendly contract. And if you can get that and then move that deal somewhere else, you might get something better. You want to maneuver around in your system to be able to save enough money and then maybe make a trade with somebody where you wasn't paying that player as much, get something back better in return, and still have your books in decent order. So right now it's a will and deal world out here in the NBA. It's going to be that way for a while. But in a minute, guys, I'm going to step back in. I'm going to get some high-profile free agents that, because it hadn't quite started yet. Well, it's 6:08, so it should be starting now. And I'm going to ask you guys where you think their destination, or if they should stay, or if anybody's going to pick them up. So you guys can continue on. I'm going to go to mute.
Yeah. Thunder, you might have a point. Ben Simmons is synonymous to Draymond Green when it comes to being playmaking and things of that nature. But Ben Simmons doesn't have the heart of Draymond Green. And this is why Ben Simmons is not a champion right now, when he had an opportunity to be that when he was in Philadelphia. That was the closest he came to becoming a potential champion, when Kawhi knocked him out and when the Hawks knocked him out. So his run could be over as being a pivotal player. I mean, do Ben Simmons bounce back? Who knows, right? Because he has the archetype of being a successful basketball player in the NBA, especially because he handles the ball. So by Ben Simmons demanding to be a cog in any system, it's up to him to have the heart to pursue being the best version of himself. Because Ben Simmons is not a joke. He came in the NBA as a prize to be the next LeBron James, and some have even touted Ben Simmons to the heights of the LeBron James 2.0 without a jump shot.
And on Ben Simmons, just to give you guys a point, he is a free agent next year. So let's see how his play is this year, because most players try to play well coming up on their contract year. And if he's going to do anything, it would show this upcoming year.
Yeah, and listen, hopefully Ben Simmons can play his way out of that slumber, that mental slumber, because he's no longer represented by Clutch Sports anymore. There was a separation between Ben Simmons and Clutch Sports, and hopefully his new agency believes in him as much as Clutch Sports believed in him, because Clutch Sports had him under a tremendous contract, even though he was not bouncing the basketball. So I don't know if that would happen again under a Ben Simmons watch, but we will see what version of Ben Simmons returns to the NBA incoming this season.
Dex, I'm still here. Remember, I'm just muted out. So if I don't chime right in immediately, all you have to do is just ask me a question, because I'm getting some players together, some guys together, and I'm going to ask some questions to you in the panel about where you think they're maybe destinations, or if they're going to be moved, or if they're fit on even on your team. And I can't discuss contracts because, that's organizational stuff, but at least I do know if they unrestricted player options or whatever. So I'm just going to be sitting back for a minute because I got a lot of background noise. That's why I'm muting so much. So
okay, no problem. But like I said, with the NBA finals and draft complete, the league's top decision makers now have their eyes set on free agency and trade landscape. The free agency window opens at 6 p.m. today. So we have embarked on that aspect of the NBA landscape, and we are an hour and 10 minutes into free agency officially. Now, a lot of talks and moves have already begun within the frameworks of players, prospective teams, signing back, signing out, and things of that nature. Now, officially, teams can talk to other players across the board that are eligible for free agency dialogue. And moves already been made that could impact the summer of deals and contract extensions. We got Obi Toppin signing an extension. We got Patrick Williams signing $90 million for 5 years, and I think Obi Toppin is at 60, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a lot of things going on. The Magic, they will have $49 million in salary cap space to bolster a side that reached the playoff last season. I mean, the team has already declined the option of Mo Wagner and Joe Ingles. Now, the Mo Wagner decline, I mean, you know, he was with his brother. He was pretty productive, so that's kind of questionable. Joe Ingles has been a journeyman since his inception into the league. I mean, you know, he played on various teams. Some teams he was decent. He got all the way up to be sixth man of the year with the Utah Jazz. So let's see what Joe Ingles have left in his tank. Hardenstein may still yet return to the Knicks, but it seemed like that Knicks Mikal Bridges trade with Brooklyn is not over. It's still open, and it seemed like Knicks might offer up another player to close out that deal. So something going on behind the scenes with Mikal Bridges in the New York Knicks trade. It's not official and it's not closed out, but on the surface, it has been agreed upon.
Yes, and I do want to step in on that one because I have a little knowledge on that one. There's been rumbles that there was some early talks between these guys, the Knicks and Mikal Bridges. So it's still very much up in the air. Not to say the deal won't get done. I'm not saying that, guys. But tampering, it has been mentioned. It could throw a wrench in it. It could, but more than likely it won't. I just want to bring that up in reference to what you're saying, Dex, simply because quiet on the surface, they're mostly saying certain other things need to get done before the deal is done. We don't know exactly everything about it. They're not going to preach everything about them. But hopefully none of that is in play right now. That deal gets done, because if they get him and keep the players they have already currently on the roster, they're going to be pretty good. So I got a call coming in, Dex. I'm going to mute out a second.
Yes, sir, Marvin. Thank you for that input. You see it. Baller number 2, CO2 is on his way back to the NBA. It's official. He has announced that he is ready to go. There has not been any setbacks for CO2. Lonzo Anderson Ball. We've seen, and listen, I announced this on Flight Sports TV hours before LiAngelo Ball put up on his Instagram post that him and Lonzo's been working out in the gym. So salute to Flight Sports TV for breaking some news. Like we say, we break news. We don't wait on it. If we got it, because we be having boots on the ground in various areas, and we love it. Listen, we got boots on the ground in Los Angeles. We got boots on the ground in Sacramento. We got boots on the ground in basically every borough in New York, Harlem, Queens, Brooklyn, and we even got boots on the ground in Long Island, Atlanta, Georgia. We got boots on the ground in Chicago, Illinois, Dallas, Texas, Houston, Texas. We got boots on the ground in North Carolina, South Carolina. We got boots on the ground in Florida, from the Panhandle all the way down to the needle of Florida.
Don't leave out Dallas.
Key West. Go ahead, Marvin.
I said, don't leave out Dallas. Here I am.
Yeah, that's what I said. Dallas. I said Dallas. Dallas and Houston. We got boots on the ground in Tennessee. We got boots on the ground in Minnesota. We got boots on the ground in Arizona. And we got we had boots on the ground in Utah, but I think we lost that one. And we had boots on the ground in Portland, Oregon. I think we lost that one. We got boots on the ground in Pennsylvania. So there's a lot of territory that is very expansive that offers information to Flight Sports TV. And this is how we get it. Because most content creators are stymied and compacted with information around their general area. So by us being an open platform that have multiple content creators and individuals come up and espouse and elaborate on things happening in their area that we might not be familiar with because they're localized, we bring it and making it nationalized. So shout out to Flight Sports TV for being that kind of a platform.
Yes, I want to step in.
In West Virginia. We got boots on the ground in West Virginia as well.
Yes. We got basically everywhere. I just wanted to step in a second, Dex, and just say salute to the chat again. But Slim has a couple of words he has been saying. And one of them was, the Warriors are in trouble. Do you agree with that, Dex?
I mean, you know, I can't say the Warriors are in trouble. To what degree? To what degree are they in trouble? Because we already know the Warriors got smacked last season and didn't qualify for anything, right? So to what degree is the Warriors in trouble?
Yeah.
Now
and then
the future.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's like I said. Now the future. I don't know. I don't know to what degree. That's why I didn't really address that. I think Slim put it up there. I didn't address it because I wasn't. It was kind of ambiguous, you know.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You know, it's kind of vague. What do you mean? The Warriors in trouble? To what degree?
Yeah.
The front office, the players, Steve Kerr,
or is it just totally out for the franchise to win another championship anytime soon? The second one I want to address is Thunder. He writes, CP3 just wanted a ring, man. I'm going to ask Thunder this question. I don't remember your team. Would you have CP3 on your team?
If I was the San Antonio Spurs, yes. I would have CP3 on my team. Or he could be a backup for the Houston Rockets. He can go back to Houston and be a backup to Fred VanVleet.
Yeah. I think he still can fit on a team. Is more or less is what we both probably come consensus with. Because, I mean, he can run a team. He still can run a team. And, yeah, he's getting long in the tooth. We all know that. But the name CP3 is might put some butts in the seat also. So I think somebody's going to pick him up. I really do.
Now, you can look over at Memphis, right? Could they juggle CP3 with Ja Morant and Desmond Bain? Can they juggle that backcourt and stagger CP3 minutes? Because I think the Memphis Grizzlies, even though they're a good team, they're very scrappy, and they're in a halfway young and halfway veteran. It seems like CP3 could probably become a crease in that backcourt and help Bain as well as Ja Morant to move forward. I think they have one of the Jones boys over there also running the point. And I think CP.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and so he can help in all facets because CP3 is a coach on the court. But the only thing what DeAndre Jordan said about CP3 leadership is that he's a hell of a leader, but he's not for everybody. And so you got to be careful who you plant next to Ja Morant and company, because Memphis Grizzlies is on the uptick. So you don't want to disrupt that motion they got over there that's trending in the right direction when all of them are healthy.
Yes, and also to the Memphis Grizzlies, every time you bring up a team, I'm gonna kind of chime in on their destiny and what they got going on. If you look at Memphis right now, quiet as it kept, they're one of the few teams in the NBA right now that do not have some of their major players ready to be on free agents or unrestricted or be restricted. The only body in 2024 is Luke Kennard, and nobody else of any kind of significance is up for free agency. And in 2025, The only one they have is young Scottie Pippen Jr. and Derrick Rose. So that team is set. If they could add pieces.
I think Luke Kennard is gone. Isn't he gone?
Well, they showed it here. So I thought, you know what? I just looked at that. Is he on Milwaukee?
I think Boston.
I would look that up. I'll look it up, but it's showing him. But
yeah, I think he's a Boston Celtic, if I'm not mistaken.
And if he's gone, then there's nobody of significance that's for this free agency that is, even in jeopardy. So they got people locked in right now. So if they come back healthy, and then also they picked up. Who did they pick up? Edie.
Wait, no, he's not gone. He's not gone. I take that back. What happened was Memphis are declining guard Luke Kennard $14.8 million option. I knew it was something, so he could be on his way out.
Yeah, he has a team option. Yes.
Unless they restructure his deal.
Yeah. So there's a lot of guys.
He's still there. He's still in Memphis.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys out here that's hovering below the radar guys, and I know it's a lot of teams in need of a lot of players that we're not so keen on that they're actually free agents right now. You got a couple of players on each team that probably blow your mind that quietly are free agents. And here's one I got for you, Dex. How have you ever liked Jeff Green from Houston? Because he's got a team option and he's a free agent right now.
Well, Jeff Green, there's only one Green that I'm going to keep my eye on in Houston, and that's Josh. Jalen. But Jeff Green, he's been around, and I don't know how serviceable he is right now, because I haven't really seen much of Jeff Green in a minute. So the only Green that I will be focused on in Houston, H-Town, is Jalen Green.
Yeah, and moving on, the Pacers have a couple of players on their roster that are free agents right now coming up.
Pacers, yes.
I'm gonna kind of pinpoint one of them that I think a lot of teams would be interested in, and that's Doug McDermott. He's a shooter, and he's actually cleaning free guys. Do you think he'll be back with the Pacers, or do you think he'll explore his options?
I think they need him. I think they need Doug McDermott. Him and what's the other guy name? CJ something, right?
I'm sorry?
The other guy for the Pacers, the scorer.
McConnell.
McConnell, yes, CJ McConnell, yes. I think they need both of those talents there. I'm quite sure they can get McDermott on a nice, friendly deal to keep him around Tyrese Halliburton, because Tyrese Halliburton is at his best when he have these rocket launchers who are marksmen. And so I think Carlisle, the championship coach that he is, realizes and will probably be begging the front office to re-sign him. But of course, they have to re-sign him on a friendly deal and keep it open. And since you mentioned the Pacers, I like how the Pacers is rolling right now. They gave Obi Toppin his long-awaited extension, one that the New York Knicks didn't want to give him. So Obi Toppin, he's pleased. So he's going to be running up and down the court with fervor, like a thoroughbred. And you already know they already paid out Pascal Siakam. So everybody in Naptown looks like, they're eating. And now it's time for them to display it by feasting on the NBA and keeping Tyrese Halliburton up amongst the better point guard in the NBA. So signing that young man that you spoke about, I think it's important that he remains in a Pacer uniform.
Yeah, and I bring those up for the very fact of just what you're referring to, and I know you know as well as I do how important he is to that team. But back to your Jalen Green actually for the Houston Rockets. He is actually a restricted free agent next year, Dex. So just to give you that and let you know. Also, next year for Houston, Fred VanVleet has a team option next year. So they got some. Didn't they let Sengun go? Has he already been traded?
For who?
I'm asking. I didn't know.
For who? Who are you speaking about?
Sengun, that center they had.
No, he's a centerpiece. He's not never going nowhere. He might retire.
Well, I thought
Rocket.
they was
That's their
kind of dangling.
centerpiece. Yeah, that's
Well,
their
in
centerpiece.
2025,
No.
In 2000, okay, here's the deal. In 2025, he's a restricted free agent. So just to let you guys know.
Yeah, he's a centerpiece for the Houston Rockets. So there's no talk of him being traded no time soon. He's a very good big man. He's really an all-star center, but it's just that the West is kind of packed with decent centers for all-star because you got Jokic, you got Anthony Davis, and you got what's that other boy name? Oh, it's escaping me right now. But he's right there. He's like right there nipping at their heels to be a replacement. If any of them slip up, Seguin, Aspen, he would definitely be an all-star. But what Houston Rockets are doing right now, they are picking up forward Jashawn Tate, another 2020 draftee. I keep trying to tell you people, man, people sleeping on that draft only because of LaMelo. I know what it is. The reason why they won't talk about that draft because of LaMelo, because they poo-pooed that draft when it was incoming for that year. You know, they poo-pooed on Anthony Edwards, they poo-pooed on James Wiseman, and most definitely they poo-pooed on LaMelo Ball. And so they don't want to eat crow and start big upping the 2020 draft, which is the most lucrative draft of all time in the NBA. So they just kind of, throw their shade and keep it pushing. So Jashawn Tate for the Houston Rockets, they will be picking up his $7.6 million option for the 2024-2025 season. Now, this has been reported by Woj, right? It's not a Woj bomb, but it's a report from Woj. And Tate is 28 and played in 65 games, 9 starts for the Houston Rockets last season. Now, this guy, Jashawn Tate, also played as a competitor to LaMelo Ball in the Australian Basketball League. It's the NBL, right? And so there's a lot of players coming out of the NBL that's making good money in the NBA. So that's another poo-poo they tried to splash on Melo because he came out of the NBL.
Yeah, and moving on, because like I told you at the beginning of the stream, I wanted to be the NBA insider today. I want to address the Miami Heat. They have a couple of players on this roster that are up for free agent right now that I think I would like to hear your opinion and the chat. And I'm going to start with first Caleb Martin, he has a player option, and Kevin Love, who has a player option. And last but not least, Patty Mills, who's actually free to go. So those 3 players, Caleb Martin, Kevin Love, and Patty Mills. Is it, because I do not think Miami's going to retain Kevin Love. He has a player option. And I think I read earlier they were trying to offer him a very low salary. And I think he was refusing it. So I just thought I would ask that question to you, Dex, and the chat. Caleb Martin, player option. Kevin Love, player option. Patty Mills, free to go.
Well, one thing about the Miami Heat, their focus has been on Kevin Love, right? And Kevin Love is declining his $4 million player option for 2024-2025. But both sides are enthusiastic about negotiating a new deal in the opening days of free agency, according to Adrian Wojnarowski. One thing about Kevin Love,
before you go on, Basil writes in the chat that Kevin Love already signed a 2-year deal.
Yeah, so Kevin Love have shown that he is a serviceable big man, and he can stretch the floor with efficiency. And Kevin Love don't do dumb shit out on the court. He doesn't have his athleticism he once had as a Minnesota Timberwolves, where he was a super double-double potential triple-double threat every night. You know, Kevin Love was Luka before Luka, but he did it from a different position on the floor. And he was very dominant in the rebound area. Miami has rewarded him with an extension. Now, Caleb Martin, 50% of the Martin twins, Cody Martin, Caleb Martin, coming out of the University of Nevada. And he, a couple of years ago, when Miami went on that miraculous run, he was very instrumental, Caleb Martin.
Yes, he
So
was.
now that kind of subsided. That excitement surrounding Caleb Martin kind of subsided once he got paid. The Lakers did explore looking at him from a distance. It was nothing serious, but they did look at Caleb Martin to see if he could fit in to the Lakers prior to LeBron James taking a presumably significant pay cut. So the haircut that LeBron probably would take, that threw Caleb Martin out of the Lakers' purview. So I think
And
Caleb Martin will return. Say that
Go
again.
ahead. Go ahead.
I
No, go
think
ahead. Go
Caleb
ahead and finish.
Martin will, I think Caleb Martin will return to the Miami Heat. And as far as Patty Mills might walk because
That's what I was gonna
his
say.
service is not needed anymore. I mean, Patty Mills has fell off of a cliff when it comes to
Yes.
three-point shooting. He was one of the top three-point shooters in attempts as well as made in percentage in the NBA for about 2.5 years. And that has subsided significantly. And it looks like he's on the precipice of a 3-point collapse, which rendered his skill non-available for most NBA teams because Patty Mills is not a 3-and-D guy.
Yes. And moving along, I want to go to the next thing that I wanted to address. And it's a couple of players just like what you just mentioned that were actually highly touted, maybe even last year. And they're coming from the Milwaukee Bucks. And the first player that I'm referring to is Jay Crowder. He is clean and free, ready to go out of Milwaukee, Jay Crowder. Patrick Beverly is also. And one player that a lot of people probably forgot about, Gallinari. He is up for free agency, clean and free now, guys. And last but not least, Malik Beasley. Now, you don't have to address each one. I would rather address Jay Crowder more than either or, simply because he was kind of touted when he went to Milwaukee, and he kind of faded to black. Hadn't heard much from him. And Gallinari is an interesting guy, too, because at one time he was decent. But he didn't. I think he was injured here recently. I think they both might have been injured. So I wanted to address them too, Jay Crowder and Danilo Gallinari.
Well, Jay Crowder, I don't know what's really going on with him too much because he didn't get much rec.
Nope.
He didn't get much rec with Milwaukee as they basically collapsed once Giannis got hurt. And the firing of Adrian Griffin and the disenchantment of Damian Lillard and all the off-court issues he had in his marriage, moving from Portland to Milwaukee. It just seemed like Jay Crowder got lost in the shuffle. And he was once highly touted, as you mentioned, when he was a Phoenix Suns. But really the only thing Jay Crowder ever did of significance was break LeBron James' ankle.
Yeah. I mean, he played pretty well when he was in Phoenix for a little while, but which actually got him that contract when he went over to Milwaukee.
So it's been reported that KCP signed with Orlando, but I haven't confirmed that just yet.
Wow. I didn't
Maybe
hear
I'm a
that
little
either.
behind.
Yeah, I look more forward into that. But before you go on, I want to say again, shout out to the chat, man. You guys hit that like button, subscribe button, good to have you guys here. And I want to address the new guys that came out. Salute to Rap God, to the Austin boy. And if you guys got questions about any of these teams, guys, me and Dex are here, man. I'm the Staticaster today, so I got every team ready to roll, every free agent on every team from this year and next year. And we're just, going around just checking and see what guys think about these guys. Interesting names out there right now. Not to say they're going to be moved. We don't know.
It's official. It's official. It is official. Breaking news, Flight Sports TV. Contavious Caldwell-Pope is finalizing a 3-year, $66 million deal to sign with the Orlando Magic. Source told ESPN, Adrian Wojnarowski, Caldwell-Pope won championships with the Lakers in 2020 and the Denver Nuggets in 2023.
Shout out to Marcus. Shout out, Marcus.
And also, breaking news, the New York Knicks view the Oklahoma City Thunder as Isaiah Hardenstein, the light-skinned black, as he calls himself, the light-skinned, most likely destination of free agency if the center leaves New York. Source told ESPN Tim McMahon. The Thunder have significant cap space this summer and can outbid the Knicks on a Hartenstein deal.
Yeah. And to the chat, Rap God, shout out to you. He writes, Marvin, you called it on Patrick Williams. Do you see the Bulls keeping Levine and Zoe? Look, I'm gonna tell you like this, Rap. The Levine deal, the Bulls dropped the ball on that one. You need to hit the irons when they were hot, and they didn't. And right now, teams are just chomping at the bits, figuring they can get Levine for little nothing. But to get him for little nothing, the Bulls are trying to make a deal where they don't have to absorb that whole contract. Now, for them to be able to do that, most teams are not going to do it because Levine didn't play very much last year due to the injury. And that was his own decision, guys. He decided not to play and go have surgery. And it's hurting him. It's not hurting him financially, but it's hurting him around the league for his teams that want to entertain him. And other teams, it's a business, guys. It's understood in my eyes. If I was an owner, why would I give this guy all this money? And you guys, he's been hurt. Who's to say he's not going to get hurt again? So we just let that stock go down, down, down. And then eventually, if it's hurting you guys so bad, you just basically almost give him to us. So, and far as Zoe, that's based on health. Very simply with Zoe. The Bulls have put stock in Zoe. And as you know, they waited. And for you to do that, that means you still believe in a player. So I'm going to say this. If Zoe comes out playing well, the Bulls are going to sign him because they believed in him then. Now, if he comes back a shell of himself, hey, that's a different story. So that is to be seen in the future also. So those two guys, I really feel on Levine. The Bulls might have to just deal with just holding on to him, man. And it might be even best that they do, because if they hold on to him and he plays well up to the trade deadline, then his value will go up, which will help the Bulls, help him too, and help other teams decide if they want it. As far as Zoe, it's definitely a health issue. So, and we all knew that from the very start. So what you say on that, Dex?
Please subscribe to Flight Sports TV, hit the like button, and leave a comment.
Yeah, Zoe has already stated his goal, and he stated that he will be present in preseason training camp, and there has been no setbacks. So he's anxiously awaiting to be a part of the Bulls roster, and basically that's basically all I can say about Zoe. So he said he's ready to go, no setbacks, everything is GO green light for Alonzo. Now we also have some news coming out of Chicago. Former Chicago Bulls center Andre Drummond is heading to the Philadelphia 76ers on a 2-year, $10 million deal. Source confirmed to ESPN Tim Bontemps Drummond averaged 18.9 rebounds per 36 minutes, 9 rebounds per game for the Bulls last season. So Andre Drummond will be departing from the Chicago Bulls, and AD, the other AD, will no longer be in scarlet and black.
I'm sorry, Dex. I was on the phone. I didn't hear all of that. Could you run that back to me one more time?
Yeah, former Chicago Bulls center Andre Drummond is headed to the Philadelphia 76ers on a 2-year, $10 million deal. Source confirmed to ESPN Tim Bontemps. Drummond averaged 18.9 rebounds per 36 minutes, 9 rebounds per game for the Bulls last season. So his departure leaving open space for a big man. And I don't think Vooch wants to move over to the center position after getting comfortable playing the power forward.
The Bulls have a young center, up and coming center. They're thinking about. I can't remember his name, but they might bring him up. He looked pretty good, but he's very young. I'm not sure on that. I don't know. They got that off of their books, so I would say, hey, we would just look and see. But hey, good looking out. I didn't hear that. Appreciate that.
So, I mean, that helps the Philadelphia 76ers because that eases a lot of tension off of Joel Embiid being the only big man to try to secure rebounds and defend the restricted area. Now, Andre Drummond comes in. You know, he said in past seasons that he wanted to be the all-time leader in rebounds. It won't be in the Chicago uniform, but he still has an opportunity to fulfill that dream up in the city of brotherly love. So shout out to Andre Drummond for still being relative enough to keep it pushing and be on a contender like Philadelphia 76ers. He comes on a very cheap deal. So let's see if his output outweighs the financial input the Philadelphia 76ers put on the table for his service. Now, Marvin, that leaves room for the Philadelphia 76ers to acquire either Klay Thompson or Paul George, because signing Andre Drummond might have been a big deal for them because a lot of the exertion that Joel Embiid, the big behemoth, the monstrosity of a human being, could be alleviated to some degree with the presence of a veteran center like Andre Drummond and former All-Star in Andre Drummond. What you say to that?
Yes, and I think you make a good point there. Very simply, any rest you can get Embiid during the regular season is a good thing. And what you can do, as well as you might have seen, I don't know if you followed the Bulls as much as I did last year. When Andre Drummond got a chance to start, he was effective, at least in rebounding. He's not a true, he's not a hell of a scorer, but he's so big, he usually gets a lot of dunks. So he had a couple of nice games point-wise, but he always dominates the rebounds. I think this helps Philadelphia a lot. Now, as far as it, how do I say it? How far as it brightening the picture for other free agents to want to come to Philly, I'm not sure if that's the case. And going back to, like you're saying, and Paul George and others, but it could enhance a little bit if you keep that team intact. Adding Andre Drummond, you might have a healthy Embiid going down the stretch. Maybe a top-notch free agent is willing to come now, figuring, okay, now, hey, look out, Embiid's going to be healthy. I think we'd be decent going down the stretch. Hey, I feel Paul George would fit over there real well. Let's see what happens on that one. Before you go any further, not unless you want to comment on that again.
No, I don't need to comment on that anymore. I think we're cool, and there's something else come up with Chicago. We're still patiently awaiting what they're going to do with Zach LaVine, because it seemed like this is going to be a long ensemble and dance between the two teams, and hopefully they can get it right before the season starts, so the Bulls could be mashing out full throttle, trying to reach their goal. So we still got looming Paul George and Klay Thompson. These are the two big free agencies that still are looming out in the NBA landscape. There has been a lot of movement going on. Team have been semi-aggressive, not really that much aggressive, but semi-aggressive. And it don't look like any tampering has been involved thus far. Nobody's being suspicious of anything. As close that we can say is the New York Knicks and the Brooklyn Nets trade. There kind of been some little, winking at that trade. And this is why the New York Knicks are offering up another player to complete that deal, because that deal has been solidified with a handshake. No signatures have been set because the deal has yet to be closed. So we hopefully that deal won't be rescinded, that the Villanova invasion of New York will be official. But as we speak, here at Flight Sports TV, breaking it to you, that deal has yet to be closed out. It is still open, and New York is trying to find another player to send to Brooklyn to solidify the deal, and I guess make the Players Association happy that nobody got fleeced.
Yeah, and to that point, moving on just a second, which you include in one of the top free agents that are out there. A lot of people might not consider him a top free agent. Let's not forget that DeMar DeRozan is clean and free right now. And I
forgot to mention DeMar DeRozan. Thank you for bringing that up. Yes.
And I want to bring him up for a very important reason. A lot of people do not like DeMar DeRozan, but winning for franchises that are very close to a championship could really use a DeMar DeRozan. He's a playoff guy that he shoots a high percentage. So I'm not, predicting him doing anything. I'm not saying he's a great player. That's not what I'm saying. When you have veteran players like this, these players tend to be signed to teams that are on the brink, are just about right there, and see if this one player could get them over the hump. So I just wanted to bring him up also. But I had a couple more players here that I wanted to bring up, and one of them will be probably pretty interesting. And Chat and Dex, I would like you guys' opinion on this one. We got a free agent in Charlotte, guys, who's clean and free, and his name is Miles Bridges. Now, I got a question to you and the chat. Will he be back with the Hornets, or is anybody interested in him? Miles Bridges.
Well, Miles Bridges, another Clutch Sports client, is hanging in the balance. I'm not sure of what Jeff Peterson plans to do with him. Maybe he's talking it over with his new head coach, Charles Lee, to see if they can scheme Miles Bridges into a successful outcome out there on the hardwood. And not much has been said about Miles Bridges' free agency journey. So only thing I can say is that he's looming in the balance. It looks like he might already be set, but it hasn't just been announced just yet.
Yeah. And I was reading a question that I seen in the chat here. You guys can hang on for 1 second. Because somebody, here it is. From Slim, and this is addressed to you, Slim Cal. He writes, what about Jimmy Butler? In Jimmy Butler's case, he has a player option in 2025. So I think Miami will let that ride until next year. And I think this year will be predicated on what their decision will be for next year. How well he plays. He has a player option himself. So he has the power to do what he really wants to do. But I think his play this year, if you look at these players that are coming up free agency next year, keep an eye on these guys this upcoming season. Because this usually when players try to play their best because they're trying to, earn a contract. So, I mean, you're looking at a lot of players that are coming up for for free agency next year in their last year deals this year. So if that's the case, you might see some pretty good play in the NBA simply because these guys trying to, make it seem, make everybody say, hey, man, I want this guy. So, but that was a good question, Slim. He's in 2025. He has a player option. And he is up for free agency then. But that would be left up to him what he decides to do. And I think that would probably be predicated on how well the Miami Heat played. I mean, how they finished and how well they played this year. I mean, I know he's on a lucrative deal, so it's not about money. Most of these guys are more concerned about winning a championship right now, because a lot of them already got the pretty much their money. I had another team here. If you can hang on 1 second, I'm going to bring them up. Okay, and that would be the okay. Hang on 1 second. Let me bring it up. But if you got something else, Dex, you can go in with that while I look for this.
Well, okay, I just want to basically run back the free agency signings and movement in 2024, 2025, 2024 season, because at the trade deadline, then we get into 25. We had Bull intends to return to the Phoenix Suns on a 1-year deal. We got Paul George, who declined his $48.7 million option with the Los Angeles Clippers, but he will be taking meetings with the Clippers, Orlando Magic, and the Philadelphia 76ers during his free agency tour.
Yes.
Dominic Barlow of the Senate.
Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah. Dominic Barlow of the San Antonio Spurs, which allows him to become a free agent. Not much spoke about him thus far. Patrick Williams has agreed to return to the Chicago Bulls on a 5-year, $90 million deal. Congratulations to that 2024 overall first-round pick, Patrick Williams. We had the hiring of J.B. Bickerstaff for the Detroit Pistons. LeBron James has told the Los Angeles Clippers that he will accept a pay cut if they find an impact player with their mid-level exception. Also, we got the Chicago Bulls are struggling to offload Zach LaVine. This is really reported from Bobby Marks. He claims there's no market for Zach LaVine, which is bullshit. I'm not believing that. They are trying to give him away and attach a first-round pick. I've been told that by multiple people, and it's not happening. See, once they start talking like that, using these anonymous sources, I don't respect that because it's free agency.
Yeah,
you know
I agree. I
really don't respect that. I think Bobby Marks is full of shit right now.
Yeah, but I agree. But I do believe the Bulls and Zach LaVine played the cards too long on this one. We're going to let that see how it goes, but I did want to go to another team.
You can't say it's not a market for him. It is. Somebody will take Zach LaVine. If you just say, here, take him, he's yours. Somebody will take him. And if you add a first-round pick, come on, man.
But the Bulls are not willing to just give him away. I'm pretty sure what's happening on that deal is they want somebody to absorb some of that contract, and nobody's willing to do it.
Of course, that's what it is. They want to take some of that contract. But listen, according to Bobby Marks, the Bulls are offering a first-round pick to go with Zach LaVine. Not asking for a first-round pick. So anyway, I don't know. I'm calling BS on that. I just don't believe it. Zach LaVine's a multi-all-star. Yes, he did have some issues with his knee, but nothing to the seriousness of being career-threatening. Okay, restricted free agent Obi Toppin, 2022 lottery pick, once again, intends to sign a 4-year, $60 million contract to stay with the Indiana Pacers. That 2022 draft class is just outstanding. And yes, it is. Like I say, the analysts, the pundits, and the blowhards were trying to say that was one of the weakest drafts in all of NBA history. But on the opposite, it is the most lucrative draft in all of NBA history. So you can't listen to these people that have agendas. You got to be able to pick out the agendas with critical thinking. And the reason why they had an agenda like that is because of LaMelo Ball entering that 2022 draft. They didn't have a problem with Wiseman. They didn't have a problem with Anthony Edwards. They didn't have a problem with Tyrese Halliburton. They didn't have a problem with Tyrese Maxey. They didn't have a problem with Desmond Bain. They didn't have a problem with Obi Toppin. They didn't have a problem with Patrick Williams. They didn't have a problem with Devin Vassell. They didn't have a problem with nobody in that draft except LaMelo Ball coming off the JBA and coming into the Australian Basketball League, playing there 1 year, becoming rookie of the year, even after missing significant games with an ankle issue, and still pulled off rookie of the year. And he was proud of his dad. He talked about his dad all along the way. And those blowhards, pundits, and analysts were so pissed that LaMelo Ball was so attached to his dad that they want to poo-poo on everybody in that 2020 draft. And LaMelo Ball and company proved them all fuckheads wrong. Them asshats.
And before you go any further, I did want to say this. I had two players, not to get off the subject because we're still on free agency here. Two players from the Brooklyn Nets. And I want to know from you and Unstoppable, since he's back, if you don't mind, Unstoppable. I want to know if these guys are in the future plans for the Brooklyn Nets, which are basically, they just gave up quite a bit and got a bunch of draft choices, draft picks. So I'm thinking they're going young. And the two players that I mentioned is Nick Claxton and Lonnie Walker. They're both clean and free right now. Do you think these guys will be re-signed, or is it an interest in the league in either or? Nick Claxton, Lonnie Walker.
Well, Lonnie Walker, he had his best showing with the Los Angeles Lakers during their playoff run a couple of years ago, where they end up meeting their doom against the Denver Nuggets in the Western Conference Championship game. Throughout that playoff, Lonnie Walker was a beast. He saved the Lakers in several games, and he played his role to the max. Then the Lakers let him go off the pasture, and I haven't heard much from Lonnie Walker since. And the other person you named, don't know much about him either.
Claxton, the center. He was drawn
from Brooklyn.
Yeah, he was drawing a little interest not long ago. He
didn't do shit. Nick Claxton ain't do shit. What did he do? I ain't heard much about him either.
I'm not saying him to be one of the ones to do anything, but can he be a piece? Can he be a part of
He's a rim runner. Nick Claxton is a rim runner, and every now and then he'll play some defense. But he's inconsistent on both aspects of the dynamics of basketball, and that's offense and defense. He's very athletic. He's very fast. He's like a gazelle out there on the court, but his mental mind state, night in and night out for 82 games, is something not to be relied on.
Yeah, I just thought I would ask. Do you have anything to say about that, Unstoppable? These two players, Nick Claxton and Lonnie Walker?
Not at all. Not at that. Ain't nobody knocking at the door to get no Lonnie Walker, but if you ask, I believe you asked me will Brooklyn re-sign him, because they trying to lose as many games as they can.
Okay, we're moving on. Cleveland Cavaliers, guys. You got one player that's kind of interesting on this team. He's up for restricted free agent, and that's Isaac Okoro. Now, I think the NBA teams will be interested in him if Cleveland decided to let him do whatever he wanted to do. To the chat first, Isaac Okoro, guys, from Cleveland, and to you, Unstoppable and Dex. What you think about this guy?
Well, Isaac Okoro, he did have a nice little run a couple of years ago with Cleveland, and especially in his rookie year. And I think also Isaac Okoro was part of that 2020 draft class, if I'm not mistaken. He had rose up to like 6th in the ranking of rookie of the year, right behind LaMelo Ball, Tyrese Halliburton, Anthony Edwards, and I believe it was Sadiq Bey, and then you had a core somewhere up in there, if I'm not mistaken, in 2020. But after that, he kind of got buried, right? Because you had what's the cat from Cleveland, Darius Garland. You had Saxon, and then you had Ricky Rubio. So he kind of was buried over there in Cleveland. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
More of a
He
role
hasn't
player.
had a breakout season yet.
Yeah, he's more of a role player. He stepped out periodically. Unstoppable. You got something to say about Okoro?
He's decent. Like Dex said, he was more of a role player. I don't see him being no all-star.
Oh no, I'm looking at more of just a player to come in and can help your team off the bench. It's more than anything that I'm looking at.
Yeah, a good role player. Yeah, that's it.
I got another one here, guys, and this one is to you, Dex. First, is this guy through, or our team still looking for a shooter, and can he still shoot? And that's Evan Fournier. He has a team option with Detroit. Is he done?
Yeah, I think he's cooked. Evan Fournier have sunk into the lowest of lows, being a part of New York. And prior to that, he was a part of Boston. Now, I said this then, that the Boston Celtics gave the New York Knicks their residue because they had Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier both went over to the New York Knicks to try to help Tom Thibodeau, and both of them got their minutes restricted, despite Kemba Walker having, I think, 250-point games in a New York Knicks uniform. Because these two just want to shoot the ball and don't want to play no defense. And when you play with Tommy T, that's not going to work. So Brad Stevens and Danny Ainge saw something where they was willing to trade their starting backcourt to their arch nemesis in the Eastern Conference, which is the New York Knicks, right? So that says a lot about that talent, Evan Fournier, that Boston Celtics was willing to trade him to their nearest nemesis just to get rid of them.
Yes, but quiet, laying in the weeds, behind the scenes, was a young man named Sam Hauser, who's actually on the free agent market for the Boston Celtics right now as a team option, as well as he played in the playoffs for these guys. Did Boston know this guy was going to be a little young Evan Fournier? How about that?
Well, I like Sam Hauser. He comes in and do his thing from time to time, but he's not going to be the guy to get you over the hump, of course.
No, he was
necessarily hurt you either.
Yeah, he was that bench player that would come in and give you some good shooting. Is what I'm saying.
We got No Panic on the line. No Panic. Is anything that you want to introduce?
Oh, I didn't see No Panic up there. Is he in with us?
Yep. He's here trying to wait on DJ Gemini.
Okay. Well, salute to No Panic. Another player, Dex, while we waiting on No Panic and Unstoppable, Sadiq Bey. He's a restricted free agent in Atlanta. Will he stay? Will he go? Is there interest around the league?
No, I think Jalen Johnson took that position from him. I think Sadiq Bey, once he went out on injury and Jalen Johnson came in and had a really, really enduring season, that made Sadiq Bey expendable. So I got Sadiq Bey being in Atlanta uniform on the short term, not the long term.
You got the keys.
Okay. Good answer. Moving right along. Did No Panic get on the panel?
Yeah, he's mute right now.
Are you on mute, No Panic? Okay, we'll wait till you figure it out. Not too many more here, guys, that are impact players that I want to address just yet, but I'm still looking. So give me a second here because we went through quite a few teams. I'm just doing them periodically, just going through the teams, checking this and that, seeing who would draw some interest. And I did mention Kevin Love. Did Miami go ahead and sign Kevin Love? Did you say that?
Yes, he resigned.
Okay, cool. All right. So
he resigned on a 2-year deal. Yeah, he only resigned on a 2-year deal.
Okay, next team up, I got 2 players on this team that are kind of interesting. One of them, I'm gonna start with him first because he was, I wouldn't say he was highly touted, but a lot of teams had interest in this guy, and that's T.J. Warren from Minnesota. He's clean and free, and the other player from Minnesota is Kyle Anderson. Quiet, under the radar, nobody's talking about. Minnesota re-signs Kyle Anderson, guys. and I don't think they're going to re-sign T.J. Warren. But Cal Anderson, what do you guys think about him? Is there interest?
Yeah, that's slow-mo. That's slow-mo. Pac-12 guy, UCLA. Cal Anderson is a good locker room guy. He keeps everybody head on the swivel, and he helps the coaching staff. So I think in the future, Cal Anderson will be some kind of a coach on somebody's staff. But while he's with Minnesota, he's helping Ant-Man and Big Cat be groomed to be able to share the lion's share of the workload. And he's making sure, and he hold Rudy Gobert accountable for all the players that have been traded for him. Him and Rudy Gobert got into it on the sideline before because Kyle Anderson was holding Rudy Gobert accountable for too many things, and Rudy Gobert got into his emotion. He was lacking in emotional intelligence, and they had a little skirmish on the sideline, causing Rudy Gobert to be suspended from the Minnesota Timberwolves. So Kyle Anderson, he is a locker room guy, and he is a helper, an assistant in that locker room to try to curb egos and things of that nature and keep the team afloat. So, yes, I think they keep Kyle Anderson based on that.
Cool. I had one more player. Who else was that I mentioned? T.J. Warren. Forgotten name, I would say. You think he's gone? He's on his last leg?
Yeah, he could be gone. His best days was with Indiana, and he had a tremendous bubble sighting in 2020, and then he got hurt, and he's just never been the same since. He's been moved around a couple of times just to see. Phoenix was one of the teams, just to see if he still had something in the tank. And every destination that he has went to since coming off of his injury, he have yet to prove it that he was the T.J. Warren who was ascending to be an all-star for the Indiana Pacers since 2020.
Yeah, and shout out to Basil. Not getting off the subject, but he writes, Sixers favorite to land point guard Chris, who is that, Chris Haynes? And shout out to Thunder. Bubble, T.J. Warren was top 5.
PG talking about Paul George. He's not talking point guard. Chris Haynes is a beat writer for Yahoo Sports.
Okay. All right. Sweet. Okay.
He's from the Bay Area, too.
Okay. Next team up. Interesting team. A lot of interest on this channel. Great competition. Always had it. And that's the New Orleans Pelicans. You got 3 players I want to mention on this that are up for free agency this year for the Pelicans. And that would be Valanciunas, Najee Marshall, and Alvarado. Team option for him. Starting with you, Dex, which I'm about the only one to get that time.
I'm going to start with Alvarado because I think that's the more simplest one. Alvarado definitely will be brought back to the New Orleans Pelicans. He's a fan favorite. He's an Energizer bunny, and he is a pest to opposing guards when he picks them up 94 feet. And he has no problem harassing, annoying any point guard that come against the New Orleans Pelicans. So he is a keeper. He will remain there. He has a moniker, GTA, Grand Theft Alvarado. So when you get a nickname from a team, most likely you're going to remain with that team unless something bizarre happens, right? So that is a marriage made in heaven because C.J. McCullough and Zion Williamson really don't play defense. So you're going to need someone to scatter and be disruptive to the opposing team as they try to set up their offense and execute. And Jose Alvarado, GTA, Grand Theft Alvarado, is there to be the ultimate pest and disruptor of the opposing team offense. So he remains. Now, Najee Marshall, a.k.a. who looks like Method Man, this version of Method Man will probably be seeking greener pasture somewhere else. I don't see where Najee Marshall, who's a crash dummy for the New Orleans Pelicans, stays once they got Javonte Murray. So he's expendable. And Valanciunas, now, that is a serious question mark because Valanciunas, in my opinion, really don't fit with the New Orleans Pelicans offensive scheme.
You don't think so? You don't think so?
No, I know so. It ain't I don't think so. I know so. Because Valanciunas represent women hair clogged in the pipe. He's in the way. And nothing could really flow properly because he doesn't have the type of game that will complement CJ McCullough, Javonte Murray, Herb Jones, and Zion Williamson.
Okay, but does he
Zion
fit
needs
on
that
another
lane.
team? But he will fit on another team, obviously, correct?
Yes, he could fit on another team. But I'm just talking New Orleans Pelicans because that's where we're at. Zion needs space. Zion doesn't need anybody to clog up anything like hair in a drain, right? And Javonte Murray definitely don't need that because he's a penetrating guard who can finish around the rim. So you got Zion and Murray that can do it, right? Because Zion really can't shoot from the outside. So his dominance is in the restricted area. And he's bumping into Valanciunas. And so Valanciunas have to come off the court, and now the rebounds is compromised and shot blocking is compromised because Valanciunas is a 7-foot center. So for that team, he doesn't fit. Now Valanciunas could be a Bull or he could be a Laker. Both of those teams could use his talent immediately.
Yeah, and so you won't get laryngitis. No panic. Have you figured out how to hit the mute button? I guess not.
Yeah, I walk off.
Oh, okay, Lamont. Thank you for the correction. He was born in Fresno. I thought he was born in the Bay Area.
Okay, all right. So before I go to you, no panic, I wanted to address one of the guys in the chat, and it's Mo. Salute to Mo. And he writes, how much does Murray move the needle for the Pelicans? And that question is to you, no panic. How much does Murray move the needle for the Pelicans?
I mean, it don't. Because, I mean, if you can't get Zion to be healthy or play to his potential, you can't get Brandon Ingram to consistently be healthy. I mean, I don't even know where you go from there. Like, it seems like they bring somebody in that's young enough to where they don't feel like they're starting over, but they don't feel like he ain't already established because they're going to have to move Ingram within this year or next year. So it seems to me as like, in their regards, they're going for it based on that move. They're quote unquote going for it.
Okay. Dex, you got a comment on that?
I didn't hear it, Marvin.
I'm sorry. The question that we got, Mo asked the question. Hang on, let me find it again. The question was, how much does Murray move the needle for the Pelicans?
Oh, I think he's moving significantly, Mo, in chat. And this is why I say this. You got an all-star. So now Zion, for the first time in his career, he has an all-star as a rudder to the ship. Not some forward beating the ball for 24 seconds, but a young guy who has vision, he has length, and he's athletic to be able to direct and curate the offense of the New Orleans Pelicans. So you don't need to have point Zion for a lengthy portion of the game. You can strategize point Zion at different vectors of the game in order to maximize the overall team winning percentage. So Zion won't have to be fatigued beyond measures because you're using him a little too much. So now with the all-star point guard who can play defense, who can get in the passing lane, who has height and speed and athleticism, I think the pendulum of success moves with Javonte Murray significantly.
And I agree. I rarely chime in on some of the chat's questions because I like to ask you guys, but I'm going to chime in on this one. I think if they can keep their core halfway intact, I think it helps the Pelicans tremendously because Javonte is a great defender for one, and he can hit a shot. He shoots at a high percentage also. And to you, no panic. I was waiting to hear from Sky or either Jessica in the chat or somewhere when when you came so quickly and said no, it don't move. He don't move the needle. I don't totally disagree, but I sure don't totally agree because any team that Javonte Murray comes on, he's going to help that team because he's more of a team-oriented player. I'm not saying what he did in Atlanta showed his weaknesses or his strengths. I think it's hard to play alongside Trae Young. It's just hard. I think it takes a little more time than they had to, but I think him going to the Pelicans would kind of help that team. If you want to say one more thing about that, no panic, you can, because I was about ready to go to another team. But if you feel he doesn't move the needle, then that's just it. So if you have nothing else to say, I'm moving along.
Yeah, I mean,
next team. I'm sorry.
I mean, you said it with the Trae Young thing. Like, I don't really blame DeJounte Murray. I don't really knock him, like you say. It's just that, I mean, if you bring DeJounte Murray in, who you move into the bench from already core that you had, like Alvarado ain't gonna be able to play as much because now you still got to work in. I think Trey Murphy's over there, Herb Jones a little bit.
But is that a bad thing? No panic. You lengthening your bench, you lengthening the team. It's got to make the team better, right?
I mean, I guess, but I mean, it's like what you taking away from the actual team. Like Alvarado will give you defense and hustle. Herb Jones will give you defense and a 3-point shot here and there. Trey Murphy, he gonna have to get a contract. I just looking past this. I don't see the way I look at basketball is like I enjoy watching just basketball, whether it's for a championship or not. But at the same time, we talking about moving the needle. It's like, do I see this as a championship team? No. If I don't see them as a championship team, then it's like, okay, it's a wasted year. Okay, what happens after this year? Okay, contracts start to be an issue. So now you're talking about players ain't gonna be there no more. Like either you got to move BI or you got to move Zion or you got to do something. And then with this new CBA, it's like it's gonna be even harder to keep 2 stars and still fill out the team. So it's like I said, when I look at it, it's if you ain't winning the championship this year, it's a wasted year unless you building it towards something. But if you building towards something next year, you can't have money coming off the books as far as one player of your core, whether Zion or Brandon Ingram will end up getting moved anyway. So that's why I say don't push the needle. Now, if you're telling me they got a plan and they can keep all these players and they're going to build upon us and they got assets to go again, it's like that's one thing, but I just don't see the point in them making that trade. If I might just get off money, try to get draft picks and rebuild. And especially if you ain't a championship team, that's the West at the end of the day.
Okay, well, I have a question. Dex, do we have anybody new on the panel? Is it or just us? And if it is, I'll just continue.
Me, you, Unstoppable, no panic.
Okay. All right. Damn, I lost my train of thought that damn fast. Okay. All right. Moving along, because I'll get back to it. The next team on the
Marvin, let me give you a break real quick.
This is Holly Heat of the Hot Seat with Holly Heat, and this is Flight Sports TV.
Please subscribe to Flight Sports TV, hit the like button, and leave a comment.
Oh, yeah. And thanks for that, Dex, because I needed that break. But I'm back to I got my train of thought back here too. I wanted to check with you guys and see if this maybe was a possibility. Did the Pelicans make this deal in consensus of what they're going to do with McCollum? Do you think they're thinking about the future of McCollum by making this deal? That's the question to all you guys.
McCollum could come off the bench.
I mean, if McCollum come off the bench, who's going to run the point?
Devontae runs the point. He's a point guard.
That ain't gonna work.
Why not?
He's always been a point guard. What do you mean? He's always been a point guard.
That ain't gonna work.
Why you say that?
It's like to me, DeJounte's one of them players that you need.
Put it this way, no panic. Put it this way. Hold on before you go. Put it this way. Javonte Murray is more of a point guard than CJ McCollum.
Yes, he is.
No, that's a fact. But at the same time, it's like he's not. It's like you ain't trade for DeJounte Murray to come play point guard. You trade for him to come and score. That's what you trade for. You ain't traded for nothing else other than scoring prowess.
You sure about that? Were they lacking point guard experience on their team last year?
Y'all been lacking. I mean, Pelicans been lacking points. Zion not being in on a consistent basis. That's 25 points 25 points that y'all missing. If you got Ingram in and out the lineup, that's 20 points you missing right there. And CJ McCollum ain't giving you that, but he can hold a team together as far as the other players that ain't stars.
So I ask you again.
Keep everything stable. I don't see DeJounte Murray as one of them players where it's like, okay, cool, like we need you to handle the ball, we need you to set this play up, we need you to get this going. I just don't see it. I see him better as an off-ball player. Now,
okay, well,
he went inside the Spurs because they were playing in the system, so he just had to play within his role. But when he going to Atlanta, it's like you see how they've been like back and forth, and then like even though Johnson Martin to me been more consistent. I mean, anybody that get on the team with Trae Young gonna be more consistent, but he been a more consistent player.
But no panic. Be careful what you say because Javonte Murray was an all-star in Atlanta uniform.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying he's bad or nothing like that. I just saying like if you telling me DeJounte Murray about to come in and play point guard in place of CJ McCollum, I don't think that can work out.
Why? I fail to see why you don't see that working out. Can you?
I just don't see him as the point guard. I see him as playing in the position of a point guard, playing defense as on the other team's point. But at the same time, I also see him more of a scorer than anything. I don't see him as a distributor. I don't see him as that type of player. I mean, he can play that role if you ask him to now, but if that's what you bring him in to do, you kind of waste all of the assets you give up.
Well, I see him as both. I see him as a scorer and a point guard, which tremendously helps this team. And that's my short and sweet. If nobody else has another comment on that, I'm moving on. Are you Dex unstoppable? All right, because I don't wait long. Next team is Oklahoma City Thunder. All right, guys, it's not very many big name free agents that is on this team, but it's one player on here, guys, that I had to ask every one of you guys about. And it's probably gonna blow your mind. And that player is Gordon Hayward. Free and easy. Is he done? Does he come back? Is there interest in the NBA for him? Dex, you go first.
Gordon Hayward is cooked. His wife speaks up for him. He doesn't speak up for himself. And Gordon Hayward's wife is an alpha male, right? Because she was very upset at Sam Presti in the way that he traded for Gordon Hayward and didn't use him.
That's what I'm saying. Why didn't use him in Oklahoma?
Yeah, Coach Mark Gagno didn't really have any use for Gordon Hayward, which that shows how he's a smart coach, right? He's not like those other dumb coaches throw Gordon Hayward out there and hope for the best. No, he said, listen, man, our team is designed this way. If you can't incorporate your skill set in this way, then I'm not going. You're unusable. I can't play you. I can't allow you to slow down the offense where that is our strength, running up and down the court like free gazelles. You know what I'm saying? And Gordon Hayward want to stop fast breaks and pat the ball and try to set up an offense where that doesn't apply to the Thundercats' strength. You know, they want to be free nilly-willy up and down that court if they don't have the fast break, and then it's all about motion. And we know Gordon Hayward is slow.
Before you go any further, I wanted to, because you addressing this, and it's a comment in the chat, and it's from Rap God who writes, Hayward's coming back. So everything you're saying, I want you to address to Rap guard because he thinks he's coming back. Go ahead.
I mean, despite if he comes back or not, he's just not going to be utilized the way Gordon Hayward thinks he was going to be utilized when he was with the Charlotte Hornets. The Charlotte Hornets didn't have a clue of what the hell to do with these non-productive players that they just throw out on the court night in and night out and just hoping for the best. Where you have Oklahoma City Thunder, they're more apt on winning and getting better. Whereas Gordon Hayward, he maxed out. He's cooked. There's not much you can expect from him. You know, what you going to do? Run into the corner and shoot your three? Gordon Hayward's not no hell of a three-point shooter. You know, Gordon Hayward likes to run off a slow set offense and be the centerpiece coming off the elbow, and either he's going to pass or shoot from those angles of attack. OKC don't run that. They're up and down the court, man. They trying to beat you to spaces and launch.
Yeah.
This one got them to be successful. And this is why Gordon Hayward couldn't put 2 feet on the floor.
All right, great take. No panic on you. Gordon Hayward, is he coming back? Is he leaving? Is there interest in the NBA for him?
When it comes to Gordon Hayward, the problem with him was he suffered from the same thing called Melo going through. With a lead, the skill set that he bring ain't a bad skill set, but the lead down move away from that. The way OKC want the players, when they get in the half court, if you notice, they want 5 players on the court who can drive and kick. That means if Gordon Hayward on the court, not only is defensively he ain't on the same level as a lot of these younger players on, especially on OKC, he ain't really good at, not saying he ain't good at driving and kicking, but he ain't no threat to drive. So his drive and kick is kind of like unbelievable to a lot of teams. So he kind of slow what they're trying to do up. So, I mean, if they bring him back, it's probably because they want that veteran inside the locker room. But outside of that, I mean, I don't think Gordon Hayward can offer what he think he can offer to a team anymore. His style just don't fit no more.
Oh, I don't have a comment on Gordon Hayward simply because I think he's I don't call players washed. I call them just they didn't age and they're just not playing as well no more. And I think he's on his last leg. I think he's just phasing himself out of the league. As far as him being a part of that young Oklahoma team, I just can't see that. I really don't see why they even got. I guess they figured they could get him for a little leadership last year, figuring maybe he could help the team, be more stabilized as a veteran. It didn't work out. So I don't see much in that one. So before I go any further, I did want to address Rap God had a question for me, and it reads, Marvin, I want to know what you think about Nicola's topic and how he can help. Is that Nicola? You talking about, first of all, Rap, are you referring to Vucevic or who are you referring to? Just give me his complete name and how he can help offensively and defensively. I don't know exactly who that is, but back to Hayward. I just don't see it. He's on. I agree with Dex in a sense because he's on a younger team and he's a veteran. Now, I would say younger teams. Most young teams do need veterans, but do they need a Gordon Hayward veteran? I don't know about that. Now, as far as his wife being the speakeasy for him, I don't know about his personal life, but I hadn't seen him have very many emotional anythings. And maybe one day if somebody puts him down, his wife will run out of the stands and beat him up. I don't know. Hopefully that's not. But I don't see him drawing an interest to very many teams, even on a winning franchise that are 1 to 2 pieces away. I think he's on his way out. If nothing else left for Gordon Hayward, unless I got somebody else that want to comment on Gordon Hayward.
Well, see, he asked you about a topic, right? Nicola topic. He's I think he's a rookie, of course, and I think he was picked in the lottery for Oklahoma City, number 12. I think it was the 12th pick.
Sorry.
He's a young guy. He's 6'6", 203 pounds, coming out of Serbia. So I guess he was trying to ask you how you feel about him, because I think they got that draft pick from Houston.
Yeah, and I'm not real familiar with him. The young guys that are coming up right now, I didn't follow the college thing very much, but I've heard his name though a couple of times, and I guess we can keep our eyes out on him. If we through with this guy here, Hayward, I want to go to the next team, only have one player in well, actually two. And that would be the Orlando Magic. And there's two players only that I'm really interested in you guys comment on, and both of them are free agents right now. And the first one will be Franz Wagner's brother. Now, what is his first name? What's his first name? Wagner's brother. Is it Moritz?
Mo.
Moritz?
Just say Mo.
Yeah, okay, Mo Wagner. He has a team option. So before I even name the second one, I want you guys to take one out. Mo Wagner.
Okay.
Go ahead. Dex, you go first.
No, I was just going to just close out for Rap God because we didn't really close out that question that he was asking about the OKC draft pick. He could be a tremendous help to Shea, right? That can slide Shea over from time to time. If they want to stagger his minutes with the starters, then they can do that. But the only weakness that this guy have, as far as the research is that he has to improve on his jump shot. You know what I'm saying? And because that will open up the rest of his game at the NBA level if he's not a jet with the ball to compensate. His limited length is a concern defensively as well. So he got two things he have to work on: his jump shot, which we know it can be improved because we saw John Morant, his jump shot improve. We saw even Anthony Edwards' jump shot improve. So we know that can be done in the league. Not even speaking about Lonzo Ball himself. But another thing that they're worried about is his defense of stance. You know, is he willing to go chest to chest, body to body, and use his length over some of the other point guards who are much shorter but could be faster. So basically, the verdict is that Topic has come on strong over the past years and bring a promising blend of feel for the game, playmaking, and confidence. He will face an adjustment period as all rookies, so it's nothing to be ashamed about that, especially in the wake of his injury. So that's something you have to worry about, Rap God. How will he make his injury, and will he be confident enough to allow his trajectory to leave him more room for growth and development? So optimism about his ability to find his way in the NBA is pretty good, and that's according to Jonathan Gavoni. So Jonathan Gavoni have researched this guy and has rendered a verdict on this guy, and that's where you have it for Oklahoma City. So he could be a really good draft pick, or he could be a work in progress for years to come. A Rap guy.
Yes, and I want to chime in on that too. I apologize on that one, Rap. I didn't quite, because I don't know these young guys as well. So if I get stumbled up, I know Dex will catch my back. And but then I want to say that before we went on to this next guy. So Dex, if you're ready for Mo Wagner, he has a T. He's this year's a free agent, team option. Do you think Orlando will bring him back? And if not, is there interest in the NBA? And I'm going to answer this question also. Is there interest from other teams in the NBA for him?
Well, now, see, the thing of
just to jump in real quick on Chris Paul signed to the Spurs.
He signed with the Spurs?
Yeah.
I told you guys. Hey, I was right. I told you that would be a safe landing for the Spurs. Chris Paul, flight, get on that. I said Chris Paul will have a soft landing with the Spurs. Say that again. No pen.
I say either him or Giants. Him or Ty Jones is the perfect pick, but that's the right thing to get Chris Paul, because you can just get off him within a year or two because he's older.
Listen, not only the Jones, but he got Devin Vassell, he got Clinton Johnson, he have Zach Collins, right? And he got Devin Vassell, not even counting Victor Wembanyama. So he is going to be, like I said, a coach besides Popovich, because one thing about Chris Paul, according to DeAndre Jordan, is that Chris Paul is a hard-nosed leader. You follow what I'm saying? He don't want. This is why him and Blake Griffin bumped heads. He don't want no nonsense out of you. He wants you to play and do your fucking job.
Kudos to San Antonio. That team is quietly building something that might be pretty good in the future. Anything else on that one, you guys, before we go on?
No, that's good.
Okay. Dex, give me your take on Mo Wagner. I say again, team option. Will they bring him back? And will there be an interest in the league if they
Yep.
don't?
I think his skill set do garner interest and attention, but to what degree, I'm not sure. Because he's been a journeyman throughout the years. He was drafted. He was one of the Magic Johnson draft for the Lakers, and he was part of that young core moving forward. And all of that we know that just disassembled and blew up, and everybody went their way. So he had opportunities to be a part of other teams and other team goals and aspirations, and he just never met the cut. So now he's down there playing with his brother. His brother is definitely a show off, right?
Yeah.
France. He's doing his
Not
thing
necessarily
down
a
there.
show off. He's just a good player. I don't think he's a show off. I think he's just a good player. Dex.
Oh no, I don't mean it like braggadocious show off. I mean that you can show him off. You can showcase him.
Oh yeah,
That's
he can
what I
put some
mean.
butts in it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you
Good
can
point.
showcase France, and it just that his older brother. I don't know. He's just not hitting the shots. He's just not being able to fit in the general managers or the coaching schemes to be successful. So that's what I think about Mo. But it's going to be somebody that's going to take him because he could shoot if he's open. But as far as having wiggle and swiggle, it's just not there like his brothers.
Breaking news. Nick Claxton via Basel resigns a 4-year deal with the Nets. So
And
that's
I know
over.
y'all know
Can y'all hear me now?
in Orlando.
Who is that? Oh, yeah,
Unstoppable.
that's
From Denver.
Unstoppable. Yeah, you
Yeah.
back. You okay? Yeah,
I
because I
don't
want
know
to
if
get you
y'all
in.
heard me. I was trying to tell you. I ain't hear y'all say it, but Eric Gordon signed the 76ers.
Who? Eric Gordon? No, we couldn't hear you. Unstoppable. You must have been on mute because we didn't hear
No, it
anything.
wasn't. Them headphones I had on was probably messed up. But yeah, he signed with the 76ers.
Okay.
And they
Oh
say
wow,
PG
that's a
ain't
hot
going
take.
back to the Clippers.
Wow, he's already on the. Who did you say signed with? Who? The Sixers?
Yeah.
No, I say Paul George. Oh, go ahead.
Or what did you say?
George probably be signing over there too.
Yeah, Paul
Yeah,
George.
hey man, the Sixers. The
it's
Sixers are
it
going
says
for it,
unlikely
guys.
for him to sign
No,
back.
Paul George haven't signed yet. But
Okay, wait
I'm hearing
one
that
second.
the Clippers are ready to part from Paul George. But he hasn't
Okay,
signed with anybody yet. He's still a Clipper.
Wait 1 second, guy. I got a question before we go on any further, and this one is to you, Unstoppable, because you just got back on the panel. Are these teams in the East trying to stack up because of what's going on in New York? And if so,
Hell no.
what kind of luck does New York have? What?
Man,
Oh,
New
now
York,
wait a minute,
man, they're
Dex.
not
I'm
worried
not
about their
asking.
New
Wait,
York.
Dex. I'm not asking you because you are biased against the Knicks. I do not want your take on this simply because you are biased against the Knicks. I would rather have Unstoppables and No Panic's take on this. I don't even want to hear from you on this, Dex, because you are going to shoot them down.
I'm out of here. I'm
You
muting
are
my
going
mic.
to shoot. You are going to shoot them down at any way possible. Unstoppable. Do you think somebody? Do you think the Philadelphia 76ers have seen what New York Knicks are doing, seen what Boston has done, in meaning they just won the championship, and are trying to load up? Do you think they're going to go all in? Do you think Paul George is coming to Philadelphia? Plain and simple.
I don't think they're doing it because what 76ers. I mean, what New York is doing. I think they're doing because they want to keep Embiid. They better get him some players because his time is limited.
All right, so you don't see any comparison in this because I'm telling you guys, the Knicks, the moves that the Knicks made have moved the needle on their squad. They have truly moved the needle. Now, in order to stay up with the competition, I'm just asking you guys a simple question. If you was the general manager, would right now you be saying, okay, we need to do something. We're going to have to be better. Boston just won the championship. The Knicks are tremendously better, and we still the same. Now, we already seen Philadelphia pick up Drummond. Now, No Panic comes on and said they pick up another point guard, and with the possibility of Paul George coming there. The final question to you, Unstoppable. If all those players are there, are they compared? Are they compatible? I mean, can they compete with the New York Knicks or Boston?
I kind of think they're probably better than New York. I see, kind of folks will probably think I'm tripping, but shoot, ain't nobody going on Boston or the Knicks that could stop Embiid. So
New York.
yeah, I think they had the
And you
slight
think
edge.
that he is the deciding factor in the whole thing, obviously. So you think
Yes.
Embiid would be a deciding factor in this whole thing? Okay,
Uh-huh.
that's a good answer. That's a good answer. No panic. What you think about that question? And the question is this: with the Knicks making the moves that they made early in free agency, and Dex, I am going to get your take on this, so get ready to unmute your mic. With the Knicks making the moves they have made early in free agency, building the squad, and what they did last year, do you think these other teams, first of all, do you think Philadelphia has it in their mind to get better, to be able to stay up and compete with the Bostons of the world and the New Yorks of the world?
I mean, Boston, yeah, but like, I mean, with I ain't got nothing against the Knicks moves, but I just don't see it. I see a fun looking team, a defensive team, and I just don't see them as I just don't see it. But my main thing is the reason why they need a Paul George. Why, even if they don't need him, the reason why you go get a Paul George, because I know a lot of y'all high on Maxey or whatever like that, but Maxey just a scorer to me. Like Maxey ain't no different than a lot of good six men, a Tyler Hero type player. Not saying he on the same level as Tyler Hero, but that's the type of vein I see him in. I don't see him as Humming and Embiid can get you to a championship with some good role players. I think they need Embiid, another quote unquote star player, and and Maxey could be that third scorer. But outside of that, I don't think it's solely for New York. You gotta say it is
Okay.
for Celtics because they're the defending champions inside your same conference, but I don't think that move for New York. I think they can still beat New York with the current team they got because you still got to have an answer for Embiid.
Okay, and I'm going to chime in on this one too, guys. Dex, first of all, are you there? Unmute your mic because I'm going to let you go last, but let me know, give me a thumbs up that you are listening and still here. I'm going to go ahead and go though. And my take on this one is this, guys. I wanted to bring that up for the very reason of one thing. Is it the New York Knicks luck that when their team gets better, everybody else in the East gets better? And here we go with another Michael Jordan team playing against a great and a pretty good Knicks team and them just not being able to get over the hump. I'm going to complete this and I'm going to let you go, Dex, because I know your final word is going to be mighty strong. I want to say this. I felt at the end of last year, if the Knicks were healthy, they were the best team in the East. Now, I don't care what you guys say. I just felt that way. If they were completely healthy, to me, the Knicks were probably the best team in the East. Now, unfortunately,
hold on, there, because just to cut it real quick. Jonas Valanciunas signed in Washington.
What?
What? Wait. Hold on. Say that again.
Jonas Valanciunas signed with Washington, 3 years, $30 million.
Oh my God. $10 million a year?
That's a steal.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Let me finish, Dex, and I know I'll let you go. All right. Back to the Knicks and the Philly and Boston. I agree totally with Unstoppable. And I agree totally with the Philadelphia Sixers organization bringing in a Drummond. If you can free up time, minutes on the floor for Embiid that better your chances later in the year, and he's playing well in the playoffs, you have a chance in every series. Embiid is almost he's almost a force to reckon with, but I don't believe it's a team in the NBA that can handle. I mean, you got a game plan against him. He's going to be a problem in every game of any NBA playoff series. But when you bring in a Drummond, and I disagree with, I think I read in the chat about a couple of people saying, or maybe I was on another panel earlier today, and it was just, I didn't get on, but I heard them talking about Drummond. I disagree with the way people think about Drummond. If you look at some of Drummond's games last year against the Bulls, he was dominant when Vooch was hurt. He would dominate the glass. On a team like Philadelphia, while he's in and Embiid is resting, if he's dominating the glass, that is a super plus for Philadelphia. First. Second, you bring in who was that you said no panic, the guard they brought in, Gordon, what's his name?
Eric Gordon.
Eric Gordon. That frees up Maxey for a little while. He's resting.
Now they still can't tell us apart, no panic.
All right. No, I know there was no panic who said I just forgot the player. But now
there wasn't no panic.
All right, check it out. Now what you considering bringing in Paul George? I think this puts them at the top of the East right now, if this can be done. If Paul George joins this team, Philadelphia, I think Philadelphia has the best team in the East right now. They just got a point guard to help out with Maxey. They just got some relief for Embiid, and then they brought in a Paul George. Now, this is all. And also before you guys answer this last, does this mean that what's his name? Tobias Harris is gone? More than likely, I'm pretty sure of that because I haven't got to that team yet. Anyway, but I'm going to end with this, and I'm going to let you go next. I'm going to say this. To me, this is predicated, and I hate to say this, but it's so true. Every time the Knicks get good, everybody else get good. And I hate to say it, Knicks fans, but it's always true. When the Knicks were good, the Bulls had Michael Jordan, remember, guys? When the Knicks were good, they got to the finals. Who did they face? Hakeem Olajuwon. All I'm going to say is this. It is so ironic that all of this is coming over to Philly. Boston won the championship last year, and I'm not so strong on Boston repeating, guys. I can tell y'all that now. I mean, the jig is up on those guys. Even though, and guys get satisfied. They don't play as hard. I'm not saying they're not hungry, but sometimes when you get it, you're like, okay, forget it. All right, we got it. And we ain't doing too well. All right, let's just not lay down, but they don't have that. They don't have that in them to go get it. Philadelphia has it. New York has it. I can see that. And then I don't know if you guys, I'm gonna end with this, Dex, and you can go. I don't know if you guys watched that Philadelphia New York playoff series this past season. It was very intense. Very. I mean, from the Knicks fans totally disrespecting the Philly fans to the Philly fans feeling that they were cheated out of games and disrespecting the Knicks fans. So if Paul George lands in Philadelphia, it's on, guys. Dex, I'm going to pass it to you.
Well, Marvin, you said a fistful right there. Right now, as we speak, you had already basically touched exactly what I said earlier in the stream when Flight was paired with me about the new version of the Philadelphia 76ers coming in this season with Paul George on the roster. We talked about Boston Celtics right now being the current favorite according to the odd makers at a plus 250. So it's not much money to win if you bet Boston, right? Put 100, you're in 250.
And that's due to the talent. That's due to the talent that's in the East. And that means the New York Knicks. Continue.
Yeah, well, that's due to the talent in the totality of the NBA. That's how they rank it. And
well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right.
The Philadelphia 76ers came in at 6, right behind the Minnesota Timberwolves. As currently constructed, without any movement in free agency, the Philadelphia 76ers was ranked 6th to win the NBA according to the odds.
Okay, wait, before you go any further, I want to ask you a question. With the 2 moves that have been made already, where do you put them now?
They still should be ranked 6.
You don't think Drummond helps? You don't think Gordon helps?
They still should be ranked 6.
Okay, go on.
Because those guys don't move the needle like that. I mean, let's keep it a whole thing. If you're going to keep it a whole thing, they ain't moving the needle. Andre Drummond couldn't move the needle for the Bulls.
Wait. Whoa, wait. Because I'm going to step out and I'm going to let you wrap just go on. I want to say this before you go any further. For you to say Drummond does not move the needle, I think you're wrong. Because if you can avoid Embiid getting hurt, then you move the needle. Now continue.
Yeah, but you can also put someone there equivalent to Andre Drummond for $2 million, right? So, I mean, that doesn't really move the needle. I mean, you got to have somebody on the team. It just can't be Joel Embiid. You got to have some kind of backup, as long as they don't get hurt. But the thing about it is that Paul George will move the needle.
Well, what do you think he gonna? What do you think he gonna end up at?
Philadelphia. Now, this is the latest, right? Around 8:14 Eastern Standard Time, the Philadelphia 76ers are the strong front runners to sign Paul George on a free agent deal after his agent and the Los Angeles Clippers held a conversation that resulted in no new movement. Held a conversation that resulted in no new movement. So that's stagnation. That's an impasse. And an acknowledgement by both Clippers and Paul George representation that he is unlikely to return to the Clippers. Now, this portion of the info came through the source of ESPN, Adrian Wojnarowski. Now, this is why this is important. The Sixers are set to meet with Paul George in California tonight. George was seeking a 4-year deal, but the Clippers had wanted to give him a 3-year deal, similar to that contract structure Kawhi Leonard signed next season. So, in a statement from the Clippers, officially, we negotiated for months with Paul and his representative on a contract that will make sense for both sides, and we were left far apart. The gap was significant. We understand and respect Paul's decision to look elsewhere for his next contract. He's out.
Wow.
He's out, and he will be a 76. Now, once the ink dries on the paper,
Wait, before you go any further, will Paul George move the needle for Philly?
Hell yeah.
All right, continue.
He's a perennial all-star, of course, and he's a plug-and-play player, two-way player, one of the better two-way players in the NBA. And he can guard multiple positions, at least 1 through 4.
All right, while you going, I want to ask the chat a question. Put it in the chat. Who's a better team if Paul George is on Philly? New York or Philly? Continue, Dex.
Now, if I was to be invited to answer that, this is what I would say. If Paul George on Philly, they swipe the New York Knicks. The New York Knicks is only a reiteration of Villanova. That's why I call them the Nova Invasion. So they want to be homeboys and friends, playing with each other as comrades and generate some kind of camaraderie based on what Jay Wright has taught them as young men. Now they want to bring it into the Mecca and have this friendship float around the garden. But it's not going to mean that they're going to have the type of chemistry that they think they're going to have. Because you still got Julius Randle. He's not a part of that clique.
What do you mean? Are they going to keep him? Is he going to sign? Is he going to play? What do you mean he's not a part of the clique? He's on the team.
Keep Julius Randle.
Well, he's on the team. What do you mean? He's going to have to be a part of the clique. He's on the team. I mean, he's going to help the team, right?
As far as chemistry. Because Julius Randle has a different kind of game than Mikal Bridges.
Okay, and I wanted to bring up Mikal Bridges because the Knicks did pick him up, and I don't think you even mentioned it. And I did want to tell you stole my thunder because I was going to go around the panel after you gave your take, after the chat told me who they thought was the best, and I was going to ask each and one of you guys who you guys thought were the best if Paul George joined Philadelphia. But you already gave yours and continue.
I got a question right quick, if you don't mind me asking.
Go ahead.
If Clippers lose Paul George, what's the next step? Are they could they still compete, or you think they got to go out and get somebody else?
Well, they would probably have to. I would think. I think it definitely hampers the team if they don't have him on the team.
What about you, Dex?
I think they can still be a playoff team, but they're not going to compete for no championship because that's a big void to fill in the absence of Paul George. Once you're losing an all-star. Two, you're losing a defender. You follow what I'm saying? And there's not too many people with that kind of skill set like Paul George be willing to use it on defense as well. So you have a solid two-way player that will be absent, and that's going to be a hell of a chasm to fill in.
Yeah, and to get that, as Dex say, to get that rhythm with a new player is going to take a little time. So I think it hampers that team a lot. But if no panic, if you don't want to comment on that, we'll let Dex continue.
Nope.
Go ahead, Dex.
You don't move the needle.
Yeah, so with Paul George, now listen, no panic say you don't move the needle, right? I totally disagree, 100%. I'm on a total opposite on that spectrum. Now, no panic.
You want to hear why?
I mean, not no panic. Excuse me, not no panic. I mean, unstoppable. I'm sorry.
Not yet. No panic.
No,
Not yet.
unstoppable. Unstoppable. Let me
Yeah.
get your attention real quick.
Yeah.
Go right now.
I can't hear. Be quiet. Just say it again.
Yeah, go right now and look at the odds makers, right? You go to ESPN and you go to the NBA and then you look up at the subtitles and you see odds. And you press that. And when you look at the odds, you will see Boston is number 1 and Philly number 6. Then, if they sign Paul George, come back to that same marking and look at the odds, and then you tell me if they move the needle or not.
Well, I'm gonna say this before you go any further, Dex. I don't go on that all the time because those guys are not always right, and you know that too. But they do be pretty close. Yes, they do. But they are not geniuses. They don't know too much more than we do. I follow basketball very closely. You do too.
I disagree. I think they are geniuses because you know why? The casino wins more money. The casino wins more money than the bettors.
Well, that's because they bet more money. Wait a minute, Dex. You got to look at that in context. That's because they bet more money. Big money eat up more money. It's very simple. If I put 10 million on something and we come in second, I'm still gonna win more than you if you just bet 1,000 and they win the whole damn thing. It ain't about being exactly right. It's about the amount of money you put on that person or that team or whatever. And that's why I say I know, and I know I'm right. They don't know everything. Matter of fact, don't nobody know everything. And I'm gonna end it there.
No, I'm saying they are geniuses. I'm not saying they know everything. Only God knows everything. But these odd makers are genius in math. And these casinos don't hire no humbums to try to lay out spreads and odds. These people are very acute in math.
I agree with that. But, you know, that goes back to one of my old sayings. Just because you say it loud don't mean it's right. Continue.
So, do anybody else want to comment on Paul George moving the needle or not if he's at Philadelphia 76ers?
Yeah, and my final question to each and one of us on the panel, Dex, you already had yours, unless you want to give it again. I want to go to No Panic and Unstoppable, and I'm going to give my take. If Paul George joins Philadelphia, are they the favorites in the East over Boston and New York? First to you, No Panic.
Say that again.
Okay, I'm gonna send a text. No, here we go. If Paul George signs with the Philadelphia Sixers, and I'm pretty sure if he signs, they're gonna lose Tobias Harris. Now I can say that. I think he'd probably be gone. Does that make Philadelphia better chances of winning the championship than Boston or the New York Knicks? Now you can give me your take on both of those teams that I'm putting up against.
I mean, when you see that, I guess you got to word the question a little different because I mean, of course, them getting Paul George will have their chances better of beating Boston, but that don't mean they're gonna necessarily beat Boston.
Are they a better team?
That's the same thing. They all a better team, but if that's just the question, that's a simple. I mean, that's a simple answer. That yeah. The
So
reason
you
why
saying it might end up being coaching?
no,
Yo?
I just look at it like this. Embiid talent is an alpha. Embiid mindset is a beta. Paul George got alpha talent, but a beta mindset. I don't think those two together with a maxi going. I think they play up to the potential they've been having, even since they had Ben Simmons. Eastern Conference Finals, and it's a toss up from there.
Okay.
I
All
just
right.
don't
So
see
I'm
Paul
gonna ask
George
the
the
question.
way
All right.
people
So
saying.
obviously, I got to ask you this question different. Are they better than New York if they have Paul George?
Yeah.
Are they better than Boston if they have Paul George?
No.
Okay. Do you want to elaborate, or do you want me to go to Unstoppable?
I think they're better than New York because of the simple fact that you bringing all these players in, but you still don't got Embiid. You don't got that Embiid type player. You got Brunson, but I believe that small guards like that as a lead guard, that don't last long. That don't win you championships. And then when it come to Boston, Boston gonna spread you out. That means you can't have no defensive weaknesses in your lineup because they're gonna expose that. Maxey to me is a defensive liability when you're talking about him having to guard 5 different players on Boston. You can't put him once they get that switch to him on the 5, that's a wrap. Even him being
They
at the
just
1
brought
or
in
2.
Gordon. They just brought in Gordon. You just said it. They just brought in Gordon. Continue.
But Gordon is another off guard. I don't think Gordon's a point guard. I think you need to bring in like a Tyus Jones. I think you need to bring in a sailing hand that can also play a little bit of defense. But
No, I
to
mean
go up against
defensively. It's
Boston
Gordon. It's Gordon. I mean, that's what I meant. Defensive.
I mean, but he's a little old. I don't know. I guess the players that they bring in 5 years ago, it would have sound cool, but now it's like Aaron Gordon don't. I don't know. I just don't look at PG and Eric Gordon the way y'all look at him, I guess.
Okay, that's your take. Unstoppable. To you, question is: if Philadelphia gets Paul George with the current roster they have, and I say again, they probably end up losing to Tobias Harris, are they better than 2 teams in the East? New York Knicks, Boston Celtics. Unstoppable. Okay, Dave,
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
think they better
Then
than
both
both.
teams?
Yeah.
Wow. Can you elaborate on why you would feel they better? Is it just simply because of Embiid?
Man, yeah, Embiid, man. Who the Knicks who they got in the Knicks that's gonna stop Embiid? Like, and then what's crazy about it is by them, which they shouldn't have got rid of him in the first place, they got
Drummond.
Drummond back. Because remember, Drummond was on the squad, was on the team.
And you know what, Unstoppable, I'm happy you brought that up because me and you watched Drummond a lot last year. Explain to these guys how much he gonna mean to Embiid on that team.
Getting them boards, man.
And giving him rest.
Yeah.
Come on the panel quiz.
Yeah, come on the panel quiz.
And then, like I said, when they come to Boston, I mean, Embiid gonna tear their ass up. Excuse me, but
okay, but wait a minute. I want to go back to that. Because I hold on, Unstoppable. I want to go back to what you just said.
Go ahead.
No panic just addressed something about Boston. They're gonna spread you out. Does that nullify Embiid?
Do it what, Embiid?
Does it nullify his ability to be a defensive force if they spread them out?
I will admit, yeah. If he ain't in that paint, yeah.
That's right. And No Panic made a great point when he said Boston will spread you out.
Yeah.
Now I kind of agree. I kind of agree with you guys. If they get Paul George, they might be. I'm still. I don't know if they're better than Knicks. I'm not going to even take on that. Go ahead.
Wait. Hold on. Let me make sure I hear this right. You saying if 76ers get Paul George, you feel like they not gonna be better than the Knicks. Did I hear you right?
I didn't say that. I'm thinking that. Then I'm thinking of Philadelphia. I, because the way I felt about the Knicks last year, and that was without Bridges and without them being a healthy team. I felt like if they were a healthy team, I thought they were better than any other team in the East. And now you bring in this other player, and then I don't know if they threw. I'm kind of tilting towards Philly because of you guys' choice, and it's obvious. Embiid is the force. I mean, he really is.
I feel
And
like it's gonna go 7 games for sure, but they're gonna lose.
Okay. All right. Dick, I want your take on that one more time, if you don't mind.
You know,
Dex, are you gone? Okay.
I got a quick question.
Okay, go. Yeah, because I was finna cover you anyway. Go ahead, no problem.
What LeBron said, and I don't even make it about LeBron. Let's say the Lakers. The Lakers said LeBron to take a pay cut for 3 players: Valanciunas, Harden, and Klay Thompson, right? So the mid-level exception at $12 million a year. Valanciunas signed for $10 million a year with a Wizards team that ain't going nowhere. So he ain't going for the bag. What I say about what the Lakers at right now, and y'all minus it.
I tell you what I think on that, and then you guys can go after this. I say the Lakers couldn't give him that amount of money, plain and simple.
you said the Lakers couldn't do what?
They couldn't have paid Valanciunas $10 million a year.
Yes, they could.
They would have had to get somebody up. No panic.
No, LeBron said he'll take less. He'll take $16 million less for 3 players.
Oh, he would restructure his contract regardless of what the new players were asking for. Okay, well now if that's the case, then you're right. I agree. I don't know why. I don't know where saying what the Lakers is or where players feel like they want to go to the Lakers is. I think that's more the question.
And
Are the players willing?
That's why getting at it like, do teams look at Lakers and say, nah, y'all draft the niggas' sons and shit. Y'all ain't trying to win.
I mean, as quiet as it kept, no panic. The things you are saying right now are being heard all over the world, brother. Because there are millions of Laker fans that we can totally disagree with you because they love their Lakers as well as we love our teams. But I did want to say this in rebuttal to that. I'm kind of up in the air about exactly what you're talking about there because the Lakers is a money-making franchise. It's glory. It's one of the upper echelon cities. It is where the attraction is. It's hard to even think top-notch free agents or any players would not want to go to LA. Now,
we know why not.
I can go to say, are they unhappy with LeBron? I mean, you got to put that all the way down to the fact. You got to put that all the way down to the fact. All right, would they be unhappy playing with LeBron? I believe that's more of a larger question.
They ain't trying to deal with that bullshit. It's a clown. It's a clown show over there right now.
Okay. Well, I was because Philadelphia is really intriguing right now to me. I think that moves are being made. I think a lot of teams in the East are going to start doing it. It's almost like a how do I put it? A race. If you see somebody way in front of you, you start running harder. And go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I got a quick question since Valanciunas left. Who is the Pelicans' backup?
I don't know. I was going to ask that.
Yeah, I'm wondering who is their backup center because right now, if I remember right, they don't have a center.
And see the thing about to go back to Philly real quick. Philly could have had a championship at least once in the past 7 to 10 years. I mean, I say 7 to 10 since Embiid been in the league and he actually been who Embiid we know today is. The problem is Embiid put so much out throughout the entire season and throughout the playoff that now when it come down to you need him, it's like he either injured, he too tired, or something going on. He don't got no help from somebody like Harden ain't help him. Ben Simmons couldn't shoot, so that kind of hampered his effectiveness to a certain extent. It's like even if you bring Paul George in, have we seen Paul George be that player in the playoffs to where you can be like Embiid having a bad game, Paul George got this.
But don't leave out Maxey.
Yeah, but see the thing about Maxey is Maxey one of them players that Maxey gonna do what he got to do. He gonna score. But to me, it's like the thing that Dallas is missing in this series. You would think is Kyrie should have scored more, but it's like they need that two-way player that can give you offensive points, but also be that star defensively. It's like if you bring in Paul George, he kind of fit that mold, but offensively, I've never seen Paul George come through outside of him playing Cleveland back in the day.
Well, I've seen him hit some big shots in the playoffs and in regular season.
And I also see him shoot up the side of a backboard in the crucial game. And I ain't saying that to try to counter your point so much as I trying to say, like, he inconsistent when he come to that area. Like, he been waiting on Kawhi to do his thing in the playoff while he can just sit back and just play a smaller role. And that's cool, but it's like...
Yeah. One second, not to interrupt you. Flight, Dex, if any one of you guys are there, we got somebody backstage trying to get in. Got a couple of guys backstage trying to get. Go ahead. Don't panic.
Yeah, no, that's all I really had to say on that is Philly one of them places where every year gonna be the same conversation. Every year gonna be like, oh, who we can get with Embiid until Embiid be too old to do anything. And now it's like, oh, Embiid is a liability. It's like
okay. All right, let me say this. First of all, I want to go back to Unstoppable's point he made. Bringing in a Drummond will help Embiid tremendously. 1. 2, I got to ask you a question, don't panic. Do you know what Embiid's playoff average is?
Shit, probably damn 30 a game.
So why are you telling me he's not never there?
That don't mean nothing.
It do. You said he's not there in the playoffs, but he's averaging 30 damn points.
If you watch Embiid, watch a playoff game of Embiid, I guarantee he had of those 30 points, he had maybe about 20, 22 in the first half. It's the same thing with Embiid. He start off hard, he killing the whole game, and then when he get down to crunch time, when it's like, okay, now y'all need this wing to help because Embiid can't do everything. Watch Embiid start settling for jumpers.
Like, might be gassed out. Shit, but all right,
wait a minute. Hold on, Unstoppable. I gotta ask No Panic this. So, are you telling me that you think Embiid is a liability for Philly?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if he has some type of offensive help, now I ain't talking about a Maxey type of help because we know Maxey can go off, but that's about it. What I'm saying is, you need a player that can take over the same type of role in the first half so he don't have to do as much in the first half. Because his games is just like his season. The season he start off like a motherfucker, then going down the stretch like this year, he pretty much only been playing most of the games down the stretch because he's been trying to get enough games to get an MVP.
I think Paul George will be able to do that with Maxey, man.
Yeah. I do too.
And I think like said, you bring in Drummond, it's gonna give Embiid some good ass rest, man.
If you watch I don't know if y'all watched that series with the Mavericks and that first round series, right? They had Kawhi for 2 games. Out of the 6 games, Paul George never took the mantle of trying to be that guy. Paul George looked at regular.
Could that have been the case? Could that have been a case? But wait a minute. Could that have been a case of him already being on the team for a excessive amount of time and the drive wasn't there? Now, this new look coming into Philly, the opportunity to win a championship, you don't think it will revive him to play a little bit better?
Yeah, they had to win a championship damn near every year he went in LA.
But not with this team.
Your drive when you go to a new team, you ain't it.
Okay. Well,
I rather coach the aggressiveness out of you than to have to try to get you to be aggressive.
I'm like this on this. I'm just being. It's just my take. Looking at Philadelphia, looking at Boston, and looking at the New York Knicks. I think those right now could be considered the 3 top teams in the East if the roster stay the same. I say, and I agree with Unstoppable totally. I think a lot of people are not understanding what the addition of Drummond means to the Philadelphia 76ers. Just like your conversation has been predicated on right now, no panic. It's all on Embiid's health. Drummond can get that taken care of by being healthy himself and being on that floor.
But
That
he don't
means
give you what
Embiid.
Embiid give you if he ain't on the floor. That's
No.
my thing.
He's gonna give you the rebounding though. He's gonna
Yeah,
always
but
rebound.
I know we done had this conversation before about rebounding, and I be telling you every time, I'm not diminishing the importance of rebounding. But if you telling me the only thing he brings to the table once he come off the bench is rebounding, that does nothing for Embiid.
No, that's not what I'm telling you, because he played with the Bulls last year and he had 20 rebounds, 25 points, more than 4 times. But I'm just telling you what he could do. You talking about his performance. I'm not telling you what the Bulls did. I'm talking about Drummond. That's all I'm talking about is Drummond. And when you talk about him not only doing that, only thing he's going to do is rebound. No, that's not all he's going to do. Because he does have the ability.
He ain't one of them alley threats because he don't get up the floor like he used to, or if he ever got up the floor like that,
ain't gonna do
he ain't a
nothing
defensive player no more. He ain't a rim protector. It's like he can't go to
Hey,
the
what
perimeter and
up,
play no
baby?
defense.
Hey, what's good?
Hey, hold up. Wait a minute. I got to stop right now. Because before I even address the chat, I want to address our new panel member. I hadn't had a chance to speak with him in a while. How you doing, first of all, Quiz? How you doing, brother?
What's good, Marvelous Marvin? We're shaking.
Hey, listen. I'm going to go back to something because I need your take on this. And I mean that.
Talk about
I
something.
need your take on this question that is on the table right now. First of all, no panic. Are you finished?
Shit, I don't forget. Oh well, yeah. With Drummond is like all those things I named, and on top of it, he don't space the floor offensively, and you can take advantage of him defensively. So it's like, what does he bring to the table outside of rebounding? And if you telling me he's a great rebounder and his cast is and he's within the cast of running where you playing Embiid at the 4 or something like that, then I would actually understand your point of the rebounding he bring. But if you telling me he just coming off the bench for Embiid, any smart coach in the NBA could be like, we got one. He ain't coming out that basket. Oh yeah, let's spread them out. Then what? Them scratches where you playing against Boston and Embiid got to sit down. Then what? They're gonna be in a worse position than Dallas Mavericks, but when we had that situation going on.
Okay,
like,
now
we only comparing them to Celtics at this point because that's the defending Eastern Conference champs. That's who they got to dethrone.
Okay, all right. Now, before I let Quez go, I'm gonna address half of that answer you just had. First of all, I don't think Drummond, only thing he brings to this team is rebounding. First of all, the most important thing he brings to the team is extra minutes, and that's key for Embiid. Second of all, when you are rebounding, those are less shots for your opponents. That's key in the NBA. And you can say you're not real keen on rebounding in the NBA, but did you know this? Most top-notch rebounding, top of the tier rebounding teams, they normally at the top of the league, brother, or either winning championships. If you look at the playoffs that just expired, your team, the Dallas Mavericks, every game they got out rebounded, they lost every game. So when you talk about only rebounding don't mean nothing, oh yes, it does, partner. And I'm gonna end by saying this: if the Philadelphia 76ers end up with Paul George on that team, it's a toss-up, baby, in the East. And if nobody else has anything to say, I want to go to Quiz.
I just want to rebuttal that.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't got a problem with rebounding. Like I said, I agree. Rebounding plays an important role, but when you look at Drummond, if you telling me within the starting offense with a Embiid, with a Paul George, with a Maxey, yes, he makes a big difference. But it comes down to teams like the Philly teams, like Boston teams, like even Knicks now, the regular season is a guarantee for them. They playoff teams. When you get in the playoffs, when you got a coach that got 7 games, well, maximum 7 games, minimum 4 games to figure out what they're gonna do with you, they're gonna put Drummond in the same predicament that every team that don't have that versatile big or that versatile backup is. You can rebound, and that's cool. You can grab 50 rebounds. But if every time we come down court, we got you playing defense on Tatum, or we got you playing defense on Brown, or we got you playing defense on KP, who's 7'8" or some shit like that, and he can just shoot up over you, or he can take you out to the perimeter where you in no man's land, or he can drive past you because your feet as low as hers. It's like moments like that is when you look at Drummond and say, why is he in the game? At least what Rudy give you is a rim protector. At least what Rudy give you is he's a longer player. He can affect shots at the rim. Drummond ain't gonna do all that. So if you look at the positive that he bring, cool, rebounded. Okay, he can set a hell of a screen. Let's look at the negative. There's way more negative to his game than positive. That I said about Gordon Hayward earlier. Gordon Hayward ain't a bad player. The NBA just now moved past the type of style he want to play. If you in OKC, everybody in OKC who touch the ball can drive and kick. The reason why Giddey out of OKC right now, because he can drive and kick, but he can't fucking shoot. So you telling me a team like the Sixers, who you got it right now, you got to start bullying your team to beat Boston. Boston got the blueprint. All 5 players, we don't need a switch. We playing man to man all over the damn court. Even if you get a mismatch, we got a 16 Tatum, we got a 6'7", 6'8", whatever Jalen. We got a 6'5", 6'6" Derek White. We got Drew Holiday who can handle himself in the post. Maybe not with an Embiid, but with a lot of other bigger players at the 3 or 4 spot. It's like that's the way the NBA going right now.
Okay.
So when I say
all right.
Drummond,
Before you go, Quest.
I just hear dinosaur.
Okay, I'm sorry. And before you go, Quest, real quick from me, I'm just going to say this. You keep leaving out the minutes that are going to be saved on Embiid's body. And I think that's vital that you forgetting that. Because
I'm not, though.
every year, the knock on Embiid has been what? Injuries, right?
Uh-huh.
I think Drummond can help that. Now, Quez, how you doing again, brother? How you doing?
I'm good, but to be quite honest with you, man, whoever they back him up, his job is going to do that. Like, you make it like minutes or something special. Anybody playing that he's not playing was going to save him minutes time.
But they got to be productive minutes. They got to be productive minutes. They got to be productive minutes, Quez. Don't just say that. You can't just throw anybody in it because they had somebody last year, and you've seen that it didn't help. Continue.
Man, Embiid is a beast. Embiid has to be healthy at the end of the season. I think that No Panic had a bunch of good points in the stuff that he said. He ain't never lie. I think that, both of you guys have a point. I mean, I think that Drummond, I don't think that Drummond is kind of washed, but he's a good rebounder. He can give you constructive minutes rebounding. But there's a reason why he's a bench player now. He used to be a starter. He used to be good. That dude is he's all right. He's a decent player, you know what I mean? The big question over there is, I mean, they can get somebody else to grab some rebounds and spell Embiid some minutes. They can find it around the league. But the big question is if they get in this Paul George, is that set in stone? Heard Paul
That's
George.
what I'm saying.
That's
what
they
I'm
get Paul
saying.
George. That's the big acquisition that they need.
Yeah, and that's the question at hand. The question at hand is this: with the addition of Paul George, are they a better team than anybody else in the East?
I don't know, but I'm gonna tell you one thing: they're a better team than they are now, and they're a good team. In fact, to be quite honest,
I'm gonna ask you this: Are they a better team than the New York Knicks with Paul George?
It remains to be seen. The Knicks are still a lot deeper than them, but there's still things I need to see over there in New York. I'm trying to see if they get Hartenstein back, or what they're going to do at the center position with Mitchell Robinson. I really think the Knicks. I really, really want to see the Knicks keep Isaiah Hardenstein. We'll see if it happens. Plus, as far as the Knicks went, is also a thing. I think the Sixers are a promising team. Are they better than the Knicks, the Bucks, or as good as the Celtics? I don't know. I think they're better than the Pacers, though. That's for sure. So, I'll automatically put them ahead of the Pacers with Paul George. The Knicks and the other other three top teams in the East will really remain to be seen, because Maxey is a very promising player. I like Kelly Oubre. I like what he brought to the table this season.
That's what I was going to say. Are we leaving him out? Go ahead.
No, I'm not. I'm definitely not leaving him out. I like Kelly Oubre. They want to keep him around. I like Kelly Oubre. I like what he brought to the table, and he can be productive when he's not playing. I don't really think they need Tobias Harris no more. He stands around and does a bunch of nothing a lot of times. He gets paid too much money to be like so nobody-ish when they really need him. So I don't know what his plans are, what his contract is, what they're going to do with him. But I think that with Paul George is a great player for them because he's a two-way player. He has size. He'll help them defensively. I think that he'll help that team tremendously. And the most important thing that he really will help them on is, because we know Maxey can go off, but Maxey become a one-man team. With Paul George, he's actually a legitimate dude. Like, I can't count on Tobias Harris. I can count on Paul George more than him. Still, the question.
And people have been counting on Tobias Harris. You're right. People in Philly have been counting on Tobias Harris, and he's always fell short. And hold on, before we go any further, Quiz, I want to address No Panic on one thing. Last year in the playoffs, Embiid, you know who their backup center was? Because I don't think most people do. In one of the games against New York, he played 48 minutes. No other center played. So I know Drummond's going to make a difference. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, I mean, that pretty much sums it up. My question with the Sixers is that it always sounds good. It sounds good on paper. You got to see it put to flesh. And Paul George has had his health issues, just like Embiid has. But I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna say something because I don't know, man. I'm gonna be honest. Embiid is literally one of the best players in the entire NBA. Realistically, probably the best scorer in the league. This dude was putting up. I was looking at him last season, and also I'm gonna tell you why I think it's not just a matter of the numbers he puts up, and his numbers are astronomical, but it's also the way he puts those numbers up. No Panic has said something, which he had a point about how Embiid can put up all of these numbers. He can. First off, I was looking at him about 3 summers ago in the preseason, and I made a decision automatically about fantasy basketball. I looked at my eyeball test for Embiid when I saw him in the preseason about 3 years ago. I'm like, man, this dude got to be the best player in the league. I mean, what can't the dude do? He can do it all. He's got size and all of that. You know what I mean? His game is crazy. But this last season, he turned it up a notch. To me, that was impressive, something I really have never seen. I'm going to be quite honest with you, Marvin. He showed me something offensively I'd never seen. Embiid is knocking 30 points up in 3 quarters consistently. If you look at games by the end of 3 quarters, Embiid is getting Embiid is freaking unstoppable. I'm not going to cap. This dude is unstoppable.
Okay, I'm going to say one thing. Hold on. I'm going to say one thing and let you continue. You said there's nothing he really can't do. I think that's not completely true. One thing that he hasn't been able to do is stay healthy. Continue.
All right. Well, I mean, come on now,
I'm just telling you.
I have no pushback against that. I mean, you're right about that.
I'm just telling you. You said there's nothing he can't do. That's one thing he needs to better himself at, and that's staying healthy. Continue.
I needed the dude, but listen, the dude had Bell's palsy last season. Couldn't move half his face and was still cooking. I'm gonna be honest.
Listen, I had that one time before. That shit ain't no comfortable feeling down.
Exactly, and I mean he was. Oh, I'm sorry. Like, the problem with Embiid is, we all know what the problem with Embiid is. He just has to be healthy when it counts, and that's pretty much the only thing holding him back. And it's probably also something that's held the team back. So we'll see, because then when you bring Paul George over there, he ain't exactly been a model of great health himself in recent times. So,
and that's hold up now. If we want to go on that, that's predicated on every team. If one team can preach that to the highest of the hills, that's the New York Knicks, because they were hurt last year. So health is, and I want to say this to you, No Panic too. If you didn't think that Luka wasn't hurt, then you wasn't watching him. He was hurt too.
Luka was real banged up.
And health means so much in winning a championship in any sports, in any major sports, in all sports basically. So my question to you, Quiz, and I need for you to go off.
Mm-hmm.
I posed the question right here on this panel. With the addition of Drummond, Gordon as a backup point guard to Maxey, and if possible, Paul George joined the Philadelphia 76ers, are they the best team in the East? Plain and simple.
I already answered that question. We'll see. Which Gordon is going to be the backup point guard? What Gordon you talking about?
It came from the Clippers.
From the Clippers.
What's his first name?
Aaron Gordon.
Eric
Gordon. Yeah, the shooter.
Yeah.
Listen. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay. All right. Before you answer it,
hold on. Let me talk. Eric Gordon ain't really no point guard. That's first off. But he can help score. He can help shoot. I think the Sixers have a good team. I think that they're a very good team. Are they the best team in the East? That remains to be seen. I'm gonna tell you the reason why. We know the Celtics play exceptional defense. 1, 2. We know the Knicks play exceptional defense. Those two teams have all the personnel that, I think the Knicks are deeper than the Celtics even. But those teams are really exceptional half-court teams. The Sixers, even if they have all these dudes, the same questions are going to come up next year. If we go through the season, just like my man No Panic indicated, like we can't ignore the elephant in the room. Every postseason, there's something going on with Embiid. What postseason that we got to that there wasn't something going on with him? So to me, he still is. It's still at the end of the day, like, is Embiid healthy, like legitimately healthy coming down the stretch of the game? Because if coming down the stretch of the season, because if we go into the postseason with a truly healthy Embiid, they're as good as anybody. But I don't know if they're not a better defensive team than Boston with all of that, and they're not a better defensive team than the Knicks, and they'll determine that at the end of the season. So I don't know, but they'll be definitely a top-notch team. They'll be as good as anybody else out there for sure.
Okay, I'm not trying to cut in, but I want to say this. Was all these questions asked when the Knicks just picked up their player about we got to see? And I want to know the true answer to that, because I don't think it was. I think it was excitement, and you know it was.
Was what?
I say again.
Mikal Bridges.
Were you feeling like this when the Knicks just picked up this player, or were you more excited? Did you question were the Knicks going to be healthy? No, you didn't. But if the Philadelphia Sixers get Paul George, you questioning health.
Listen, Marvin, come on. What are we doing here? What are you doing here? Listen.
I just told you what I'm doing. What do you mean? What am I doing? You just wait. Let me say it again. Let me say it again.
We heard you the first time. You don't have to repeat yourself. Listen, Marvin. What I'm trying to say is, listen. All right. The Knicks were injured coming into last season. This is a fact. The Knicks don't have a history of having all of these dudes you talking about aren't injured every freaking postseason on that team. Now take a look over here in Philly. Embiid is banged up every postseason. Am I right or wrong? No Panic.
That's a fact.
Yeah, when was
the last time we went to the postseason? When was the last? And let's be honest here. Like Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, them dudes have been taking turns being injured for the past 3 years.
Okay, I'm letting you go. I'm going because I got a rebuttal. Go ahead.
History, and there's a history here. It's not like I'm talking about a one-off season with those guys. This is a history with those two dudes. That's the reason why that question is important. And you were the one who was talking about that health, right? That's important.
Okay,
You're right.
Let me say this. How many times have wait a minute. How many times have Embiid had a decent backup?
I don't know. And if you're saying Drummond is a decent backup, that might be a stretch, but having a backup is better than none. We can all agree on that for sure. So
who was Philly's backup center last year?
I don't even remember, to be honest with
you. I bet you remember Drummond this year though. How much you want to bet?
Yeah. I can't see them not playing him. They were playing. I remember the Sixers were playing without Drummond, There's somebody was playing, but the Drummond and whoever they had playing is a far cry from Embiid for sure. The question is who over there is going to help score. So it's not like the center is one piece. I mean, I agree. You need to have a backup. That's fine. But the problem that they have when Embiid goes to the bench is where's your offense going to come from? Right now, as it stands, we only know one offensive player, and that's Maxey, who goes off and then sometimes, and he pushes with a high energy. He's like a one-man show. Having Paul George would definitely help that team because I don't think Tobias Harris is consistent or reliable at all.
I don't think he's going to even be there if they get George. I think he's gone.
I don't think they need him, to be honest with him. Good riddance. Pack his shit.
He needs to go. You're right.
Pack his shit. He could pack his shit yesterday. In fact, the funny thing is, I knew it wasn't great when they got him. I remember a few years ago when they got him. Remember when they got him right after the Jimmy Butler situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. I was like, what do they expect he gonna do? And I like Tobias. He just ain't it.
And my final little statement on this, I don't know if we all realizing this. If George does join this team, doesn't that put Kelly Oubre on the bench? Isn't that some bench scoring that you guys just talked about?
I mean, they should be coming off the bench anyway.
I'm
just saying. Listen, anytime you add another player of this caliber, and you still keep your core, I don't believe it's going to make the team better. Now, as far as you guys, and I understand that completely, Quez, about the health issue. That's on every team. I'm just talking about the excitement of the fans. Being able to say, man, we got this guy in. Hey, you're right. We don't know if they're going to be healthy. No, we don't know who's going to be healthy. None of us know.
Team for sure, though. They're definitely going to be a better team.
Yeah. And I just think it puts them in the upper echelon in the East. I really do. I think it puts them in a place that they hadn't been in a long time, is what I'm getting.
Well, listen, Joel Embiid and the Philadelphia 76ers was a number 2 seed at one point in the season last season.
Facts.
And that was without a backup center. Go ahead, Dave.
I mean, whoever they had playing backup, they were only out there for a cup of tea anyway. I mean, and that whole team was Embiid, and then Maxey. Kelly Oubre had a good year last year, but that was their entire offense was just basically those 3 players. Tobias Harris, what did he really give you last year? Like
nothing.
You know what I mean? Not much. So I mean, I don't even think it's really super debate. Like I like Andre Drummond as a person, as an individual. I like what he brings to the table, but the difference there is going to be if they get Paul George there, that helps them tremendously. They can get somebody, anybody can just grab a couple of rebounds and play some defense. It's pretty much all they're going to really do when Embiid isn't out there. But they needed somebody to help them, to be able to help them really run an effective offense when Embiid is gone. Because Maxey is sensational, but really, he's like a younger player. The pace goes up when he's around. I mean, Drummond ain't going to be able to run at the pace that Maxey is playing. So, you know what I mean? No. They also need to. I think that maybe Paul George can kind of help to contribute to that pace because Paul George is a really flexible player in a lot of ways. Plus, I think that Paul George is really a great asset to this team because, like Dex said, this team was a very, very good team just with who they had last year. If they would have been able to be healthy. Who knows? But are they still the best team in the East? I think that they can compete. That's for sure. Is this a team with Paul George that can potentially go to the finals? Maybe. We'll see. I mean, Paul George also has a lot of historic letdowns, but with Maxey and Embiid and Paul George in the postseason, you have to think that they have a pretty solid offense. I mean, their offense that's a very solid offense.
Okay. All right. And we'll go to the next one. Now, before we go, I'm going to let Dex go one more time because he's been off the panel. But I want to address more of you guys, the way you guys feel about Drummond. And the reason I'm going to address it is because I seen what he did on the Bulls. And the Bulls were not a good team last year. They were not. But he came in at times and he had just crazy rebound and scoring games, guys. You keep saying about scoring. He's not there to score. No, he's not. I know that. He's not. No. But Vooch was down, I think, a whole week, and he played 4 straight games. And I think in those 4 straight games, guys, against other NBA teams, He had over 15 rebounds and 15 points all 4 games in a row. He's capable of doing it. I'm not saying that's what he's coming to Philly for. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that he sucked them minutes up, and that's what Embiid needs. He needs that. So when you guys and all of us, when it comes playoff time, it's time for him to be healthy, to be rested. And I think the move that the Philadelphia 76ers are making leads to him being that. And in closing, I'm going to say this. I'm not picking Philly to be the best team in the East because I don't pick teams until the beginning of the season either. And we all have to see who's going to be healthy down the stretch. So I'm going to say this. If they land Paul George, I think it puts them 3 teams, and I'm not necessarily leaving Milwaukee just completely out. But I think them 3 teams are a little better than Milwaukee. Now, Dex, if you want to chime in for the last comment on this situation, the floor is yours.
Well, I just believe that the 76ers will be a better team, but I cannot leapfrog them over the Boston Celtics because the Boston Celtics have been a team that has been contending for a few years now, and they just finally got that 18th. So their chemistry has been locked in for several years, and the Philadelphia 76ers are just beginning to have some type of camaraderie if Gordon and Drummond and Paul George all assemble under the one banner in the city of brotherly love. But I will not leapfrog them over Boston, but they definitely can be, like Basil Carpenter Jr. said, one of the top 3 teams in the NBA. Now, also the New York Knicks, the reason why there's some kind of shuffling going on between who could be better between Philly or New York is New York also bringing in new addition that will have to coagulate, and they bringing back Julius Randle, who also have to assimilate into the type of offense that was being ran during the playoff run of the New York Knicks. So there's a lot of adjustments to be made for both teams. So I cannot put either one of them above Boston, but I can definitely say they are 2 or 3 respectfully.
And that's all predicated on Paul George being on the team. And I think we all can agree on that.
Predicated on Paul George.
Okay, and finally, I want to say this. Last year, guys, Embiid led the Philadelphia 76ers with 10.8 rebounds. Can any one of you guys tell me who was second on the team? I didn't think so. You know why? Because there was nobody. It was Tobias Harris at 7. You bring in a Drummond who played for the Bulls, who averaged 9 last year, 8 points. You just bettered this team. I'm going to close with that. If anybody got a rebuttal, you can go.
Moral of the story, you don't have to keep saying it. You like Drummond. We got it. We got that a long time ago.
No, I like Drummond on this team. I don't like Drummond as itself. I like Drummond on this team. Get it right.
Drummond is an all right player. He did some of those things you talked about when he got opportunities to play, but and Philly's not bringing him over there to score. And if you ever took your eyeballs and actually watched Andre Drummond play basketball, which I'm sure you have because you are a Chicago fan, correct, Marvin?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you already know that dude's offense is complete. All right. He could get some easy buckets. He get him some easy buckets, get around. I mean, he could hit a couple of buckets here and then, but they don't call him the Penguin for nothing, right, Dex?
Quiz. That's exactly quiz.
Yeah.
What happened to Andre Drummond when Jeannie Buss took a picture with him emulating her dad in Kareem by saying we trust in Drummond? That was a farce. It was a failure. And Andre Drummond laid an egg as a Los Angeles Lakers in one of the most important portion of his NBA career, being with a team who had just came off of an NBA championship.
Right.
Wow.
And it's not like we have it like Dex. Just remind Marvin, we know who Andre Drummond is. This isn't the Drummond from like the Pistons back when he was, crazy. You know what I mean? Like this dude is 2 left feet. He's got 2 left hands. You know what I mean?
You guys are failing to realize what he's there for. He's not there to be the Detroit. Wait, let me finish. He's not there to be the old Detroit guy. He's there to give Embiid rest. Period. That's it.
Marvin, nobody care. He's like Dennis Rodman over there. He's the last person you want shooting the basketball. Period.
Yeah.
You got
He's not there for offense. He's not there for
Paul George, you know what I mean, and Embiid. Only thing that's relevant that you're saying is his rebounding and spelling some minutes. You know, maybe blocking some shots, protecting the rim a little bit. You know what I mean?
I think you're understating minutes. Because that's the key in Embiid's success.
Let's get some new voices, opinions here. Talent Ted, are you available?
Is Talent on the panel?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up, T?
What's good, man, G?
You real low, T. We barely hear you.
You gotta adjust your mic.
That's better?
Yeah, you're better now.
All right, cool. Appreciate y'all.
All right, well, let me give him the question, guys. The question at hand right now, now that you heard us, do you know the question, or do you want me to repeat it?
No, go ahead, shoot.
All right, the question at hand is this. With the additions that the Philadelphia Sixers are planning to make, now two they have already made. They got Aaron Gordon, a backup point guard, supposedly, and they picked up Andre Drummond, backup center. Now they are thinking about getting Paul George. Where does this lay the Philadelphia Sixers in the East? If they get George.
They're going to have Paul George and James Harden?
No. Who? We talking about Philly.
Oh, you talking about Philly? I apologize. My fault.
Harden just re-signed with the Clippers. He ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, okay, let me start over there. Philadelphia 76ers just signed Andre Drummond for a backup and Aaron Gordon for a backup for Max. Okay. They're considering signing Paul George also. Mm-hmm. Where does this put the Philadelphia Sixers in the East now, if they sign it?
I mean, this means same. Oh, that's probably what I wanted to say. They're in the same position as the when they had James Harden. Nothing different. I mean, he don't move the needle that much.
So you feel that Paul George is no better than James Harden, obviously?
Nah, I don't think so.
Okay. All right. That's a decent take. All right. Is that short and sweet? That's all you want to say?
Yeah, on that subject, yeah. I mean, it's not gonna make that much of a difference. I mean, if you want a little bit more, I mean, like to me.
Okay. All right. Well, let me ask you this, because I asked everybody else. Mm-hmm. Are they better than the New York Knicks if they get Paul George?
On paper, but on the court, no.
Are they better than the Boston Celtics if they get Paul George?
No.
Okay, there it is. Now we were kind of up in the air about them being better than. I think we all agreed that Boston was still the best. Did we all, guys?
Maybe. I don't think the Knicks are scared.
And I ain't, you know what, Quez, I ain't real keen on that either.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not. I think the Boston Celtics had a great run last year. They didn't have to run up against a bunch of teams, which helped them. Not to say that because the Celtics, to be completely honest with you, and you brought this up a little bit earlier, and it's something I was bringing up last year going into the playoffs. The Celtics are built as a championship or bust team. They've been to the Eastern Conference Finals multiple years. They've been to the final. Them picking up Porzingis, to me, was the last infinity stone to make them a serious team, because now they've upgraded from some stuff that they've had before in the past. And even when you have a healthy Porzingis out there who can do all of the things that he can do, that dude is a walking double-double. You saw what he was able to do in this postseason when he is on the court. And them getting Drew Holiday was an automatic upgrade from Marcus Smart. Why? Because Marcus Smart did a lot of dumb things, and he wasn't really a point guard, and Drew Holiday really is, and he's just as good of a defensive player. So I just think that team really, really upped themselves with those two moves to put them to the next level. The thing now, though, when you ask about who is the best team in the East now, here's the thing. The Knicks are definitely not scared of the Boston Celtics. I've seen them play them enough last year, and the Knicks are going to be better this year. And they're a lot deeper than the Celtics are, too. Those two teams, to me, the difference between those two teams is those two teams are hands down two of the best defensive teams in the league. You know what I mean? On paper and on the court. Those two teams have a lot of dynamic defensive elements to them. The Sixers are not as good defensively. And then I would say the Bucks, who we have the biggest questions because they still running with Damian Lillard at point guard. And, you know, maybe a little bit old. I just heard they really destroyed that franchise. The stupidest thing they ever did was get rid of Bud, and everything they did after that was dumb. They got no one to blame for themselves. Remember back in the days, Dex? Self-destruction. You're headed for that's the Bucks. That should be their team song, self-destruction, because they did it to themselves.
Yeah, no panic. Are you still on the panel?
Yeah.
If you can recall correctly, I'm pretty sure Quez was with me on this one too, because we addressed to you about the Mavericks and the Boston Celtics series about Drew Holiday, and you know I was really high on Drew Holiday. And I had said a long time ago about how important Drew Holiday coming to the Boston Celtics would be. And I think, as well as we all can probably agree, I don't think he was the deciding factor of them winning the championship, but I think he helped them tremendously, along with Porzingis. Don't get me wrong. But I think that leadership, that defensive, that prowess, that running the squad, and we all I asked the question, are they better with Smart or with Drew Holiday? And I think we all said they were better with Drew.
Easily.
And Drew, to me, guys, and I mean this, to me, Drew being that point guard and taking on the duties of guarding some of the better players in the league means a lot to your top players on your team. It frees them up, first of all, from being tired trying to guard all of the top players. And if the opponent doesn't have three real good players, one of your players on your team, being Boston, is going to almost be running free in a sense. Not in a sense like so easy, but you have an easier goal with it. So I think Drew Holiday made a big difference. Dex, are you still here?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay. Final question to you and Quez. Tyrese Maxey, has he hit his ceiling? First to you, Dex.
I don't believe he hit his ceiling. I think Tyrese Maxey is growing into his own. He's a first-time All-Star, and Philadelphia needed him to blossom into such a competitive spirit. Now, he got a taste of a hard last leg of the season where Joel Embiid went down and he came back for the playoffs. So that part of Maxey's career, I think he have matured a whole lot to shoulder that kind of responsibility on a team who expect to be contenders year in and year out in the Eastern Conference. So Maxey is growing into his own and is looking good while he's doing it.
Yeah, and I really don't have anything much more to add really to what Dex said, because Maxey, I don't think he's hit his ceiling. I think that he's just coming into his own, and I think that he's going to continue to be an awesome player. I mean, he's definitely something to watch. And the thing I like about Maxey is he steps up when the chips are down. Maxey steps up. He rises to the occasion. He's done it over and over again. So I don't think that he's hit his ceiling at all. I think that he's just coming into his thing.
Yo, could I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Ted.
I don't want to change the subject, so if y'all want to, pick up on it later, that's fine. But I don't know if y'all spoke on it because I just pulled up. But what y'all think about that Chris Paul situation? Y'all spoke on that?
Oh man, we were talking about that. We think that's a wonderful thing for San Antonio, man.
All right, you ain't got to get too deep.
I called that early in the stream before it happened. I called it. I said that would be a safe space for CP3 to land because it is a training and learning ground or compound for Chris Paul to exude his knowledge and information about basketball, spreading his wisdom to those young players about basketball in America. So Yes, I did call it. So, but if you want
Yeah,
to
he
talk
did.
about it, Ted, go ahead and talk about
Yeah, you can. And also, Dex, your mic is kind of low, but if you want to elaborate more on it, Ted, you can. And also, of course, I want to get your take on that. But Ted, you go first.
No, I'm not gonna elaborate. I just want to hear what y'all thought about it. Whenever y'all get through though, I'm assuming y'all spoke about this too. So I want to hear
Hold on,
what
Ted. I'm interested. I have a question about the situation in San Antonio. So Chris Paul just went to San Antonio. I just saw that not too long ago, right?
Yes, yes.
What's the situation over there, Ted? For did they get a backup or young developmental point guard in the draft or something like that? What's going on with their what other point guards do they have
No,
over
they
in?
got Tyus Jones over there.
Oh, they got Ty Jones over there. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they're good. They're
Yeah.
good. They're good.
Yeah, and you know, I'm happy you brought that up, Ted, because that was a question I wanted to get into. But
Tyus
I did want to
untradeable.
get your
One of the
I
Jones.
wanted to get your take on that though before we went any further, Quez. How do you feel about Chris Paul coming over there? And can that? I mean, I'm not. Don't get us wrong. We're not saying they're going to win a championship. We're saying, and I believe we all can probably agree, he's going to be a great help to the team. Do you agree?
Yeah, I definitely think he's going to be a great help to the team. And I'm not even talking about the minutes he puts on the court, you know what I mean, or anything he can really contribute on the court. Just having him over there with his mind. I mean, they have and even having him over there, they got Tyus Jones over there, man. He don't even need to start. You know what I mean? Just quarterback them, give them some minutes off of the bench to keep the offense flowing or whatever, because that's the biggest deficit that they had over there, especially with the young with Wemby. Those guys last year, I think the best playmaker they had over there. When I say playmaker, I'm not talking about creating a shot for themselves. I'm talking about a dude who can actually really distribute the rock. I think the best one they had over there was Sochan, and Sochan really is not like a distributor like that. Like he's you know, he's far from a point guard, but Vassell is looking for his own shot. Sochan would get at least get Wemby involved and look at him. And you know, it took them late in the season to even develop, you know what I mean, the nature. I mean, especially after I remember early in the season when Wemby played that game against Giannis head to head. I don't know if you guys remember that. That game was a monumental game to me. That was the game that just let me know this kid is ready. And then he dropped the 38 on AD, but more so it was that game against Giannis when he went head to head with Giannis. You knew that Wemby's built for it. So I love it because that's what they need. They need some more players around them. They need a person who actually really is a point guard who will facilitate and run the offense. And Chris Paul, having him over there, and I think that you hit the nail on the head also, Marvin, because it's the twilight of Chris Paul's career.
Yes.
Put him over there with Pop with the coaching genius, and then being part of it. Like this could turn into something for him, you know, moving to his post-player career. You know what I mean? To get him.
Let me elaborate a little bit after you
coaching. No, go ahead, take it over.
Yeah, Ted, because I wanted your take on that, Ted, because you brought it up, and I really wanted your take on
it. Since y'all going in on it, I'm gonna tap in a little bit. All right. Well, first, what I'm gonna say is, Chris Paul going there. All right. The Spurs are now no longer 4 to 5 years out. They're now 2 to 3 years out. All right. Chris Paul going there is basically the fast track the players. So if you're looking at the Spurs roster, it's filled with a bunch of youth. But at the same time, if you take a look at Wembanyama, the ability to dominate on the floor the way he's able to, bringing Chris Paul in there is just to nurture all of that. And at the same time, you have an on-the-court voice that's going to keep all these young boys in check. And most importantly, the young boys didn't want to give Webby the ball last year the way he was supposed to receive it. Bringing Chris Paul there guarantees that Webb is going to reach his full potential, so to speak. And more importantly, it fast-tracks San Antonio into the playoffs, maybe just the first round within the next 2 years instead of the next 3 to 4 years.
But Ted, I also want you to know something that's equally, if not more important. You said they got Tyus Jones. Tyus Jones, like that's it. So now they don't have to work. Like they have the leadership with Chris Paul. You know what I mean? Because Chris Paul, on the court, he's been kind of, I mean, you know, if you looked at him last season, you know, Chris Paul ain't all the way there. Tyus Jones is a legit point guard, a young point guard who does everything you need a point guard to do. Now you have the leadership behind him too. So, I mean, they're solid now at the point guard. There's, like you said, it's fast tracking their future. So now you have a legitimate point guard. Ty Jones is going to be a star in this league too, I believe, at some point. Him, Wemby, that's a great situation. And you got a great center, you got a great point guard, and then you have a legendary Hall of Fame point guard to make sure that you're all the wrong thing and give you all the basketball IQ with pop behind it. You know what I mean? And now
coach on the floor.
Now Vassell can get into his natural role if he's around. I definitely think that Sochan is worth being around. But now this team is moving towards, like you said, I think that's the point, is that they're fast tracked. And I'm not just saying that just because of Chris Paul having Ty Jones. That's why I asked you what other point guard situation. Yeah, and I'm extremely excited about that.
Yeah, and not only that, we all know Wembanyama is there. First of all, guys, I want to give a pause because I want to give a shout out to the channel. To the chat. First of all, guys, we have a couple of ladies on the panel. And I want to welcome the ladies. Miss Alicia, welcome to the channel. And I think that excuse me if I don't pronounce your name correctly, Melena, I'm not quite sure, but welcome to the channel, you guys. And I did want to also address Brother Theo, he writes in the chat, Paul George with 76ers would be very ideal. Just letting you guys know what they're saying in the chat, and you guys appreciate you guys being here. If you guys are through with that, I just want to speak with Ted and Quez, because what we were doing was
Could I drop one more, Jim, please?
I'm sorry.
Just let me drop one. You don't even got to talk about it now, but if y'all, it's just a question that I have for y'all. Y'all probably spoke about it. You don't got to talk about it now, but just keep it in the archives and bring it up later. Come on with it. I wanted to know about the Valanciunas situation.
Yeah.
Oh, he's already signed with Washington.
Yes, he is.
Did y'all speak about that?
Yeah, but what is that to say? Okay, Ted, I got a question for you on that.
That means he don't want to go play with LeBron.
I don't have to go back. You're all good. Just give me your take, and you don't got to get mine. I'm good. I just want to know.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'll give you my take. I'm gonna give you my take, and I'm referring it from what No Panic said. To me, that's more of a sign of players saying they don't want to go to the Lakers because he could have signed with them. And No Panic made a great point when he said that.
Can we talk about that? Because you said something, and I know that you said I didn't even get to talk about that when you were talking. I think you had said something right when I was transitioning to come on here, where you was talking about there was something that came up in the conversation with players not wanting to go play with the Lakers, and there was some sort of
wait. I didn't say it. Don't blame it on me. It was somebody. I know what you're talking about, but go ahead.
That was No Panic, I think, who was saying that, right?
Yes, that's who it was.
I was leaning towards that.
Why you say that though? I want to know.
Because think about it, LeBron. But let me not say LeBron. The Lakers say LeBron would take a $16 million pay cut for 3 players: Valanciunas, Harden, and Klay. He signed in Washington, who ain't trying to win, for less than the mid-level exception. If LeBron had taken a $16 million pay cut, they would have had enough for the mid-level exception, which is $12 million. He signed 3 years, $30 million in Washington, who ain't trying to win. That to me says, I ain't trying to. He could have given a quote-unquote bag.
He's staying away from the circus.
He's calling it a dumpster fire over there, guys. Dumpster fire.
No.
What is it?
Nah. Pause. But just 1 second, because I ain't gonna lie. I bashed the hell out the Lakers yesterday with this topic. Hold on. No, but I woke up, bro, because I had a realization, right? One thing y'all gotta understand is that until it's the first game of the season or the preseason, you know what I'm saying, roster's not locked in. You understand?
You're right.
If you happen to get Klay, like, we know it's a circus, you understand, but they actually could navigate this thing in a certain way, meaning that the whole the Bronny thing is over. All right, the only thing everybody's looking forward to right now is the two of them getting on the court together. Whoop to do, wow. Okay, fine. Move that aside. They can get back to what the team is about. You understand? And if they're able to lure Klay over there, I'm telling y'all. You understand?
Well,
wait. Before, I'm not letting him get away with this. Are you telling us you think Klay will go to the Lakers and really turn that team around?
No, he'll be a great asset. You understand? Because
Okay.
they need the shooting. They need the shooting. You understand? So you have to understand that with him and the team they had last year wasn't terrible. There was a lot of dudes that just were injured. You understand? I'm not trying to say they would have got to the finals, but there's still a possibility because you have LeBron on the team. Like, I'm not the greatest LeBron fan, but come on, bro. You just got to be honest with certain things. You understand? The dude is a level of dominating. You understand? So with that being said, if you have a shooter like Klay that you could depend on, you understand, and then you still have Austin Reeves.
Can you?
And then you AD
Okay, wait.
give you
Yeah,
something like what he gave you last year.
Before you go, Unstoppable, let him finish because I'm gonna ask all you guys a question right after this. Go ahead, Ted.
No, just to wrap it up. I'm just saying, based on who they add, you understand, it's not over yet. They did what they did. It is a circus. It is what it is. All right. Now, the whole thing is, the only problem that I see is that are there players that play with JJ that are not willing to go get coached by JJ? That's probably one of the biggest issues that they're gonna have. But if Klay is willing to say, man, it is what it is, because I mean, JJ and Klay's era don't really match up together. They played against each other, but they don't really match up. So I can see him going in and trying to stick it to the Warriors.
Well, listen.
Okay.
This is a thing that you have to understand right now, right? When they had all these dudes who were Lakers, because they always do that, and LeBron's taking a pay cut. Lakers still, I mean, the Lakers still are in a what? Let me use one of Dex's words. They're in a kerfuffle.
Dex, you better not say a word. Let him talk, Dex. Be quiet. Go ahead.
They're in a kerfuffle, all right? Because Klay also is going to have an offer he's entertaining from the Mavericks. The Lakers, I heard it was one other team, but I think that the Lakers and the Mavericks are the two front runners. And if I'm Klay playing over there next to Luka with the Mavericks coming fresh out of the finals, you know the circus and stuff that comes along with the Lakers, not to knock the Lakers and stuff like that, but
what are you saying?
I'm not sure. I mean, and I think that the Mavericks will probably be able to offer him a better deal than the Lakers.
They are.
Speaking of the Mavericks, we just signed on a 3-year deal Najee Marshall from Pelicans.
Wow. That's what we were on too, guys. I'm gonna let you guys continue, but we were on that. I was going through each the major free agents per team and seeing if they had an interest in keeping them, if it was an interest in the league, and if not, where could he go? So continue, Quiz.
No, well, my thing is really, to be quite honest with you, the reason why I had alluded to that conversation earlier is because me personally, I'm not sure players are really super enthusiastic to go play with the Lakers just because of JJ Redick is never coached professionally before at all. You already know what the Lakers are on a year-to-year basis. It's a lot of, you know what I mean? There's a lot of shenanigans. This team is consistently a playing team for the most part. And LeBron
Dog and pony show.
And LeBron ain't gonna be around forever.
Dex, please, you going last. Let him finish.
No, I mean I'm cool with Dex kicking in. I'm not trying to knock the Lakers. I'm just saying that I'm not sure that Klay will join the Lakers. I'm not sure it's a shoe-in deal that Klay goes and joins the Lakers as opposed to going to the Mavericks, who I believe will be able to pay him a little bit more, have probably more of a better need for him, a better role for him with less of the less the circus streak on around there. Well, I mean, it's only my personal opinion, but
okay, all right. Before I go to Dex, I want to ask you this. So can you insinuating that you feel that Klay fits better with Dallas than the Lakers?
I absolutely think he fits better with Dallas. I think they have a greater need for him. I think his role will be more highlighted there. I think that Klay wants to get back to being Klay. Here's the difference with the Lakers. The Lakers do need outside shooting. I'm not saying that he wouldn't be valuable over there playing next to AD and LeBron. He would be valuable over there. But remember that you still have, your Austin Reeves, your whole thing. You have the uncertainty of what's going on with the coach. You have a team that when they struggle, there's a lot of things. Klay struggled last year. Remember, Klay struggled last year.
Yes, he did, mightily. Yes.
Like a good year. And
okay.
And that, I'm just saying, the thing I like about the Dallas as an organization, and it's not no knock against the Lakers, but I think the Mavericks really have a superb organization as far as like if you're a player standpoint, because that organization believes in those guys. They cater to those guys. And you don't have a whole bunch of shenanigans. You know what I mean? They're very supportive, and he'll have a better chance of getting back to really being Klay, in my opinion, over there with less pressure than over on the Lakers. But that's just, a perspective.
Okay. All right. And before I go to Dex, I want to say this. I know all of us appreciate each other's takes, but I did want to say this. I'm not commenting on this because Dex is on the panel, and I don't know if y'all, really understand what he finna say. If Dex, first of all, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still
I know
here.
he is. Okay, so and I remember your mic is still a little low. I need to hear you loud and clear on this one if we can get it together. What I'm going to say is,
my mic is still low. If I do like this,
well, we can hear you, but you're not as loud as usual. Is all we say. But and then I'm gonna let you go. I'm real short. I'm not going to comment on this issue, guys. I'm not going to comment if I feel Klay is a better fit for the Dallas Mavericks or the Lakers because of the fact I'm not sure. But I did want to say to each and one of you guys who just chimed in on this that Dex was on the panel, and he's a diehard Laker fan. So I want to throw it to Dex, and I'm gonna give you the floor, Dex, and you take us home to the next team. Come on with it.
Well, okay, this is my synopsis on Klay Thompson being a Los Angeles Lakers. I talked about this the other day. I talked about it earlier in the stream, and now I will reiterate it. Now, Quiz had a very solid point about the Dallas Mavericks. I think Klay could be a plug and play, either or team. But the Lakers is something that he had desired since he was a kid. He's an LA-born kid, son of Michael Thompson, and
true.
who played with the Lakers. And like I said, this is coming full circle, right? Because him and his dad is both having similar histories, coming from northern teams. Dad, Portland, Klay, Golden State, coming off of lower extremity injuries. His dad, broken leg, former MVP, Rookie of the Year for the Portland Trailblazers. Lakers get him on a discount. And Klay Thompson coming from recovering and rehabbing a lower extremity injury. So that is a lot of similage between the two. His dad has been barking to Klay to come to LA. And now he has a golden opportunity to place himself in the space of La La Land. Now, if Klay was to come to Los Angeles, I think it'll be a better fit in LA than it would be in Dallas, even though Dallas appears to be a better team right now. The reason why I feel this way is because Klay is still rehabbing his knee. Klay is not the same Klay. Okay, we know Klay was one of the most ferocious two-way player in the NBA at one time. He was top.
Did we lose Dex?
Yeah, because I don't think nobody want to say the real about Klay Thompson.
Go ahead.
All right, wait. Are you saying that people are biting their tongue on his performances from the previous years?
No, not even performance. I think they bite their tongue about where a lot of players at today in today's league. When you talk about fit,
you cut fit, right? Dex. You cut completely out, Dex. That's why.
I don't know what.
You cut completely. That's why no panic stepped in because you cut completely out.
I don't know what portion you heard, but I will continue. So, Klay Thompson is under scrutiny, right? Does he have it? Does he not? Did Golden State give up on him a little too soon? Do we have enough in the tank to bring home a championship to a contending team? What I'm saying is that I like his fit more for the Lakers, and that's not a biased stance because he doesn't have to do as much movement with the Lakers than he probably might have to do with the Dallas Mavericks. Because the Lakers, according to JJ Redick, right? When you look at his mindset, the way he played and the way that he talks basketball, it looks like JJ Redick wants to have a in and out system, right? You throw the ball into AD because he wants to pivot from LeBron more so to AD and run the offense through AD. And the best way you're going to run the offense through AD, that he has to be in the dunker position or the mid dunker position, not on the elbow. That is a little too high to operate the offense from AD because we don't have no solidified center. So if JJ Redick really wants that, then it would be somewhat of a throwback offense like Rudy Tomjanovich was running with the Houston Rockets with Akeem Olajuwon. You throw it in because Akeem Olajuwon was a 2-level scorer, right? But AD's a 3-level scorer, and let him work that section of the court to be dominant. And if it's not there, you can throw it out. And you got Austin Reeves. Right now, you still have D'Lo. You got LeBron James, and you got Klay Thompson if he signs with the Los Angeles Lakers. So that kind of offense in to out will fit Klay Thompson because he doesn't have to do much movement. All he got to do is spot up in his best shooting position and then launch, just like how Austin Reeves would do or D'Lo would do. And it won't be much traffic for LeBron or AD to operate.
Okay. All right.
Well,
Before
let me say something real quick about Klay. Everything you say sounds good offensively, right? But what happens defensively? If you bring Klay Thompson up as much as you can get, you say, okay, shooting, he brings shooting, cool. What happens defensively when LeBron himself, either because of age or because he just don't want to do it defensively? What about when AD, where's that? Is Klay Thompson still at the level right now where he can be a third or secondary scorer when need to be? So when I ask those questions, then I look at the Lakers and the fit, it don't fit to me. You bring them in Dallas, you ain't necessarily got to ask them to play defense because we got defenders all over the court that can cover up certain things for them. And the way we play defense is we switch a lot. Then on top of that is like we missing somebody who can consistently knock down the 3-ball.
Right.
So when
and
you look at the fit,
you just got finished getting rid of Tim Hardaway Jr., which will place him in. Plus, I don't see Klay Thompson having to move that much with the Maverick offense either. You got
exactly because you
Luka
got 2 playmakers
and Kyrie, and they also have bigs.
No,
so
and let
I
me say the last part.
Much,
go ahead.
Go ahead. Continue. No panic.
And this last part I will say, when it come to Klay, the reason why Golden State don't want to pay him because nobody want to tell Klay you're not that guy. You've never been that guy. Like when you look at if you look at what Golden State been doing with Klay his entire career, he been protected offensively. You ain't even ask him to put the ball on the ground more. Not saying I understand he don't need more than 1 or 2 dribbles to get a shot off. But that's what if his shot ain't dropping? Or what if they got a man in his face and denying him the ball the entire game? You can completely take him out the game because there's no other option for him to get a basket other than catch and shooting, put the ball on the ground, a couple of dribbles, and pulling up.
That's not true.
That's
Klay
100%
Thompson can
true.
put the ball on the ground and take
Okay.
it to the
Okay.
back.
Before you guys get into that, him putting the ball on the floor, I got 4 questions for you 4 guys from Thunder. And the first one is going to go to you, Quest. And the question that, is his opinion. And I want to hear your opinion on his opinion.
All right.
And if you don't mind, here's his opinion. What he writes is this: Klay don't take too many dribbles, so he should be fine no matter where he goes. Do you agree?
Totally. And even though Dex did say that Klay can put the ball on the court, which he can, so it's in a very limited capacity. The thing that's similar about LA and Dallas is basically the fact that, and I think that Dex brought up some really, really, really good points because Klay Thompson's dad is actually got Laker blood. So
yes,
that makes sense to me. The question is, I think Dallas will be able to put more money on him, and I think that Klay also wants to get his money too. But I don't think that the situation is any more difficult in either one of those situations because he's not going to be he's going to be no higher than the 3rd option or maybe even a 4th option if it's the Lakers, but he's not going to be any higher than the 3rd option on either of those teams, which I think is perfectly suitable for him.
Okay. Second question.
I agree with Thunder. I think that Klay will fit into either situation very well.
Okay.
And one thing I'll say about that is to me, it's not so much about the fit as much as what we asking them to do. Lakers gonna need way more out of Klay than Mavericks gonna need out of Klay. And if you asking Klay to be anything more than a catch and shoot, anything more than really a catch and shoot player or a player you can run a couple of plays before he can come off screens or whatnot. If you ask him to do more than that at any point in the season or the playoffs, you ain't going nowhere. So it ain't
But no
about fit
panic.
to me. It's more so about what am I asking Klay to do? When I bring him in here, what do I need him to do?
Right, but listen, no panic. You have a point there, but I think that point is just shallow because if he's with Dallas, right, and we know he can fit with Dallas because he's a kick out, he's a safety net for Luka or Kyrie. We know he can fit. He can hit those shots that PJ Washington is not hitting. But what I'm saying is this right here. With Luka, he got the ball in his hands, right? So there's a somewhat of a heliocentric style with the Dallas Mavericks, and that holds up time where Klay is used to playing in the offense where the ball moves around. So with JJ Redick, the type of mindset that he has, not Jason Kidd, but JJ Redick, he probably wants to implement an offense in which the ball moves around and guards of his ilk, sharpshooters, can get touches. Whether they shoot it or not, they will be able to touch the ball within that 24-second offensive set. Maybe Dallas might not get it like that. You follow what I'm saying? Because Luka is pounding the ball and Kyrie will pound the ball. So getting the ball off in a reasonable amount of time for Klay to do his thing might be subjugated based on how Luka and Kyrie feels that day.
I want to push back on that just a little bit, Dex, because I like your point. But this is why I think I like him in Dallas a little bit more. And hear me out here. I think part of the thing with Dallas, like when you get to the Luka and the Kyrie thing, because Dallas can move the ball, but they don't got dudes like, all right, Gafford, Lively's only touching the ball for a couple of seconds because he doesn't have any real offensive game. PJ Washington's only really taking the ball on the wing. I think the ball would move. I think they need a dude like Klay to implement ball movement where the ball can move a little bit better for that team because they don't have a whole bunch of dudes over there who are dynamic. Tim Hardaway Jr. used to be that dude for the Mavericks. He's been completely a no-show all year. You know what I mean? Like, I think the Dallas Mavericks actually need him, probably be willing to put forth money to him. And then when it comes down to like the coaching, even though I think that you might have a back end kind of point if you're giving JJ Redick the benefit of the doubt, because JJ Redick was an outside sharpshooter, even though I think he's a piece of crap, but he was an outside sharpshooter, and he really hasn't had any actual professional coaching experience. So it's all theory of maybe what he would do. Jason Kidd actually was a point guard, so he wants to do these sort of things that you're talking about also. Plus, I think that they need that on their team. Like literally, they need that, and I think that they made a space for it. So I think there could be a case made for either of them, you know what I mean? Depending on what you're coming from. But ultimately, we got to see what Klay wants to do and what kind of money's thrown his way. But I actually liked your points, Dex.
Yes, and I do too. I do too, Dex. And before we go, guys, because Ted, are you there? You up next if you are. I want to say, Thunder, I'm bringing these questions up because a lot of times we don't get a chance to answer you guys in the chat's questions, but I want to be transparent in this because and Dex is on the panel. I think it's good talking points here. So Ted, to you, the question I have to you is this, because you were the one who brought up this issue about Klay. So I believe Thunder would love to hear your take on this question. And this question is this: Klay is 30% of his old self. Is that true? Or do you believe that?
All right, two things. I'm gonna answer your question. And I'm gonna push back on his pushback. But yeah, Klay took a step back. It's obvious he didn't have a bad season. It's just the season he had last year shows you where he's at. So there's a strong possibility no matter where Klay go, he might have to come off that bench. You know what I'm saying? Possibility. You understand? However, if you go on the Mavs, and that's me answering that question for you. I hope that was good enough. But I just want to push back on his pushback because I actually think the Lakers is a better situation for him, more so than the Mavs, because mainly number one thing is body language. You know what I'm saying? Klay Thompson have a specific way of reacting and acting, and it kind of favors towards the way Luka acts. I don't think you want a team with two sulkers on it. That might create a bunch of nonsense in the locker room, probably even on court too. I just don't think Klay's personality matches up with the personality of Lucas. So I just
Hold
don't.
on, you telling me that LeBron ain't? Come on. Oh, I'm not even going there. What
Oh,
do you
he's
think
got
about
some
Luka?
pushback. He's got some pushback. Go ahead.
Luka
Go
gets
ahead.
from Luka. LeBron was Luka's idol. Where do you think he gets all of that crap from? He's the king of it, LeBron.
No,
It's his opinion. It's his opinion, Quest. Come on.
no. It's all good. I'm just stating that I just don't. I wouldn't want that on my team. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, Klay has a particular way. I could deal with it, but I can't deal with two. You understand? Because what might happen is that those two sulkers might bump heads, and then that's gonna be a problem. But I do think the Lakers is a better position for Klay, being with everything that y'all saying. Y'all can hear me? Mic check.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Go ahead.
All right, cool. Yeah, I just think the Lakers is better with everything that y'all were saying with the lack of movement. He's not able to move like he used to. Defensively, I don't. Yes, he's becoming a slight liability, but I don't think it's gonna be. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Luka Ole defenses all day. So why would you complain about Klay, who's actually gonna try, but the person gets past him compared to a person who's not gonna try at all? You understand? So in that
But
scenario,
see, when you say Luka don't try, now that's kind of antiquated. That's last year Luka. All season Luka been playing defense, and then when you say, well, why would you want a player that adding a player that willing to try with a player that ain't willing to try is like Luka getting paid $40 million. Luka is the 30-point triple-double player on the team. So if you telling me, okay, cool, we gotta have two players that probably might not be able to play defense to a certain extent, I'm gonna take the one that will give me a triple-double with 30 points. And then on top of it, like you gotta remember, we signed Grant Williams last season. We trade him by mid-season. And nothing to pivot.
Okay.
And Klay's a movable player.
Somebody got a nasty.
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys
Yeah,
hear me?
that must be Dex. Dex, you got background noise, Dex.
You're in your
You
sewing
got-
room. Dex, you're in your sewing room. We hear you over there sewing up your gear.
Yeah, somebody got a sewing machine going behind you,
Let
Dex.
me go ahead with the echo, but hold on 1 second.
Dex is sewing up his big baller jacket.
And he want to talk. Let him go ahead, Dex.
Dang, Marvin, why you acting like a hater? Listen, we got some breaking news up in the free agency. We already know that free agent center Giannis Valanciunas has agreed to a 3-year, $30 million deal with the Washington Wizards. But since that transaction, it kind of slowed up a little bit. And then an hour later, Mason Plumlee agreed on a 1-year deal with the Phoenix Suns. Source told ESPN Adrian Wojnarowski, the 34-year-old big man, averaged 5.3 points and 5.1 rebounds for the LA Clippers last season.
Wow.
8 minutes after that, we got the crash dummy himself, Najee Marshall, a.k.a. Baby Method Man, has agreed on a 3-year, $27 million deal with the Dallas Mavericks.
Whoa, shout out.
Adrian Wojnarowski, Marshall has been a rotational staple for the New Orleans Pelicans, having originally signed a 2-way deal in 2020 after going undrafted. The 26-year-old forward has his most efficient year of his career this past season, shooting 46% from the field and 38% from three. Congratulations, Najee Marshall, on his extension. One more 2020 draftee has secured an extension. Man, that draft class is crazy. 2020.
Wow. Great news, Dex. No panic. The third question that Thunder posed, I want to send it to you. And this one here is pertaining to more of the Lakers franchise and your feelings about Klay maybe wanting to go to the Mavericks more than to the Lakers. And Thunder writes this: Lakers are not a hot spot right now. It's under the possession of Clutch Sports. Do you agree or disagree?
100%. Been like that for years. Like
Now,
the other night, me and I did have a DJ Gemini have the same argument about LeBron is the de facto GM, and what I've been trying to explain to him was LeBron ain't gonna himself say these things, but he gonna have these people go in the media and paint a narrative. He gonna have his agent go and say, "Oh yeah," it's like Clutch been running LA since Lonzo them boy last season together. That whole KCP contract and all that been Clutch Sports. Clutch Sports had to get the door somehow. Remember they give KCP a contract that offseason when you really in that he ain't really been a need for the team if you been going young. Ain't like he been an old vet in the league and you just bring him in. Clutch had need somebody over there so they can start ushering talks in. Just so happened KCP played good in Detroit before he come to LA now, but he take another step to like, oh hey, he might be a piece. But Clutch been running that organization for a long time now.
Okay. Before I go to my question, I want to go to each and every one of you guys, and I want you guys to address that question. Do you guys agree that Clutch Sports have taken over the Lakers?
Seemed like they took over the league. But I just heard that Trae Young fired Clutch. That's real news right there. I'm like, what? Somebody fired them MFers? All right.
So what you say on that, though, Chris? Do you think the Lakers are basically a clutch? It should be a clutch.
Been debatable. I mean, Dex is a diehard Lakers fan, so we know that Dex loves the Lakers. But even Dex will probably tell you. I don't want to put words in his mouth. The man is here, but it feels like Clutch pretty much has that thing. You know, that's like the clutch. That's the clutch spot right there. That's
Ted. What do you think?
I got mixed feelings about that situation, my guy.
I would think so.
Yeah, the Lakers is just a circus. At the end of the day, that's all it is. It's a freaking circus. They're not making any money through basketball. They're making any money through entertainment. But it's LA, so what do you want? You know what I'm saying? So,
Dex? I'm sorry.
No, I'm good, guy.
Dex, final
What are you
answer.
asking me? What are you asking me?
Do you believe the question that Thunder asked? And the question was this. Let me find it again. Damn, I lost it. Well, what he suggested was this: that Lakers were basically Clutch owns the Lakers. Would you consider that being true?
No, they don't own the Lakers. He
didn't word it like that. He didn't word it like that. I just couldn't find it in the chat.
Clutch Sports are in a severe relationship with the Lakers. And
severe relationship.
Since 2018, Clutch has had a firm grip.
Stranglehold.
On Laker. I won't say a stranglehold.
It's
they have traded some of their clients. They have traded some of their clients away from the Los Angeles Lakers. So they didn't just stockpile and just move forward and this is what you're going to do. So I won't call it a stronghold. I would say a severe relationship where it seemed like the negotiation has been acquiesced towards the Clutch Sports demands. Now, once Clutch Sports bailed Rob Pelinka out after the departure of Magic Johnson and trading away or mortgaging the future of the franchise by trading away all their young assets and acquiring Anthony Davis, and they did win a championship. So that quiets some of the murmurs and whispers about Jeannie Buss and Rob Pelinka, because if you can remember, the Lakers faithful took to the streets in protest, surrounded the Staples Center, as it was named then, and threatened to crash in on it if Jeannie Buss don't get it right, and ask for Adam Silver to intervene to try to get the buses and the Ramesses focused on Laker basketball and not Hollywood swinging and parties. If y'all can remember that, there was a protest to oust Jeannie Buss.
Yeah, I remember that.
Clutch Sports come in to save the freaking day. So they have been beholden to Clutch Sports to that, and Clutch Sports helped jingle away the Russell Westbrook contract along with Rob Pelinka. So they have made some strides and some steps towards getting the Lakers out of bad contracts and using their resource pool to help that happen, moving other commodities from other teams to be able to open up a pathway to the Lakers to not go over their first apron and especially the second apron. But unfortunately, they did go over the first apron. So Clutch Sports and the Lakers do have a unique relationship, but it's justified.
Okay, all right. And hold on before you go, because I want to verify with X what the true question was, and what it read was this: Lakers are not a hot spot right now. It's under the possession.
I disagree. Ain't no spot hotter than the Lakers right now. You crazy?
Yeah, because I wanted Dex to hear that the Lakers are not a hot spot right now, because I disagree with that also. I think the Lakers are going to always be a hot spot. I don't believe it, and I want to address that.
Not as long as LeBron is.
Well, no, I think it's just because of the Lakers. The Lakers were a hot spot before Brian. They were a hot spot before Brian got there.
Let me give you a scenario. Right
how you define hot. That's all I'm saying.
Right,
Let me give you a scenario. Klay Thompson
That's the
signed
place
with the
you
Lakers,
go when you're ready to get under the heat.
Let's say Klay Thompson signed with the Lakers. Lakers make it to the finals and win. What do you think that our report's going to be?
That Bronny got them a championship his first year.
It's going to be LeBron took a pay cut so his team could win. He's the ultimate leader. What happens if they don't make the playoffs?
Wow. Who's going to take the blame? I want to know
what happened. Oh, Klay Thompson washed, or whoever they brought in with that money. They said,
oh, man, it's cold-blooded, man.
Hey, come
That's
on,
all they're gonna be.
acting like it. And not only that, they're definitely gonna get on JJ Redick's race.
Exactly. It's like he bringing these extra stars to be the scapegoat.
Hey, yo, I'm a hot boy, bro. I got a hot take. I got a hot question for y'all.
Go ahead, Ted.
What you got, Ted?
I'm always the one, right? I'm always the one. I just gotta be. I just wouldn't be me. So I'm saying it's for Dex too, man, because Dex is the one, bro. So I'm saying, how long until JJ Redick and Jeannie Buss get caught up?
Ding, 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 ding.
That's coming down the pipeline, man. I'm trying to tell you, that's around December, January.
I don't know if Dex want to answer that question. Wow. All right. Question to all of you guys.
All I can say is that JJ Redick is happily married.
Married. Don't say happily. I hear he got a thing for. I hear he has a thing for chocolate.
Wow. Wow. Okay, final question to all of us guys, and this one comes from Theo in the chat. And what he writes, and shout out to Theo. Appreciate you coming in, guy. What do you guys think about the James Harden deal? 2 years, $70 million.
2 years, man. See,
he needs to thank Paul George. That's what I can say. He needs to thank Paul George.
Yeah,
2 years, $70 million, guys. 2 years, $7. I'm going to get that deal one at a time. Come on,
money with
you
Paul
go
George,
first.
and they opening up a new stadium. They need something.
Right. Quez, what you say on that one?
Isn't that the same dude that on a possession passed the ball to Kawhi Leonard and then tried to block his shot when he shot a three? That dude they're giving
2 years, $70 million.
Hey. So hey man, it ain't no country like America.
Ted, what you say about that?
Ain't no state like LA.
No. Oh yeah, that's right. You said you're right.
LA's city.
Dex, how you feel about that? 2 years, $70 million.
Well, Talented got to get his geography.
Geography, right? I don't travel like you.
You got to get that degree back.
Yeah. I'm in the backyard in Brooklyn. Leave me alone.
Dex, I want your take on 2 years, $70 million.
Well, I mean, Clippers do Clipper things, so I'm not surprised.
Wow. Hey, man, Thunder, I thought I would address your questions. I thought the panel would be more than happy to answer them questions, and they did. Every last one of them had a great take. Great takes on those. And they just so happen we got Dex on the panel.
I'll keep it
so
up.
he can hear everybody's takes.
There's that generation, the James Harden, KD, possibly the LeBrons, like the Paul George, those eras, bro. Them dudes, I don't know, bro. If you really take a look at it, man, they don't age gracefully. Like LeBron is probably like the best one. Everybody else got some type of dilemma, bro.
Wow. Okay. Continuing on where we were.
Bullshit with that one.
Continuing on to where we were, guys, and where we were, Ted and Quez. We were going through the players that were up for free agency on each team, and we was down to the Orlando Magic. I had just asked the guys about Mo Wagner because he has a deep team option. He's a free agent. I don't want to ask you guys about him. The question I have for you and Ted, one at a time. Ted, you go first on this one. Markelle Fultz is up for free agency. Question to you I have is this. Will Orlando re-sign him? If they don't, will anybody in the NBA sign him? And third but not last, is he washed up?
What's wrong with Markelle Fultz? What do you mean if anybody would sign him? That's the kind of.
I just want to hear. All I'm doing is asking a question. I just want to hear your answer.
I'm answering. That statement right there is disrespectful to Markelle Fultz. That's number one. Number two, they are gonna re-sign him because he's a valuable player. You understand? I mean, the dude, he digged down deep and found his game again, bro. Like Markelle Fultz had a good season. He's averaging 23 points a game. Stop it. They're re-signing him, bro. They need him. He's part of the rebuild.
And the Magic will win it. So I definitely agree.
There's a strong possibility that the Magic is gonna knock somebody out for a playoff position this year. And I said it.
All right. Quez, your take on Markelle's question. Wait, before you go. He averaged 7 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree with Ted on his Markelle Fultz take. I fully expect for the Magic to continue rocking with him. They have a young team. He's part of their future. Didn't they just pick up somebody in free agency just today too? Who did
I'm not sure. I think
they did. They got somebody good too. Somebody just went over their free agent today. Oh, Quintavious Caldwell Pope is a Magic player.
Oh, that's right. He sure did. That's right.
CP is now with the Magic, which brings the question about what the Nuggets are going to do to replace him. I think that's a valuable piece for them. But either way, I know he's going to definitely make an impact over there with the Magic, and the Magic trajectory is they're going up. They're going to be a playoff team this year for sure. So
cool.
You guys keep your eye on them Nuggets, bro, because them Nuggets might take a step back this year. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Well, and the reason I ask these questions, guys, is because this is free agency. Now we will know in the near future on all our takes and what happened to these players. Continuing on, I'm on Phoenix now, guys. Not very many players to address. One, and I'm going to start with you, Quez, on this one. Royce O'Neal is free to go. Will Phoenix sign him? Will anybody in the NBA want him?
No, I heard that's a good.
I thought he had re-signed.
They got him back. He was in Brooklyn. They just signed him. He's back. He's in Phoenix. That's an official done deal. So
okay, they got him on here as a 2024 free agent. So that's why I brought him up.
Yeah, no, remember that he was. I think that Royce O'Neal was with the I think the Jazz. Then he went to the Nets. Now he's going to Phoenix. But yeah, I think that's a good pickup for them. In fact, I think he was on Phoenix at one point, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think he was. I don't know if he started there, but
he went from the Jazz to Phoenix, and then from Phoenix he went to the Nets with that trade for Bridges, and now he's back over there again. So I mean, I think that was a good need for the Suns, but I'm not excited about anything going on over there in the Suns. I mean, it sounds good. Them dudes ain't going nowhere.
Okay. If any one of you other guys want to comment on that, if not, I'll move on to the next team. I'm sorry. Okay, next team is the Sacramento Kings, guys. And this one is for you, No Panic. one player that I want to ask you about, and I'm not sure if he's re-signed. Because I'm not looking at that. I'm just looking at who is on each team and right now supposed to be a free agent, and that's Malik Monk. First of all, will the Kings, because he doesn't have a player option, there's no team option or anything, he's just free as a bird. Will the Kings re-sign Malik Monk? And if they don't, will another team re-sign him? Question to you.
Yeah, they're gonna re-sign him.
Jesus Christ.
What's going on, y'all? Shut up, my man
Hey.
Ted. I see y'all in the building. Man, you see free
Oh,
agency.
stepping in. Okay, Quiz. Malik Monk. Kings re-signing?
Yeah, they're re-signing him, and then they're also going to have. I just got some news today that De'Aaron Fox is putting pressure on them to re-sign. So yeah, they're already. I think they're already committed to Malik Monk. So expect him to be back on the Kings. And I don't know what's going on. This is going to be a big. This is going to be a big off season
What's
for the
going
Kings.
on with Paul George?
No move yet.
All day, all night.
What's up with Klay?
We just got finished.
No moving on him yet.
They got to save some of the shit for the morning, right?
Yeah, no, we're trying to figure out. Let me ask you, Flight. I'm glad you popped on because we just had a whole long conversation about it.
Let's
Klay right now, it's gonna be. It looks like the Mavericks are gonna make a move for Klay. The Lakers are gonna make a move for Klay. What do you think? Because the other dudes the Lakers were trying to get, they've already re-signed. So I mean, it's only Klay now.
Listen, we all know the Lakers gonna get somebody. You know, that's
I think the Mavericks can offer Klay more money than the Lakers.
Listen,
we in disagreement with that one.
Lakers need to get Klay at all costs. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right. Hold on, Fly. Where's the better fit? Dallas or LA? Where's the better fit?
You can go either way. Probably Dallas. Come on, LA got to get somebody. They can't leave empty-handed.
They got somebody. They got Bronny. What you talking about?
Oh, come on, but they got to get one of these guys. This guy LeBron talking about he gonna take less.
I don't even think he could. Even if he does take less, he ain't gonna take nothing. You know that.
No, I heard 25 million.
Klay wanted the bag, so you know what I mean.
They're bringing in Klay on the ticket. I don't know, but
I'm gonna be honest with you, Flight. I think that this is gonna be. I think it's a flip, a 50-50. But I personally. I think that Klay goes to a team coming fresh out the finals rather than a team that struggles to make the play-in every year.
Okay.
Because also, Flight, remember that they have a coach who hasn't even coached the third grade team yet. You know what I mean? JJ Redick never coached nothing at all, and Bronny gonna be around there forever. And you know what happens in LA every year, Flight. The second that shit goes wrong, what do they start doing?
What?
They start pointing that finger.
Hello. Okay. All right. I got one team here, guys. It seemed like I knew that I was going to have Ted and Quiz on this panel, and I held this team in my back pocket. It's got two free agents on it, guys. That I want you. I'm gonna start with you, Quiz, on this one. I want to get you guys take and see if these guys are going to re-sign them, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be re-signed if they don't re-sign them to another team. And the first player I'm going to ask you about. The team is the New York Knicks, and it's Hartenstein. Will the Knicks re-sign him?
Well, that was the first thing I came on here talking about. I think the Knicks. I would love to see the Knicks re-sign him.
They're gonna lose him.
I think they get it done. I'm hoping that they get it done. I do not want to see Hartenstein leave the Knicks. Hartenstein was like, aside from the media that doesn't know much about the dude, or you can cast him as just being one of these others or just a role player, but Hartenstein did everything last season for the Knicks. Like, he was great rebounding, he was great defense, he filled in when my man
Robinson,
when Robinson was down. I mean, but he brings so much energy in so many different ways, man. He's a great rebounder, he's a good defender. He's you know what I mean, he'll even pass the ball if need be. He's not a dude who requires he's not a dude you need to run your offense through, so you don't have to worry about him. He's a good, get the dirty putbacks. He just does all of the little intangibles, and he's one of the reasons. I think he was a big part of the reasons the reason the Knicks had success. Plus, the Knicks didn't have that many bigs anyway. So I really, really, really do hope that that they're able to re-sign Hartenstein, and I think that they're working on it. So I'm just gonna keep my fingers crossed. I would love to see him come back.
Ted, your take on Hartenstein?
Don't got one.
Huh?
Well, breaking news. I got some breaking news coming out of LA. 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, June 30th. Speaking on Sports Center, ESPN Adrian Wojnarowski said that the Los Angeles Lakers star LeBron James reached out to Klay Thompson as soon as free agency period began on Sunday. Wojnarowski said that Thompson's time with the Golden State Warriors is essentially over, and the four-time NBA champion has held discussions with the Lakers and the Dallas Mavericks. Two other teams eyeing Thompson include 76ers and the Los Angeles Clippers. These
76ers
go into tomorrow, and there will be no resolution tonight, Wojnarowski said.
Let me ask you a question, Dex. Can I ask you a question, Dex? Because I respect Dex's Dex. I really respect Dex's history of the game, especially as being a Lakers fan. Now, what are the collusion rules again? Isn't there tampering between isn't there tampering rules in the NBA? Like when Sports Center says LeBron has reached out to Klay and all of this stuff, help explain that a little bit to me, Dex. What the tampering rules entail? Because remember the Lakers got penalized for tampering back in the days with that Chris Paul deal with Kobe. Remember that back in the days where they sanctioned him for tampering? Or is that something that they just turn their head most of the time, and you know what I mean? Or
Dex?
I know Dex would know about that stuff, so that's the only reason I was asking him.
Dex, did you hear him?
Dex be some connection issues sometimes.
Yeah. Okay.
What do you know about tampering, Marvin? What do you know about tampering?
I know a little bit about it.
Doesn't that seem a little bit odd?
Well, yes, it does. And
especially when you're doing it publicly, this is public airwaves. You're talking about.
Well, okay, but see now, it could be stated that he just started trying to contact. It doesn't necessarily mean that he has been contacted.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I don't know personally, but far as the rules are concerned, you can't do it before a certain time, right before free agency, or else you'll be penalized, or you might not even get that player. And to that point, I don't know if you guys heard the signing of Mikal Bridges. To the Knicks is under investigation for tampering.
What?
The same way they did for Lonzo Ball. Yes. And I've already said, I already said it's going to be basically just like the Lonzo Ball deal, because they investigated the Bulls when we signed Lonzo. So a lot of times they do that. I don't know if it's in. I don't know if it's the league policy to do it.
They be picking.
That was blatant anyway.
No, but because they be picking. The reason why I reminded you about the Chris Paul thing is because I remember back when that happened back in the days with Chris Paul. I don't know if a lot of people know the Lakers are about to get Chris Paul back when they had Kobe, and the league shut down that transaction.
See that? See what I'm talking about? See, and they would do that. Now, far as how it happens, Quez, I mean, I'm not there, and neither one of us are.
Yeah, but
so I can't just say.
The only point that I'm making, Marvin, because that was back in the days when it was like everything is open now. Like social media is crazy. Dudes are tweeting back and forth. Dudes are showing up to games. Like LeBron was in the Cleveland game. You know what I mean? After the Lakers is out, he's over in Cleveland, sitting in the, you know what I mean, over there. You know that the owner's inviting him over there. Like, my question is, all right, as far as this tampering stuff, like, it just seems like the players are far more open and co-mingling. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, actively trying to recruit each other. And that was what I was under the assumption that tampering really was back in the days. You know what I mean? When you started getting, you know.
Well, what the NBA did was put rules in to be able to speak. I'm sorry.
But that was for mostly executives and agents. You know what I mean? Trying to circumvent the policies in the process.
Answer that person in the chat. They spamming.
Can y'all hear me?
Okay, I've not read the chat. Apologize, guys.
I'm just.
It's from who?
That's all. Just you gotta look out for the chat. You know what I'm saying? He's spamming.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I hadn't looked at it. Is it coming from who? From Thunder?
Fireboy.
Okay, I must be behind. I don't see it. Well, go ahead, Dex, and I'll get that chat question in just a second.
Hey, go ahead, Dex Cook, man.
Y'all can hear me? Okay. What basically that rule was set up for the executive and the agents, so they couldn't try to circumvent the process to try to gain an unfair advantage over other teams who might not have that kind of connection with agents. But Wojnarowski, when he reported Klay Thompson and LeBron James having a discussion, he used the term once free agency started. So I think once free agency starts, then the conversation is open for players and teams and agencies to talk across the board. But prior to the free agency opening up, there's not to be any kind of contact that is referring to contracts, trades, and any kind of free agency talk amongst players, organization, and agencies.
Yeah, and that was just a rule that the NBA installed. I don't know if that's a safety device. I guess you could say it is. But, I mean, sometimes it's going to happen. Guys are going to, because like I said, they had the tampering thing on the Lonzo Ball trade. It's been so many times. And then sometimes they just penalize you. They charge you money. You have to pay this, pay this. They don't necessarily block the trade. They let it go through, and you end up just being fined or something like that. So it's still to be seen. Yeah. And to you, Ted, I don't see a Fireboy question on here. The last question I see is from Rap God, but I keep looking for it.
Somebody probably kicked them out. But anyway, thanks
on the
for
screen.
The
it's on the, and Rap God just dropped some knowledge too.
Oh yeah, Dex, you wanna read that?
Yeah, there you go.
Is it possible for Klay and George to go to the 76ers?
No, he writes, Cade signed a 5-year
That's
deal.
old news. That happened earlier today.
Okay.
Good old Rap God though, Cade Cunningham. They saying that he's supposed to be signing that. So we're gonna figure out what other move was they gonna make at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, that move there. I mean, Cade. I mean, I got a question on you guys before we're going to have you guys seen a lot of progress in Cade?
No, he don't make guys better, but he got a lot of problems himself. But and I don't like the coach that they hired either. Bickerstaff, I don't believe in him. They should have hired dude. That's so messed up. How my man James Borrego, he went completely AWOL throughout this process. I wanted Borrego to get a job, and that's messed up because the last time the Hornets actually was sniffing the playoffs, it was because of James Borrego. Yeah,
you're right.
And the fact that he got shitted out of a job, it just makes me sick. I don't like what's going on.
The NBA is shitty for coaches. I'm gonna be honest. For coaching,
I told me and Dixon were having a conversation on here, and I mentioned heads roll. They start at the top, guys. Even if the team don't play well, if players hurt or something like that, they still fire the damn coach. It's just how it is.
That's a fact. I mean, look what they just did, my man Monty Williams.
Yeah, 6-year deal.
And to be honest with you, Flight, like I think that I talked about the Bucks when they let Budenholzer go. Like, dude, like if they're gonna fire a dude like that who's just a year out of winning a championship for one bad playoff performance, then trust me, nobody's job security is safe as a coach. What do you have to do?
It's all about what have you done for me lately. Flight, I did want to ask you this because we were on
like last night.
We were on the Knicks, so I wanted to ask you this question. You got a free agent that's clean and free, no restrictions. He doesn't have a team option or a play option. And it's one of the players that you guys brought on the team late last year, and that player is Alec Burke. And the question I have to you is this: will the Knicks re-sign him? And if not, will he go to? Well, I'm pretty sure another team will pick him up. So my question to you is: will the Knicks re-sign Alec Burks?
I don't think Burks is a fact at this point. You know, we went after Bridges. You know, we had to get OG. The factor right now is Hardenstein. Let's see what happens with him. I'm hearing that he would take less, and he don't mind working out a deal. But let's see what happens. You know, let's see who somebody might like. I'm hearing Sacramento. They might offer something crazy. So we just waiting to figure out Hardenstein. I don't think Burks is going to take precedence over Hardenstein.
Not at
I
all.
don't believe that either. But I did want to ask Ted that question because before you answer, Ted, because listen, guys, I don't know if I'm pretty sure you guys remember when the guys got hurt in that playoff. Burks, he showed out. So I'm gonna ask Ted, will the Knicks re-sign Burks?
Well, I don't know, bro. I'm not that knowledgeable on the Knicks. I'll be honest with you.
Okay,
They
Quiz.
let Burke go before. I mean, Burke is a rehire. He was with the Knicks. They let him go, and they brought him back. So I don't think his tangibility is firmly fixed with the New York Knicks. He's just jangling around and hanging around.
And I don't think that.
Let me ask Quiz.
If they don't re-sign Burks, is it the end of the world?
No, it's not.
No. Yeah, but no. I'm gonna ask Quiz the same question, but I'm gonna rephrase it. Quiz.
What's up?
Did Alex Burks lengthen this team, and do you think the Knicks will re-sign?
I don't think that Burks money-wise is going to really be too much of an issue. The thing is that he's just not the major priority because you're talking about like maybe like the 10th dude on a bench or something like that over there in New York. So I don't think that Alex Burke is going to, Alex Burke is. I don't think he demands that much money, but I don't know the specifics of his contract. I know that he's not the priority. I think that, like Flight said, hit the nail on the head. The priority is Hartenstein, and after Hartenstein, if we got some money left over, we'll go and try to keep Alec Burks, I'm pretty sure. But I think we also, if you're in the Knicks, I think that they also are preparing for like next year's money too. So I think that if they can get Burks, cool. If not, you know what I mean? Like, you know how the NBA is. You'll find somebody off the waiver wire or something like that. I mean, to fill out the bench. But he can't be the priority over Hartenstein at all.
Oh no, I'm not. That ain't the question I'm asking. I know he's not the priority over Hartenstein. But go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, and I don't think that Burks is demanding a whole bunch of money either. Like, where he's at in his career and where he's been at.
And I was going to give a take on it, but I think he's
pretty much going to go where he's not going to be able to make that much money. He's just going to go where he's comfortable. I think he'll probably stay in New York.
Okay, Ted, you want to chime in on it?
Yeah, I'm not that knowledgeable on the Knicks, but I do know basketball. What I will say is the Knicks is overcrowded right now, so they got players they got to get rid of, and they got picks they got to get back. So Knicks are in a unique position. You know what I'm saying? Because with you from 1 to 15, they good. Say it again.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't. I was telling you. Go ahead if you're not finished. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So from 1 to 15, we good. You know what I'm saying? Right now, we just gotta trim around the edges right now. So the haircut is done. You know what I'm saying? Right now, it's time for the lineup. You know what I'm saying?
The only thing that they're trying to do right now, Ted, is they're trying to run it back. Like pretty much, there's only a couple of players left. Like literally, they got OG back. They already have Randall. He's coming back next year. Him, Brunson. All the main pieces are in place. Now the thing is, like the big piece now is just, are they going to have money for Hartenstein? And if they're able to keep if they're able to keep Burks, that's a bonus. Because remember, they just got finished letting go of Bogdanovich. Remember Bogdanovich came over there from the
You're right. And the reason I brought it up is for lengthening the team itself. And I think he would be a nice piece, a reliable piece, because he showed his worth in the playoffs last year.
Yes,
so I thought
absolutely. We want to keep him around, definitely. But I don't think that he's like a issue. Remember, like when
priority wise, no. All right.
Well, not priority wise, but I also don't think that he demands a whole bunch of money anyway. He's one of them dudes who, you know what I mean? Like he can go to any team. Like any team is gonna pick him up. He's gonna be pretty much getting like, it's not like he's going to be a starter like, back in the days or some shit like that. So, he's just
Yeah.
it's a filler piece.
All right. The next team I'm going to do, guys, is Toronto Raptors. And it's not going to be if this team is going to re-sign him, because I'm pretty sure they are. I'm going to ask you guys, would you want this player on your team? And that player is Gary Trent Jr. And Dick, I want to address that to you first, Dex. Gary Trent Jr. is a free agent.
Stop trying to throw me all this trash, man. Give me a real center. Give me Klay Thompson, and I'm good. So don't throw me this trash, Marvin. Don't try to
You
make
don't
my
like Gary Trent? Y'all hear this?
And listen, anybody out there right now does not subscribe to Flight Sports TV, please subscribe to Flight Sports TV because it's on and cracking. Hit that like button, hit that subscription, and then hit that notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. Please subscribe to Flight Sports TV while Marvin trying to throw me the bottom of the barrel, thinking that's going to appease me.
All right, hold on 1 second, guys. And the reason I'm gonna do this is because I'm finna chime in on what I just said. I just heard Dex tell me that he didn't want trash, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you Gary Trent's numbers and I'm gonna give you Klay's numbers. Since you say Klay is that much better than Gary Trent, I'm finna show you.
I don't want no Gary Trent. Give me Klay in the center. I'm telling you what I want. I don't give a damn what his numbers are on another team.
Hold up. I'm gonna tell you my thing.
Toronto was a fluke.
Okay, that's your opinion. Let me tell you mine. I would have Gary Trent over him any day. You know why? Because he plays better defense. He doesn't get hurt, and he's younger, and his contract is cheap.
This year. What are you talking about? Gary Trent.
I mean, this is his first time, and he's younger. He plays better defense. He plays better defense.
Take him to the Bulls. Put a hook on the back of his jersey and drag him to the Bulls. We don't want him in there.
All right, I'm gonna say this. I bet you Toronto resign him.
Marvin, go give me a 5-game stretch of Gary Trent's numbers so you can see how great this guy is that you're talking about.
I didn't say he was great. I didn't say that. I never said he was great.
Gary Trent last year, and I know this because I was big on Gary Trent a few years ago. He was very serviceable to me in the fantasy world to help me win. I like what Gary Trent was doing a couple of years ago. This past season, I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. I wouldn't give him to my worst enemy. Gary Trent, he did not have a good year last year. I'm not going to lie to y'all.
He averaged 13-2-1. He averaged 13-2-1.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you something. It was the averages go up and down. His problem is really his consistency went so far down this year from the year before that. The year before that, it looked like. Remember, you asked the question about if Maxey was peaking, right? If you thought that Maxey, what was the question you asked about Maxey, Marvin?
How he hit his ceiling?
Yeah, and Gary Trent looked like he was going somewhere, and he last year was not it for him. So I hope he gets his game back. I like Gary Trent as a person. I like him as a player too. But I think that he had some sort of an injury that I don't know if he's really fully recovered from whatever injury that kept him out. That maybe that's what the issue is. But he need to get his game back.
All right, let me say this.
Isn't that mojo to Chicago? He's trying to dump that on everybody else. Isn't that mojo to Chicago?
Wait, listen. The only year he ever started in the season, he started 69 out of 70 games. That year, he averaged 18 points a game. Last year, the year that you guys are talking about, he didn't start. He only started 41 games. He averaged 28 minutes a game, the lowest in his career. He averaged 13.
Yeah, he didn't play that.
He came off the bench.
And Toronto was sewer swamp.
And they were
absolutely. I'm talking about the player himself. I'm not addressing the team. I'm talking about the player.
And remember, Toronto got R.J. Barrett and Quickly, and they just paid Quickly. So I'm gonna be honest with you. Tides are turning on my boy Gary Trent. He better get it together quick.
All right. So the question: will Toronto re-sign him?
I have no idea, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I got a better question. Can I ask a better question?
About these low-end players, man.
Marvin, I got a better question. Here's my question.
You don't need to
is there anybody on
this? Dex is so biased. Dex want all the conversation to be about the damn Lakers. We talking about Gary Trent Jr. now.
Hold on, let me ask my better question, Marvin. Better question, panel. Anybody you're open for this? Is there anybody on this panel that's excited about Gary Trent?
Nah.
No.
I will say
I didn't bring him up for his excitement. I'm not excited about
Marvin
Klay
trying to throw
Thompson.
him off on the Lakers. He think he's slick. He trying to give a sewer swamp.
All right, I'm going to bring up Klay Thompson's number because you know what? I think you guys are all blind because Klay Thompson's had a terrible year last year.
He did, but he's still better than Gary Trent.
Mm-hmm.
What? He can't play no damn defense.
Marvin, Marvin. Let me prove to you a fact. If we had a fantasy draft right now, listen, Marvin. If we had a fantasy draft right now with everybody,
that's all
Marvin,
you guys are
listen
going
to
on.
me. Listen to me. If we had a fantasy draft right now, with every player in the NBA, I promise you, Klay Thompson to get picked way before Gary Trent.
All right, well, let me say this. Why are the Golden State Warriors getting rid of his ass?
Because of money, and he didn't have a good year.
He's so damn good.
I mean, Klay wants the bag. He feels as though he deserves that loyalty bag. And you
when he get to the Lakers, and I'm telling Dex this. When you get to the Lakers, and then he starts not playing well, I don't want to hear your mouth, Dex. I don't want to hear your mouth, Dex.
If he goes to the Lakers, that happens with everybody that goes to the Lakers. You know that as well as I do, Marvin. They can shoot, then they get on the Lakers, then they're trash, then they leave the Lakers, and oh snap, they got their basketball skills back. Like it happens like clockwork for the past 5 years.
Hold on. Y'all keep going off on Trey. Yo, look, Trey just thinks he's worth more than what he is at the moment, which is okay. Sometimes when you a declining star, it takes time for you to realize your position. Carmelo Anthony went through it, and numerous amount of other players went through it. That's all. So Golden State is trying to move him out because at the end of the day, it's the money. It's not the player.
I believe, and you know what? Klay had a decent season. He didn't have no horrible season. He averaged 17-9 last year.
It was decent depending on what game you watched. That's the thing, Marvin. It was decent depending on what you needed.
Don't try to change them now because the information came. Because that stuff that you was talking, Gary Trent, talking about he was better than Klay. I mean, come on, you got to get your strike revoked.
Exactly. You lose credibility.
Hey, I got to make an argument one way or another, brother.
Ain't nobody
I mean, I know Gary Trent ain't better than Klay, guys. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, I brought him up for the very reason. I believe.
Gary Trent talk, please. Could I just say something on the Gary Trent talk? Yo, bro, Gary Trent is playing with a trash team. Gary Trent is one of them players. He's one of them dudes. He needs to be on a chip team coming off the bench. That's when he's at his greatest. You can't put Trent on a trash team and expect he's not that dude. But when he plays with good players and he's playing for something, you're gonna see some ish. You know what I'm saying?
He's decent. He is decent. Yes, he's decent. I know what you mean.
I like Gary Trent. My only thing with him is just being realistic. Like last year,
you like the Portland version, right?
Yeah, and I get called out on this stuff. I get called out on this stuff because like 3 years ago, I was hot on Gary Trent. You know what I mean? I was advising people in fantasy, hey, go pick up Gary Trent if he's out there. You know, get him because he was hot. Last year, I got people calling me out like, yo, didn't you say this guy Gary Trent? I'm like, nah, not this year. That was the other year, not last year. Last year he was waiver wire food, man. Stay away from him with a 10-foot pole. You know what I mean? He's only what they call a streamer, a dude. Like if you got nobody else to play one night and you got a bunch of injuries, you know what I mean? And you might need a dude. You know what? You want to flip a coin on if a guy might get hot one night with some shots. But he was missed more than he was hit, like seriously last year. So I like Gary Trent. He needs to get his game back, but last year wasn't it. It wasn't it for him. Quickly, on the other hand, I think that Quickly might have usurped him over there on the priority list though, because they paid Quickly. Did you see what Quickly just got?
I didn't see the contract, but I see he got signed.
So Quickly just got paid over there. He got like over 200 million. Didn't he just get like 200 million? Like Scotty Barnes got like 250 or 270 million, right? And then they gave Quickly like I think Quickly got like 200 million something too.
Wow.
Quickly is part of the 2020 draft. Is that correct?
Yo, Dex, I got a question. So all that pain that they doing, right? I just got a crazy question. Dex, I want you to chime in on this for me too. All that pain that they doing and signing that they doing over there in Canada, is that team getting any better?
No. I said they are tour.
Damn.
I can't believe they gave Scotty Barnes all that money.
The only thing them people doing up north
Well, I mean,
is waiting on Drake to answer
it
Kendrick
was pretty
Lamar.
obvious in their direction when they let Pascal Siakam go. That's their direction. You know where they're going. They let him go.
Yeah, and then they
You
let
know?
OG go. They let OG go and Precious, so it's a different day over there.
Hey, let me tell y'all something, right? That GM over there, let me tell you something, man. He caught lightning in a bottle. After
They let Pascal Siakam go too.
after
Yeah,
they
hey,
That's what I said.
and you know what, Dex? You know when the writing was on the wall was when they let Van Fleet go. When they let Van Fleet go, then you already knew what was happening.
That was it. It was a
But
wrap.
you
It
guys
was a
ought to
wrap.
hear. You guys ought to hear the Toronto fans. You wouldn't believe how high they are on their team. They love that team.
Well, Toronto plays tough, but they just are
Those
nobody.
people are different up there, Marvin.
I know it.
that
They
little
are crazy about that team, man.
They still got French blood.
loyalty, bro. That
They crazy about that damn team, y'all.
Yeah, they're
Well,
crazy.
y'all can go on. I got to go in 15 minutes. I'm going to chime out in a second. I got a call coming in. Y'all go ahead.
They come out of Niagara Falls for you, bro. Canada is not a joke.
They just happy to have basketball out there in Canada. Come on.
But that team is not getting better. Everything they doing, I don't see.
I can't tell they happy what happened to the Vancouver Grizzlies.
Yeah, right. And let's be honest.
I miss them.
Listen, and let's be honest. Like the grit, like the
You miss Big
Raptors are
Country?
going in the opposite direction. Like they don't even have anything over there. What is their team built around now? What Scotty Barnes and
RJ Barrett?
RJ Barrett. Like, I mean, come on. Nobody takes that team like super seriously right
That's
now.
the point that I was trying to make.
They Portland of the East.
To be honest with you, I give them credit for being able to be even to have even the record that they have, but I suspect that they're
what are you talking about?
I mean, their record wasn't they like I want to say they was like around 10th in the East this year, right?
Oh, if you're saying that's a good thing, I guess.
Well, I mean, there's like 14 teams in the East. The talent that they have, I think they'd be
and that shit is good.
whatever. They're down there. They should be down lower than what they are, and I think that they will be down lower than they are this year. To be honest with you, because I think that I think the Hornets will be a little bit better. I think that the Magic will be a little bit better.
Well, the Magic was a playoff team. They wasn't
the Magic going to be a legit playoff team this year, though, for sure.
No, they was the playoff team. That's what I'm saying. They didn't come out of the play-in.
No, they're not. But they're going to make the playoffs
Remember,
again.
there was a 16.
They're definitely going to make the playoffs again because that team was good and they should be a little bit better this year than they were last year. So I think and they're a young team. You know what I mean, Dex? So I mean, they're only collecting their chemistry and you know what I mean, getting their legs up underneath them. And they're definitely no worse than they were like a 6-7 team. In fact, they were in contention with like the Pacers like last year. So
yeah, there was a legit playoff team. There was a 6 seed.
I honestly don't think the Pacers are really that good. I think the Pacers are going to probably be around where they were this year, maybe around 6, 7. They might potentially even like the East is so compact up there at the top. Their teams out there fighting like the Magic are definitely one of them. I'm interested in seeing what happens with the Hawks. I mean,
nothing ain't happening with the Hawks, bro. Stop.
Yeah, but because are they going to have Trae Young? Like, there's still things we have up in the air. Is Trae Young leaving?
What you just said is exactly what the flip flop you just called the two teams. Orlando is about to supersede these Hawks. Trust
me.
I
agree with that. I believe that for sure.
That's the team that out.
I got a question for you, Ted.
But my question though, Ted, is like as far as like what's happening in Atlanta right now? Like, I mean, they got rid of DeJounte Murray. Like they have money, or they bringing people over there. Like, I don't know anything going on in Atlanta right now. What are they trying to do over there?
Trae Young is what's happening over there.
Yeah, but he might not even be there too. I heard that he's trying to leave.
The question I had for Ted was this: who's a better team, Ted? Orlando or Houston?
Orlando.
Some people are good at building teams and some people aren't. What's your question, bro?
Who's the better team, Orlando or Houston?
They neck and neck. They got to prove themselves this year.
I say the same. You think Orlando's better than them, Quest?
I think Orlando's better than Houston right now.
Might be ahead of them a little bit because of the coach change, and Orlando seems to have their positions filled already.
I think Orlando's better than them also because they're in the East and Houston is in the West, which is I don't know how much headway that Houston really makes this year versus last year. I definitely think that Orlando has an opportunity to be better this year than they were last year. I like that. I like that KCP signing for them.
Yo, I got
Go ahead, Ted.
Yo, so who do you respect more for winning a championship? An East Coast team or a West Coast team?
I think it's the same.
Yeah, I mean that's a weird question.
It's the same for real.
Yeah, I think it's the same. I don't think neither one of them put more merit in the
West.
So let me ask you a question: which conference is better?
West.
Right now, the West, but the best.
And it all depends. Hold up, it depends on your style of basketball. I guess you can answer it like that.
No, I'm saying which. No. What I'm trying to say is, if you were a team, you're
better player.
NBA. You're a separate team from the NBA. Call yourself the Marvins. All right. And you had to go play against every team in the East and every team in the West. Which conference do you think you would have more problems with?
Shit, I'm going to the East because I think I got a better chance. Hell.
Yeah.
So then it can't be neck and neck. Then it can't be the same. That means you would respect a Western Conference team more.
Yeah, I just think it's more top heavy in the West. I think it's better.
It's not even only that, Ted. It's also you have to remember that basketball also does come down to a game of matchups too. Like the Celtics were a team that was really prepared for a championship. You couldn't really say that so much for some of the other teams.
I'm not going that tactical into it. I'm just saying in a general sense. If you're standing here in front of the Western Conference, you're looking at both sides.
Let me put it to you like this: if the Knicks went to a championship and they beat whoever was in the West, I don't care any one of those teams, I respect that more for sure. I'd hold that more value because they beat an underdog squad. They beat an underdog squad for sure, right? You know what I mean?
Nah, let me ask you an even better question. If the Celtics were in the West, do you think they would have won the chip? Same way?
I don't think. I don't think the Celtics would have had nowhere near as good of a record as they had in the West at all, and they'd have to play against tougher. The Celtics this was a weird season in the East. You had you had teams that were the Bucks. I continue to call them out for their just decided that like, hey, you know what? Let's just do some dumb shit. Just fucking, like we're a perennial team, but we're just gonna do everything to go the other direction. Like ever since they lost to the Heat and the moves that they made since then, none of those moves have really been progressive. You had the Sixers dealt with the Embiid issue. Those are the other two top teams over there in the East. The Knicks and the Cavs had. I think they had two of the best runs all season from any teams I've seen. Both of those teams had like 10-game streaks. One of them had a multiple times in the Cavs. So I think those teams played really kind of well, but the Celtics really didn't face like so much adversity. I mean, like the Pistons, the freaking Hornets, the Raptors.
I get what you're trying to say.
And the
really
with the West, think about it. Mavericks been the 5th seed in the finals. So what if Boston are going against like the true number one contender in the West, like the Nuggets?
Right.
You know what I mean, what if they are going against the East that have been healthy? Like, well, I don't want to say the Bucks, but like let's say.
I mean, even if it's not the Bucks. The reason why I keep calling out the Bucks because it's not just the Bucks health, but it's also the moves that they made. Like they got rid of their coach, then they got rid of another coach. They got rid of their starting point guard. They got rid of the assets that they had with like DiVincenzo and Grayson Allen. Like everything that they've done, has just been baffling to me. Why you do that to your organization is beyond me. So I mean, even if they were healthy, we don't even know what the Bucks would have been. But we know when they played in the postseason, I got to give the Bucks credit because those dudes who was part of that core, like Brooke Lopez, Chris Middleton, Bobby, those dudes had good games. Like those dudes actually tried. They played with the heart of a champion, but they screwed up their whole organization with these backwards ass moves they made. So I don't know what they are, but that kind of threw off the entire East, if you ask me.
Quez, you think the worst move they ever made was to get rid of Drew Holiday?
The worst move they made was to get rid of their damn coach. That's the first one. And then the second one was letting Drew Holiday walk. And they did that after they got rid of the coach. So To me, those two moves go hand in hand. Those were the two dumbest things that they did. You got rid of those two dudes, and then come on, Grayson Allen had a great year. If they would have had him and DiVincenzo this year, even with all of the stuff that they went through, those dudes play with heart. When those they don't have when losing Drew Holiday impacted their defense. DiVincenzo plays defense. Grayson Allen plays defense. Those two dudes were assets on that squad. Both two dudes went to other teams and made an impact. Every move that they made, including when they got rid of like the other coach that they had, the interim coach that they fired halfway through the season.
Yeah,
he had
seemed
them,
like
he had them actually playing too.
Adrian Griffin.
Yeah, Adrian Griffin had them playing. Like, you follow what I'm saying? Like, Dex, am I lying? Like, everything that they did since they fired Bud was ridiculous, and they shouldn't have never fired Bud to begin with.
Right, they should never fire Bud unless something's going on internally.
Seems like they sabotaged their own organization.
Because it was Bud's. Listen, I want to tell you the reason why. I think that's more important than anything else. Because it was Bud's system, and he believed in it, and he had that team believing in the way that they played. They played against a hot Heat team that, I'm gonna be honest with you, Jimmy Buckets was playing out of this world. All of them little role players on the Heat was on fire that series, and they had the Bucks play uncharacteristically. All right, you lost, but why would the organization just dismantle everything after that? That was the dumbest thing. And they tried to, and the basketball guys didn't like them because you know what they did? They tried to send freaking Drew Holiday to obscurity in Portland. Remember that, Dex?
Yeah.
Is it a possibility that possibly this happens a lot, bro? Maybe the coach started feeling himself a little bit after he won a championship?
I think that they had a lot of things, but I think the biggest problem, if you ask me, Ted, now this is a little bit deeper. The Bucks have a fucking bullshit organization, like just the organization itself. Like come on, y'all clearly are some bush league ass organization.
The Supersonics did this. A lot of teams do that, bro. They
I know, right? And they're the Supersonics were bush league. They showed us they were bush league when they did that. They let Sean Kemp go, and that was a dumb move. I agree with you wholeheartedly, Ted. Absolutely.
Prior to the Milwaukee, the Lakers are the most recent team to do it. Teams do that, bro.
Yeah, but you know, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen super often with a team that just came fresh out of a championship, but it does happen every now and then. And this was one of those times for sure, Ted.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. Sometimes when teams win chips, that's as a fan, you don't see it. But on the inside, people be starting to feel themselves, bro. They start moving a little bit different.
Well, I mean, you also got to ask the question about, I mean, we don't know because we're not on a team, but maybe it has something to do with Giannis. I mean, Giannis says he wants the team to get better, but at the same time, you have, you have your brother occupying a roster spot. Now, I'm not going to, I just got finished listening to my man Thanasis, and he earned his way into the NBA. I'm not trying to disrespect the man, but we all know that dude wouldn't come off of somebody else's bench. He'd probably be in a G League somewhere if he was on another team, right or wrong. And last year they signed Robin Lopez, and even though people say Robin Lopez was actually able to contribute, but it starts looking crazy when every person on your team got their brother on the squad and you only ain't playing them. You know what I mean? And they not even doing anything to contribute. And also another thing, I don't know what was going on over there in Milwaukee. I can't speculate whether it was the coach or the players, but Drew, he sounded like he was on his way to retiring when he was in Milwaukee. They let him go, and then he just re-signed with the Celtics. That sounded totally different than it was sounding before he left there. So maybe you're right, Ted. I don't know what's going on over there, but their moves to get rid of their coach was their downfall. Period.
That's what I think. That's, to be honest with you, I just seen a bunch of moves wanted to be made because everybody. See, a lot of times what happens is like sometimes the GM think that he's the one that did it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yep.
He was the one that did it. The coach figured he was the one that did it. And then the moves start being made is because the most powerful person out of all of them starts saying, I'm the one who's good. I did it. You know what I'm saying? That's when.
But you know the thing that's so crazy though, Ted, is because me and you both know at the point where the Bucks were, right? You know what I mean? Like you can't get more out of your coach than what they already got out of him. You know what I mean? You like the organization you had the pieces that you needed. Drew Holiday proved his value as a championship piece when they won their chip. You know what I mean? So to me, like they had pieces on that team that they didn't. Remember, DiVincenzo was injured that year that they won a championship, and that dude could play. Grace, those young assets that they had should have been better off keeping them than to keep Connaughton around. They didn't even need him. He was redundant. And he's had a decline, and Dame don't play no defense. So trading him and they didn't have their coach. Like they just made dumb moves. They just were dumb.
podcast, bro, calling everything that you just said. We said it prior
Yep,
before Dame
that is
even.
a fact.
You know what I'm saying?
We
So,
did, Ted. We definitely did, didn't we?
yeah, everybody sat on the panel and spoke about the situation and said that he plays no D. Why should he go there? You know what I'm saying? So basically, at the end of the day, it is what it is. I mean, what do you think they need to do to fix the situation? Let's speak about that.
To be honest with you, they already fucked it up pretty good as far as I'm concerned, man. Fuck it.
Well,
I might as well cash out.
saying
Cash out and rebuild at this point. Fuck it.
that-
What am I hanging around for?
Goes the ultimate question: where does Giannis go?
Oh man, are you kidding me? You know, Giannis goes wherever the fuck he wants to go, unless I want to ship him out somewhere for I mean, what can we get for him? I don't know, but I'm gonna tell you right now, Damian and Lillard, like it's they you know what? Why I think that losing Bud was the worst thing that they did though, for real, Ted, because it was his system. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like he architected this thing. When you get rid of him, it's like, who's gonna put it together? You follow what I'm saying?
He left. Panic left.
It's just
man.
like,
what the hell what he had to say about that? My fault. Go ahead, man. My fault.
yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, that's the reason I think the biggest mistake they made was getting rid of Bud, because he architected this thing. So when you get rid of him, like, what are we really doing? Like, who's consulting them on what they're actually doing and which way that they're going? Like, who's really running this shit now? Really be honest, right? Who's really running this shit? I guess that's why they said, fuck it, let's bring Doc over here, because he was consulting with us, and somebody around here has to have a clue. We don't know what the fuck Bud was doing that got us where we were
They
going.
need a doctor.
Hey, that's how I feel about it. Is that maybe that's the reason why they got
To
Doc.
bring me back to life.
Yo, he breaking up. I can't never hear nothing he said. What he said? You can hear him?
He's over there singing. He's clowning Doc Rivers.
Oh. Well, Doc Rivers wasn't a solution for them. Yo, bro, if you're gonna keep talking about Milwaukee, bro, you're gonna stress yourself out.
I'm not going to. I mean, I like Milwaukee. I just feel it's fucking weird that you do that to your organization when you're a top 2 team in the East. So, like, why be a top 2 team? They were the freaking number 1 team in the East that year, and you just shit is crazy. Like, where did they expect this shit was going to end up? That's my question. Where did they expect this was going to go once they got rid of their coach? I don't know. I wouldn't have done it myself personally. But like you said, teams do it a lot nowadays. Like, coaches win and then they get rid of them like they're nothing. Like last year, like wasn't there like 3 or 4 coaches that got fired after when they had successful seasons? You would think, like, a bunch of dudes got the axe. You're like, damn, I thought y'all dudes was trying to do some shit. I mean, when you get rid of a coach like that, it's like, who are you going to get better than them? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, Ted? Like,
nah, I got you. I hear you.
I want to know who actually running the Milwaukee Bucks.
There you go.
What's that?
I said I want to know who actually running the Milwaukee Bucks.
Well, that's my point.
For them to get rid of a coach that they don't fight all these years with the same coach to try to get a championship. They done going from Jason Kidd, going to him. He finally get them on track. They get Drew Holiday in the trade. They win a championship. And then it's like, okay, cool. Now we need Dame. That's the missing piece for another championship. And then that ain't work out. I mean, that ain't work out. And they fire a coach after starting the season with a good record. It's like nothing they doesn't make sense. I want to know that somebody fuck somebody, bitch. That's
you know what I think. You know what I think. As we talk about this, you know what I think. You know what I think might have really fucked them up, guys. I think that now that we're talking about this, those trade speculations about wanting Damian Lillard probably might have fucked it up. Like, Drew might have heard about that shit. Maybe that's the reason why Drew was like, I don't know if I'm gonna fuck around with this shit that much longer. Plus, remember, I think that Drew Holiday had something with his wife that happened in like real life. Wasn't she battling like some sort of cancer or some shit like that?
Yeah, but that one he been in New Orleans.
All right. Well, I don't remember. I just remember when at the time when that season happened with the Heat, Drew was sounding like, I remember he was talking about something about he was planning on like packing up his career in a couple of years and maybe not like re-signing or something. So I thought that's why they were talking about speculating trading for Damian. Or maybe somebody said that, or maybe it's just something organizationally somewhere or other. Like their organization just fucked up.
They done been losing so long that it's like in their mind, even after winning the championship, and they ain't going the way that they say. In their mind is like, yeah, we can't let this window close. How can we keep the window open? And in their mind, even Dame, but what they don't realize is perimeter defense is what get them where they been at. Like that's what the missing thing been. If they think about it, if Boston ain't never get Drew Holiday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Boston wouldn't be who they is this season. Because they still would have been stuck with Marcus Smart.
Totally. And you know why? And you know why that's so profound what you said? Because Marcus Smart was never a freak. Like one of the things with the Boston Celtics with the team they had before that, Marcus Smart was never no point guard. Like Stevie Wonder could see Marcus Smart wasn't a point guard. He was a good defensive player, but he make these bonehead plays because he's not no fucking point guard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they was running with like, well, we're just gonna play without a point guard sort of situation, and that's the reason why their turnovers was heavy. But the second, and remember that was also just to back that up. Remember they had brought Matthew Brogdon over there last year. And they had Matthew Brogdon and White. And remember that Brogdon was supposed to be the point guard, but Brogdon was injured half the fucking time and was shitty. And Derek White was playing better than him. And Derek White is basically the same as my man Marcus Smart. Not the exact same, but bottom line is a dude who ain't really a point guard, but he's small enough to actually can play the point if you just need him to do it. So when they got Drew, that was what they needed, a damn point guard. And then they got Porzingis after that, the center that they needed. And it's like, all right, we got everything else around here. We've been playing without a point guard. And this dude got championship pedigree, you know what I mean? He plays defense. He hits big buckets, you know what I mean? And you know what I mean? He doesn't need to score 1,000,000 points.
Yeah, think about when the last time Boston had an actual point guard. And I ain't talking about before Kyrie leave. I ain't talking about when Isaiah Thomas been there.
Yeah,
they've been looking for a prototypical type of point guard for the longest. And even though Drew ain't a prototypical type of point guard.
Hold on. Let me tap into that right there, bro. Let me ask you a question. Besides Chris Paul, where do you see a prototypical point guard in the league, period?
But that's why I've been getting that. They don't have a it's like as the time go by, the definition of a prototypical point guard changes. It go from you got to be pounding the ball, you got to make the plays, you got to set up plays to, okay, now you got to be able to score, but you got to be able to distribute, like kind of like what Trae Young do without the inconsistency. It's like now the prototypical point guard right now is they got to be able to play some type of D. They got to be able to not make dumb plays. They got to be able to shoot the ball.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, when we're talking about like Drew, the reason why we call him more of a prototypical type of point guard, so we talk about real prototypical point guard type of qualities is, can you control the basketball? Can we depend on you not to turn the ball over? Are you smart enough to run the offense? Can we run our offense through you? You know what I mean? Those things. Can you get our offense into control and actually run the plays we need to run that'll help us succeed?
No.
You know what I mean? And not turn the fucking ball over. And can we trust you to actually handle the ball, being that the point guard's role is as a primary ball handler? So Drew Holiday was that, whereas Marcus Smart wasn't that. And they not having that, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, they always turn the ball over, especially in big games and in the postseason. They were turnover machines. They turn the ball over because they didn't have no primary point ball handler in that squad. So Drew definitely helped them in that regard for sure. You know what I mean? Like, and the funny thing is that the Bucks didn't try to give him to him. They tried to send Drew Holiday to the Shadow Realm. The Celtics saved him out of Portland. Remember, they sent him to Portland.
But going to Portland first.
Yeah, they sent his ass to Portland. They didn't send him to Boston. They sent him to Portland. And then Boston came out with they seen the value in him and said, you know what, this dude gives us a problem. Let's get him over here. And then they were able to put together, a pretty juggernaut defensive team. You know what I mean? And the funny thing is, I honestly think that despite what everybody said about they said that the Timberwolves had the best defense in the NBA last year. I think the Celtics defense was better than them, and they proved it in the finals.
They didn't play the T-Wolves in the finals.
They didn't, but I think that and this is just my perspective, period. I think that the Celtics are a better defensive team than the Timberwolves. Why? Because everybody on their team could play defense, and you saw that. You saw Gobert get exploited. So you saw that. What's that?
Are you going off with the eye test?
I'm going. Well, it is a lot to do with the eye test. I'm not going to lie, Ted, but it also is personnel wise.
You talking Boston?
Like the Celtics defense, versatility wise, defensively with everybody on that roster. Like everybody on that roster contributes defensively. Not everybody on the Timberwolves was defense. You can't say that. You can't say that Cat plays great defense.
Yeah, Boston, them boy play straight up. They don't do that switching and none of that shit. No switching, no zone. They straight man up all over the court.
Yeah, and then they have help also. It's not even that. Even if you do get past a dude, Derek White is blocking you, and he's a little dude. Or Jaylen Brown. Those dudes recover. Like everybody on your team helps to protect the rim. And so from my eyeball test, I'm not talking about the numbers, because the numbers, I think they said that they talked all year. The Timberwolves got the best. We watched both of those teams play. You think the Timberwolves were a better defensive team than the Celtics this year, Ted?
That's what you're trying to say? They're gonna repeat? The Celtics gonna repeat?
No, I'm not saying that. The Knicks ain't scared of them. The Celtics got a couple of chinks in their armor, but I'm gonna be real with you. Like last season, it was right for them. This season, we'll see what's going to happen. I mean, I hate to say it, like I didn't see nobody really excited about the Celtics championship at all. Like
you got to talk with the gusto, man. You got to talk with the gusto. All of this little nah, bro. I gotta hear some gusto. Are you trying to say they're gonna?
I'm just saying, man. Ain't nobody scared of it. The Celtics won last year. It's cool,
Yeah,
but who's excited about the Celtics?
One of the most forgettable championships, like
right.
I know in the past
Come on.
5 years. Like it's like
the
they
Celtics
won the
ain't
finals
nobody.
this year, but like that shit's dead now. Like nobody gave a fuck.
Look, the Celtics are gonna have to this year. The Celtics might run into the Sixers or the Knicks. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be honest with you. The Pacers. I don't want to shit on the team, but that team didn't deserve to be there. I don't think anybody who really watches basketball. We all know that the Pacers, like they talk about this crazy shit about pacing the game. Pacers play no defense. We talked about traditional point guards. I think it was Ted. Weren't you the one who told me that?
What I told you?
It was either you or KNT. I was having a conversation about Halliburton because I was talking about how, like, you know, niggas was trying to force feed me this Halliburton shit all year long. And it's like, I liked Halliburton like 3 years ago. I even liked him a couple of years ago. Last year, I just, you know, I felt like he was maybe a little bit of a front runner. I mean, I'm not hating on him with the numbers and shit. I watched some of those games. I questioned if some of those assists they were giving him were really his. But here's the thing. Halliburton showed in the postseason how it was either you or KNT was totally right. And when they told me, it was KNT who told me that dude Halliburton is not no effing point guard. He's not he's a shooter and a chucker, but he ain't really a point guard. And what do I mean by that? He turned the ball over. You can't trust him to handle a basketball because he only runs up and down the court.
Yo, stop yelling at me, bro. I hit you.
I'm sorry. He plays at a frenetic pace, which is good for moving the ball, and you know, and they playing that thing, but he doesn't set a player up. Like you got Siakam. He didn't set Siakam up and give him the ball where he needs the ball to run a consistent, like their half court offense. And then his understanding of time management and stuff like that, shooting early in the shot clock when you don't have to, when you have like a 1 point lead or you're down by one, like his situational awareness isn't really there yet. His ball handling isn't there yet. You know what I mean? And, you know, he just needs a little bit more time in this league to really be more. The thing about people talk about Luka, but Luka always plays at his pace. Like you're not going to speed him up, slow him down. You know what I mean? He has more maturity in critical situations. Halliburton needs to gain some of that, and he will get it eventually in time. I'm sure of that. But that's the difference between having a dude like him or a Drew Holiday. Like I see the shot clock. I got the ball in the point guard. You're not going to take the ball out of my hand. I'm going to get where I need to get. You know what I mean? We're going to get the play we need to get. You know what I mean? Like, and
you know why you can't speed Luke up and you can't slow him down?
Because he ain't fast.
He's too heavy. He's too heavy.
Yeah, but not. I mean, people be shitting on Luka. Luka knows how to play basketball. That motherfucker is a badass basketball player. I fucks with Luka, and he ain't. You know, everybody has they pluses and minuses or whatever, but. Poise, man. Poise. Halliburton need to learn poise.
Bro, I need you to go out on a limb, bro. I need you to call a shot that you're gonna have.
You need me to start shitting on niggas is what you say? You want me to open my ass crack and just give a nigga the shit real? For real?
I need predictions that you're either gonna be happy with or you're gonna get in trouble for in the next 6 to 7 months.
All right, you want me to go? You want me to say some real shit? I'm gonna tell you right now. The Pacers, I'm gonna tell you for a flat out fact that the Pacers are definitely not making it to the Eastern Conference Championship next year. No way, no fucking how. That team ain't ready, even with the experience. They don't want no smoke with the Knicks. I hope they do run into the Knicks because the Knicks are gonna slaughter that team if they play. You know what I mean? If they play the post, and they are.
And I like it, man. So, is that your way of saying? In order for you to go out on a limb, you know what I'm saying? Are you going for the gusto with the Knicks, man? Saying like, look, you could change your mind later on in the season. I just want to hear what your mind is, right?
So Ted, you got to remember that. So here's my only thing. I know you want me to jump all the way on this limb, but it's so early. We haven't even seen these guys haven't even hit the basketball court. I usually don't really make up my mind as far as like anything predictive wise until dudes actually like hit the court because I like even though they have the draft and they do all of these moves and stuff like that, you know what I mean? It's one thing with the way people look on paper, it's another thing the way they look on court, you know what I mean? And then to be quite honest with you, like the mid part of the season is also another big thing for me because teams coming out of the All-Star break, that's where you're really playing basketball because the first half of the season they just play around. So that in-season tournament shit is so weak to me. It doesn't tell you anything. You know, a lot of these teams are just trying to figure out some of their new players and acquisitions. Their plays that they might not really be running. They're not even in great basketball shape. But I'm gonna jump out on a limb and say I see the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals at least. I'll jump out on that limb right now.
There goes a better question. Maybe you'll understand me from it. Based on all the successes that you've seen this season, I want to know, and I'm talking about playoff successes. Who are the ones that are going to repeat? Who are the ones that you feel are going to repeat?
I feel this is a big point for the Dallas Mavericks. I do actually feel that the Dallas Mavericks will be able to get back to where they are because I think that this was an experience that they needed. I'm a big person on experience. I'm curious about the Timberwolves right now because I feel as though the Timberwolves still have the same problem, man. It's Cat. Like, is Cat gonna do something different? I'm not really sold on Cat. You follow what I'm saying?
You hear what this guy's saying? He's saying the Wolves are going down. He said the Mavs are going up. Oh shit, that's panic. He's gonna agree.
I feel as though the Mavs are going in a direction, and I feel as though the Timberwolves might be going in a totally different. I mean, the Timberwolves. I don't know if they're getting any better than what they were. I think that this season was the best that it gets for them. To be honest with you,
they overachieved. Like Minnesota overachieved this season. So
yeah.
Now think about it like this. We don't see plenty of teams over the past couple of years where they win all these games in the regular season and then they get in the postseason in this high seed. Think about their run. They going against Phoenix, who only had Kevin Durant part of the season, Beal part of the season, and Booker the only one who been really been playing every game. So there ain't no chemistry there, ain't no bench there, ain't nothing there to really say we can compete for a championship. Okay, cool. Move on to the next round. Now you playing with Denver in the next round. You playing against Denver, like cool. That's the one that I feel like they can hold under their belt and say, okay, we did something. But at the same time, it's like, do we see them going another 7-game series and beating Denver Nuggets again? No. Then they going against Mavericks and we expose them for who they is.
The West is tough, Ted. The West is
think
tough.
About it now. Like a lot of teams that ain't
great. But I got a question for him right quick.
I don't think they would have beat Clippers if they had to play Clippers in the first round.
Okay, so I gotta ask you this question though. So what's the position of Denver?
Yeah, because I think
now that they lose KCP, it's hard to
say
say because now they gotta fill that role in. But when you got a player like Jokic is like we've seen this plenty of time before where he makes shit happen.
You see, the reason why I'm asking that question because you see, mind you, you're downplaying the T-Wolves. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, we're not too sure where Denver's gonna be. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we're talking about the future. You know what I'm saying?
Not so much. I'm not sure what Denver gonna be. Denver gonna be where they gonna be any other year. They always gonna be competing. Even before they won a championship, that been a breakthrough championship. That ain't been like, oh yeah, the start of a dynasty. So we don't know if they perennial finals appearance team or they just one of those we gonna always get to the conference finals and lose. Think about it. Going against teams that match up well with them always gonna be a problem. Minnesota matched out well with them because they had the size advantage over Denver. So if you got the size advantage, you kind of always gonna come up. Not saying all come up on top, but they had everything. They've been built to beat Denver. So to me, it's like
that's true. Go ahead.
You run them back again. I think Denver get them. I don't see.
You know who I think is a dangerous team in the West, though, guys.
Yeah,
this is the reason why it's tough in the West for me, because I think that the Thunder, they got what they needed too. And I think they're going to be. I think they're going to be better next year than they are this year, and they're already good. I think that. Yeah, I think they're going to be better next year than they are this year, and I think they're already good. And I think we already saw that. That team is going to be a dangerous team this year because now they've had this experience. I believe that they have the confidence. They got rid of Josh Giddey, which I don't think that they needed. Who did they get for Josh Giddey? In fact,
Caruso.
But this is crazy. Slow down a little bit because I don't want y'all to just ramble because I want y'all to listen to what y'all saying. You understand? So you're saying that the T-Wolves are going to take a step back. You understand? But you believe that OKC will take a step forward. It's kind of interesting because both these teams are so neck and neck. But go ahead, continue.
No, see, when you say a step back,
you're saying a step back. I'm not saying a step back. I'm saying
I don't think it's more so of a step back. I just don't think the step that they take this year is a real step. I think what they did this year is overachieved. I don't it's like I'm gonna give you an example. That's like if I go on the court, right, and every day I go on the basketball court, I never win a game. And then there's one day I go on the court, it just so happened some low kids out there, and I won the fucking game. I wouldn't go the next day and be like, I took a step yesterday. It'll be like, well, you were playing against kids yesterday. Now I'm the real people back on the court. That's how I look at it.
All right, I won't contradict that. I won't. But this is my question though. But what did OKC overachieve?
No, you know why? Because they get put out in the second round, and they put up a better match against Dallas than damn Minnesota did.
Oh, okay. So OKC is a better team than the T-Wolves. You guys agree?
As a team that actually know what they're trying to do, yeah. They got better coaching. They got better parts that fits what they're trying to do. Is why to me why they a better team.
You see, that's
well. I'm gonna tell you where things are better. I'm gonna tell you where things are better. No, I'm gonna tell you where things are better.
And then add in the fact that I talk about matchup, if anything. Timberwolves do got a good squad put together, but that only will get them by so far having size. That size got to come into fruition when Cat taking advantage of him being a big man that can shoot. But when he can't jump and going in, he got to put his ass in the hole. Pause. Okay. But do he do that? No.
But here goes a superb question. One more question. Quiz, you could go right ahead. I just want to even it out right quick. So now that we're at that point with these two teams, if they faced each other this year, not the year coming, I'm talking about if they had the teams that they had this year
right now.
Right. If they happen to have faced each other, who you guys would have thought
right now?
That's
a good question.
AKA.
That's a good question. And to be honest with you, this is the thing I think is the difference between the Timberwolves and the Thunder. In that series, if the Thunder play the Timberwolves right now, the best player in that series is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, hands down.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Hands down.
Listen, Shai putting up 30 every game in that Maverick series with no kind of problem.
And it's not even like this is. It's not even like it's super crazy because it's like, all right, you got a good team, The Thunder are young, so didn't nobody really know what to expect with the Thunder, right?
Fact.
Right? You follow what I'm saying? So to me, this year, now you got a bunch of young dudes who have who got a lot more confidence. A dude in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander who is legit unstoppable. Him and Luka were the two best offensive players all postseason. So him and Luka, those two dudes really are who they are. You know what I mean? Like, you know what you're gonna get from them dudes. The question is, what kind of support did they get? I think that the Thunder are a dangerous team because you have a couple of dudes in that squad who could step it up. You know who I do like in Minnesota, though? I do like the Jaden McDaniels dude. The only thing about him is if Jaden McDaniels next year can get a little bit more consistent offensively, which is possible, that might be a difference. But my problem with the Timberwolves is always the same thing. The thing I don't believe in the Timberwolves is Cat. I'm just going to keep it real. Because Cat has a mismatch every game. He should be
every game.
The best player on his team. Like, it shouldn't be a question, but he's not. And he don't play with heart. And like I know, like, you got to play with heart. I think that the Timberwolves will probably add a little bit of depth. But if they played right now, the thing is, I think that the Thunder are more heartsy. I believe in them more than I believe in the Timberwolves, flat out. And they really benefited from beating the Nuggets.
Okay,
which
so going
I was
for the
surprised to
gusto,
see the Nuggets lose to them.
going for the gusto, you basically saying T-Wolves got it. I mean, excuse me, the Oklahoma City Thunder got it, right? Over the T-Wolves.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
got
I
set
like the
up
Thunder
better
better
for
than
the
I
future.
like the
They
Thunder
got,
better than T-Wolves for sure.
All right,
yeah,
y'all.
and mind you now, like even if we ain't just talking about right now this year who gonna be better, whatever case may be, you gotta like how you say they a younger team. They matter of fact, they got a slot right now for a max contract. If Paul George is interested in coming to OKC, they can pay him right
You're
now.
right about that. You're right.
And mind you now, with Minnesota and their ownership, whatever they got going on, they gonna have to cut ties with either Cat or Rudy, because you can't play 3 players that amount of money. So that means this may be the last year of you seeing this iteration of Minnesota. And if that's the case, what happens the year after? Do you see them as a contender year after year after year?
I mean, all right, y'all asking me the questions now.
They might get better. They might get better without one of those dudes. But go ahead, Ted.
I mean, in my opinion, I just be honest with you. I don't know, so I don't know how to judge the two of them. I see them as neck and neck. I wanted to see them play each other in the playoffs, to be honest with you, to really know exactly. But I agree with Panic, bro. When it comes down to the money, somebody got to make a decision. Somebody got to go. Somebody got to come. So, Oklahoma seems to be the team that's going to hold itself together the longest. I agree.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I like the question and where you're going, Ted. And that's the thing I love about basketball, to be quite honest with you. Like, I'm not a dude. I don't like to pretend that I know what I don't know. We see with our eyeballs, you know what I mean? We see. I believe in certain things are true. Like, so the Timberwolves got far. So I want to just being consistent with how I feel about things. Can they make another step in their progress? For Anthony Edwards, I think that this is, you have to make another step. Like, dude, like you can drop 18, but you're not a 40-point a night dude. Like, don't lie to yourself about that yet, Ant. Like, you're good, but late in the postseason, maybe he's better conditioned next year in the postseason. Maybe he learns something from this postseason. You know what I mean? Like, these are things that we have to see actually happen. But all of these teams we mentioned, the Mavericks, the Thunder, the Timberwolves, I think they're all in good places. I'm not going to say that the Timberwolves take a step back just to clear it up for you, Ted. I just don't know if they're taking a step forward. I definitely see the Thunder taking a step forward, and I think that the Mavericks are going to take a step forward also.
All right. Well, you think the Mavs are going to take a step forward. That's another thing. So
I definitely think so, because I think that Tim Hardaway Jr. was unplayable.
Okay.
And that's why they're going to try to make this run to get Klay, because they need shooters. Like, I think that they can get better. I think that their team can easily get better. First off, keep Gafford around, keep Lively, right? Now, when you start taking a look at Dwight Powell, do you really need him? You guys now have been to the finals. You could probably get a little bit better than him. You can get rid of him and get a couple of people better than him.
Powell can go. You got Josh Green, as much as I like him because he's young and athletic, he can go.
You know what? In fact, I can keep those guys. But here's what I can't do. I can't start Derrick Jones Jr. Like, I definitely got to get somebody better than him in my lineup. I need another shooter. I need dudes who can really shoot in that squad.
He a better option than Josh Green.
Probably because he's taller. But the problem, I think, is that this is the thing. This is the thing, no Pen. This is the reason this is the reason why I'm so confident that the Mavericks are going to take a step forward, because we can take a look at their roster and see so many positions that you can fucking easily go out in the NBA right now and get somebody better than what they've been playing. You know what I mean? And they've already got where they got. You know what I mean? Luka's showing up every night.
Hold up. Pause for a second. So would you make a statement like that just now? Yeah. Would you say that the Mavericks overachieved?
Go ahead. I want to answer that too.
I wouldn't really say it's an overachievement, because the Mavericks have been in the postseason. I think that let me tell you what I feel like overachieving is. Remember that couple of years ago when the Heat beat the Bucks? Remember that year?
Mm-hmm.
that team
Was
overachieved. That's a team what my dad would say called playing over their head.
Let me
I
tell
don't
you.
think,
Yeah.
I don't think the Mavericks played over their head. I think that the Mavericks played to their potential, and I think that the Mavericks can play better. I wouldn't say the Mavericks overachieved because let's be honest, like Luka and Shea Childress, those motherfuckers are, this NBA is a star-driven league. And you don't just get to be a superstar for nothing. Like Luka has beat the Clippers by himself in the postseason. Like,
all right, let me
having
give
a better team helps. So
let me give my question structure a little bit. My fault. Now, what it is that you made a statement saying that when you look at the bench players,
right? I get where you're going. I get where you're going. Yeah.
You know, that
like they're getting the most out of these bums, right? You know what I mean? Like,
right. So with that being
more controversial and straightforward, yes, definitely.
That's why I asked, do you feel like it was an overachievement by them based on that statement?
The thing about it is, I think that their team was well constructed for a and this is the thing. So check this out, right, Ted? The Celtics have been to the Eastern Conference Finals so many times. They were already projected to go to the Eastern Conference Finals before the season started, right? At the bare minimum. The Celtics added pieces because they already had been to the top and they were like, I need to add to this. The Mavericks, this is their first time getting there. So this is the first iteration of their team. You know what I mean? So yeah, the moves like the Celtics made, because all right, hey, guess what? We've been here. How can we get to the next level? Hey, let's get rid of Marcus Smart. Let's bring in Drew Holiday. Let's go out and get that center. Because the other dude, what was my man's name? Robert. I forget the dude who used to play center there, who's always injured. You know what I mean?
Robert Williams.
Yeah, Robert Williams. Like they got actually a legit center that can actually do so much more with Porzingis. Only issue is that just like Robert Williams, he has health issues, ironically. But there's a different. That's what I mean about this. Like there's levels to this shit. So like the Mavericks, with them being there and now having championship experience and still actually now knowing what they need to make their team better, I think they're going to go out and pursue some of those things. The Thunder, I think, is going to make those steps also, right? We got what we got. Let's go get better. The question with the Thunder, the question for the Timberwolves for me is like, I think that No Panic brought up a good point. Is it going to be Rudy? Is it going to be Cat? You would probably say I probably would want to keep Cat over Rudy. Rudy got cooked. You know what I mean? Like, he got cooked at the end of certain series, like almost made him unplayable. He didn't grab 10 rebounds a game, which, you know what I mean, is really primarily what you got the dude out there to do. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, I feel as though Cat kind of is like, he is what he is. Can you get somebody better than him? I don't know. I don't necessarily know if you can find somebody better than him, but maybe getting rid of him and bringing in somebody younger, you know what I mean, who contribute and just turn the team over and say, all right, Ant, now you don't have anybody to count on.
Hold that though. We're gonna hop over that.
Might help.
We're gonna hop into that pasture in a minute. Let me just let No Panic drop his little, you know what I'm saying, on that Maverick situation, and then we can hop over it.
Yeah, like and I am Mavericks fan as far as like, you know, through Kyrie or whatnot, but and I'll say that we did overachieve, but it's like it's no real it's not a right answer or wrong answer to the question. I say that because I believe that if you got a Kyrie and you got a Luka, I don't give a fuck who you put around them. That's a championship team. But at the same time, this iteration of the team only been together since the All-Star break.
Right.
So for them to make it to the finals just off this iteration of a team, and my mind is like, okay, we're gonna run into Denver in the conference finals because we got Luka and Kyrie. When Denver get put out, it's like, oh shit, we in the finals.
Door open up for you guys, right? Go ahead.
So I'm more willing to lean to we did overachieve than I'm willing to lean towards, oh, I knew we were gonna be in the finals. Even though I had belief we gonna be in the finals, but it's like, if somebody tell me at the beginning of the All-Star break, after we make this trade, Denver gonna be out the second round, I would have said, yeah, we going to the finals then.
Okay, so with you saying that, I like to hold y'all before y'all move too much forward because you know what I'm saying. Because
you do your thing, Ted. You doing your thing the right way.
But what you making that statement though? So you agree or you stated that basically they did overachieve. Okay, fine. You said once.
I also I wouldn't argue with you if you said they overachieved.
No, I'm with you. Now Now you're saying that basically once Denver got knocked out, you seen the door open. All right?
Mhm.
And if you seen that before, you was already gonna call a shot that they going to the conference finals, right?
Yeah.
Now
No, if
here
I
go-
had seen that before, I knew we were going to the finals.
oh, you said you to the finals.
Yeah.
Okay,
It was
so
a,
with
I know for a fact now we're going to the finals. Nice
I got an important question for you. With the
Uh,
roster you guys have constructed at the moment, and what type of moves do you think? Because mind you, listen to what you're saying, right? I want to use the word admit, but I don't want to make it contentious. So what
right.
you're saying is that basically they overachieved. There's luck played a role in the situation. All right. Now, based on what Quiz is saying, is that they're supposed to utilize the fact that they accidentally got to their position to now make their team better. So that way, this year coming, it doesn't look like an accident. It looks like you guys mean to be here. My question is, okay, based on the roster they have, what type of moves, and your two stars is Kyrie and Luka, and based on how that team played this season, what type of players do you have to plug for them? These two guys, do you think?
We need a player that can consistently give us some buckets. And I ain't talking about somebody where
God, I'm listening.
I ain't talking about a bucket where you a catch and shoot bucket, or where you one of those you going off here and there, like how PJ going off a couple of games, or Derrick Jones Jr. going off a couple of games. I ain't talking about somebody who is like, yeah, we know for a fact we got 17 to 20 points coming from him if we need them.
Okay.
That's what we missing.
Do you think they'll be successful at acquiring that thing that you're talking of? Or that player that you're speaking of?
Acquiring?
Yeah, do you
in
think
this free agency? No. Trade-wise? No. But at the same time, the one caveat I'll throw in there, Luka been hurt all playoffs. So if you telling me we've been playing with an 80 to 90% Luka and we get at, it's like even if we add a Klay Thompson and you got 100% Luka, I think that would be enough to put us over top. I think that would make up for that quote unquote extra player
in the Western Conference. Mind you,
West.
Mind
you, I
you
don't see Denver team getting to be together the way it is. They're gonna have to let go of some certain shit.
Just remember, you got to start all over again now.
Yeah.
That lucky door that happened to open is now has to open again.
But see, when you say lucky door, I think of a lucky door where our team is a perennial second round exit, but we get lucky and we make it to the finals. To me, that would be lucky. But if I already feel like we are a Western Conference Finals implant, like that's what we at, we just need to find something to get over the hump. I don't think that's lucky, because every team need that one break. Boston get their break this year. Toronto get their break that year that KD going down. Milwaukee get their break the couple of years ago. You just need that one break to go your way.
Okay.
I think we one of those teams at this point.
I can't argue that. I can't argue that. I'm just asking the question in the format as if, you know what I'm saying? Because we can't predict what's going to happen. Let's keep it up. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody can predict. But why I enjoy the conversation in this format is because at the end of the day, it gives you an opportunity to, step out on a limb. You know what I'm saying? And call a particular shot ahead of time, but not have to sit there and say, all right, this is my groundwork. This is what I'm calling for sure. Nah,
it's just so far. But I want to chime in a little something too, because it's not like there's things that maybe No Panic doesn't fully agree with me on. I don't really feel as though it was super lucky that the Mavericks made it to the finals either. All right. So
yeah, I don't
and I'm gonna tell you the reason why. So I'm gonna share with you. I'm gonna share with you something. When the Mavericks made that trade in the season, and this is one of the reasons why it's so hard. Like the season is over. They ain't even touched the basketball court. It's too far ahead for me to really see what's going to actually happen in the landscape. But when the Mavericks hit the trade deadline and they got that trade for Daniel Gafford, and they bought over PJ Washington, I thought that PJ Washington was completely trash.
Me too.
I felt so happy that he got over to the Mavericks where he could actually play. But in that first week that the Mavericks got Daniel Gafford, it was like also great for him. They got so much more productivity out of him when they first came over there that they didn't use his advantage scoring wise in the postseason pretty much at all. Daniel Gafford had like 16 and 20 double doubles, you know what I mean? Like for about 3 or 4 games straight while Lively was hurt when they first made that trade. And even though he doesn't have the outside shooting, Daniel Gafford actually really has some big man ability to him that I think that the Mavericks will probably get a little bit more out of this season. I would hope that they do, because like we said, they only played half a season together. PJ Washington can only hit that three from the corner, that same one that Kleber used to hit. They don't have like Tim Hardaway Jr. was trash. They don't really have shooters out there with Kyrie and Luka. I think they have plenty of people that they can move around to improve their roster as far as shooting.
Let me ask you a
And
question.
maybe even get somebody else who can score. So I think the Mavericks definitely could be. I think the Mavericks could definitely be a problem, because they have with Luka and Kyrie could play better too in the postseason.
Yeah.
Luka and Kyrie are enough to contend with pretty much anybody offensively. That's how they got what they got, because they can score with anybody. Like, that was never an issue. The question was the team around them. So I think that they could still grow.
And on top of that, to add on to your point about the shooting now for the three, all postseason, all PG been doing is shooting from the corners. Celtics been the first team that forced him out the corner and try to force him to shoot from that top elbow, and he don't hit them shots. Look at his percentages shooting that top elbow shots versus the corner shots. It gotta be at least 15% difference. So when we get a player like Klay Thompson, the reason why I feel like Klay will work, but Klay ain't a stationary shooter. He don't need to just be in the corner or just need to be here. Klay can shoot from whatever, so that opened up the offense even more. The problem was, is Klay gonna be defensively a liability when we already got Luka, who, not saying he a liability anymore, but he also ain't shutting nobody down. But he is playing a lot better defense. That's the thing.
But also, I gave Blake a little bit of a pass in the postseason. I know a lot of people are hard on him, but we saw. I mean, Luka looked like he was banged up to me, and I think that
all the shit
particular game.
Yo, to be honest with you, he got a red marker and he colored in his leg to make it look like blood for every game. But go ahead.
Nah,
he might have, but I'm gonna be honest with you.
Not me, bro been bleeding from his knees. Like, what the fuck going on with your legs?
That dude.
How you got a knee injury, but it's bleeding?
Yeah, no, but we watched these dudes play the whole playoffs. Like Luka was not 100%. Like, I believe that.
Yeah,
and Luka did play tough defense in a lot of those games. I want you to keep in mind of something. Luka was the first player in NBA history to lead the postseason in points, assists, and rebounds. That's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, and steals too. That's crazy. So Luka, they got a lot of value out of Luka, but at the same time, a lot of
Luka love on this panel right now. You guys,
but Luka, but this is the thing. This is the reason why I think this was a big series for Luka too, because this was the first time I think that Luka really got targeted. Like, the Celtics really dead ass targeted him. And the thing I like about the Celtics,
Kyrie,
is because they have Kyrie. I think he self-checked himself a lot. But to be honest with you, the Celtics have different type of defenders. Derek White plays defense a different way than Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown plays defense a different way than Drew Holiday. Drew Holiday will play man up with you. Jaylen Brown will take risk and try to jump out in the stretch and stuff like that with you. They put a lot of effort towards Luka, you know what I mean? Because they knew that he was going to have the ball in his hand and stuff like that. He got a lot of attention. And they also attacked him because they know that he's like, come on, these guys are all of them are more athletic than Luka. So they target him a lot. So I think that was a valuable experience for Luka to get anyway. You know what I mean?
Yes,
so
it's all about how Celtics basically, they've been playing a game of matchups. When Dallas been on defense, what they did is, okay, we gonna run this pick with KP. Once KP set the pick on Kyrie, then okay, cool. Now Kyrie on KP because he's taking them off him. Even if you don't get the switch, Kyrie can't guard Tatum. Kyrie can't guard Jalen. Kyrie can't guard KP. Everybody else he can probably stay up on because they Derek White, who ain't an offensive threat to do nothing with the ball, or Drew Holiday, who ain't necessarily trying to do nothing with the ball either. So you like those matchups when Kyrie on defense, but you don't like them other matchups, the other three on the court. So that's three matchups that you can exploit. Then on top of that, it's like he's not the only one you can exploit, because you can exploit Luka too, because KP can shoot up over him. Tatum healthy versus the injured Luka, who already slow-footed. That's a dub.
But everything that you're saying, I want to know how you're gonna fix it. Keep on going though. Keep cooking.
But see, that what comes in, you bring that third player in that force them out of that shit. You got to bring a third player in that can force them out.
Yeah, the thing that's going to help them is just getting a better team, in my estimation. Like you know what, Luka's going to be Luka, Kyrie's going to be Kyrie. Kyrie could play better, perhaps. Yeah, sure, but I think that there's things that's going to help them. One is being together this full season now. Next season, you're going to have a team that's together, not just a team that's been playing a couple of months. I think they could get a lot more offensive productivity out of Daniel Gafford. I think that Lively can also grow a little bit offensively. I mean, Lively hit a 3. The first one, he doesn't even take any threes. That was kind of crazy. You don't really need him to do that. Lively brings you a lot of energy. But with the rest of their roster, like, come on. Derrick Jones Jr., Tim Hardaway Jr., Kleber, you know what I mean? Like, we got room to go around to improve the roster, to be quite honest with you. I don't think it's like, I don't think it's like a super complicated equation to go out there and find dudes who are, develop some young players. And then remember that this trade deadline ends again, like right around like the mid-season of next year too, right? You know what I mean? So it's not just now. And it's not even when the season starts, like you have a long time between now for them to make moves to finalize whatever it is they're doing this year.
Yeah, you got the buyout market coming up. Shit, you got a lot going on.
So basically, y'all gonna scrap.
No, I don't think they're scrapping. I mean,
that's the thing about
Gafford. They're gonna keep Lively. They're gonna keep Luka. They're gonna keep Kyrie.
With anybody.
They're gonna keep PJ, but they can get better. They can get better. They can get a lot better outside of those players. Let's be honest.
All right, hold on for a second. See, because what I'm hearing out of the both y'all are Maverick fans. Y'all are proud of the Mavs. Y'all have confidence in the Mavs.
Why you gotta be a Mavericks fan?
No. Just
I like the Mavericks. I'm not gonna cap. I do like them. But
you've been talking positive about them, so good. No, you're good, man. What I guess the point that I'm trying to get to with the situation is that because y'all pointing out all the problems, you know what I'm saying? And I just want to see where y'all gonna find the solutions at, because what it is that y'all already have y'all main players set. You understand? So you got your Kyrie and you got your Luka, but that's a backcourt. That's a complete backcourt. So anything you guys have to fix has to go from backcourt in. You understand? So that's what I'm trying to see, because do y'all have an identity? You understand? Even though y'all were able to accomplish all the things you were able to accomplish this year, do you feel like your team had an identity?
Yeah, I think so. I don't see why you wouldn't think that.
No, I'm just asking a question. And you gotta elaborate, help me out, because when I say identity, I mean a play style. Do they have an actual play style that says
the play style is right here.
Help me out.
We run a lot of I don't want to say we run a lot of ISO, but you got to understand the way if you got two ball handling playmakers scoring guards, as in Luka and Kyrie, that means any one-on-one basketball, you dead on that. But we do need space. Most teams ain't built like the Celtics, so space for a lot of teams ain't something you can just go out and get just because you got a tall player that can scratch the floor. So what a lot of teams do is you got to blitz them. When you see Kyrie with the ball in that pick and roll, you got to come blitz. But when you come blitz, now you kick the ball to the big man for an alley or for a kick out to the 3. We've been doing that consistently because of the players that we got. Now we run into the Celtics. We ain't had no answer because we don't got no big man that can scratch the floor offensively. So that's why when you see Lively take that 3, even though it's been unconventional, we needed that because we need them to believe that all 5 don't have to stay in the hole, because all they've been doing is clogging up the hole. That's why when KP been getting them blocks and shit, he ain't been getting the block because he's some perfect rim protector. He getting the block. Well, I mean, I can't take now from him because he been blocking the shot. But it's like
you can definitely block.
They can clog the hole because they don't have to worry about the same shit that other teams got to worry about.
And
they don't play switch defense. They play man all the way down. But until we can get that big man that can score or that big man that can do some extra shit,
getting somewhere.
Every night we can do.
Now you
so
talk.
That's why I said like we just need that third player that if come on now Kyrie averaged like 15, 17 points a game the entire playoffs. Ain't like he been going off for 40 or 30 points the entire playoffs.
Stop you right there just for a little second. Now that's beautiful what you just said, because now you finally gave me a position. Okay? Because in my mind, I'm gonna be honest with you, I already know what I think, you understand? But I just want to hear what y'all got to say. You understand? Right. Now, I'm glad that you said what you just said, because you finally pinpointed something that you need. So you're saying that you need a big, you understand? which is on the. You didn't say I need a wing. You didn't say I need a guard. Obviously, you don't. You know what I'm saying? You didn't say I need a. Is that obviously is going to be a starter? You understand?
Now I keep saying that third player.
Right, but you see that third player in order to create an identity is my question.
No, not identity, because I feel like what we do been beating most of the league. Like since the All-Star break up into the finals, we've been beating everybody running the same exact shit up and down the court. So that's our identity. But in order for us to continue our identity, we gotta make teams do what other teams do. We can't switch up what we doing on a game-to-game basis, meaning we having a big man that can scratch the floor, that can score from the 4 or 5 or whatnot. Then we got to keep trying the way we've been doing. But if that ain't working, we run into a brick wall over and over and over. But if we find that big that can be versatile for us or that can score for us, it's like that shit open up different possibilities to where you're going to be like, well, you know what? They're going to have to beat us like how they been beating everybody else, because I think we can play that type of defense. And
But
that's
no
what you get
panic.
stuck at.
That's why I said something earlier. Like, I wanted to remind you of when you first made the trade for Daniel Gafford. Daniel Gafford has offensive capabilities that you don't use at all, literally. And you don't feed the ball inside. The only thing you do with your bigs is toss lobs. That's the only thing y'all did all postseason, which is fine because the Mavericks were able to beat pretty much everybody they came across in the West doing that because they have the firepower to contend with people. My problem with the Mavericks is, all right, I think that they can get more out of the bigs that they already have as far as Daniel Gafford and Lively. I think they could play better. I think that they can certainly get a backup big, but those guys are there. I really think that not having a Tim Hardaway Jr., like you talked about that third player, right? Tim Hardaway Jr. used to have value on that team. The Mavericks are desperate in need of extra shooting on that team. Just one shooter on that squad. And I'm talking about, I've told you about a couple of positions. I've said the guy's name before. I'm going to say it again. Derrick Jones Jr. He started some games for them in the postseason. He should never start. You shouldn't have to start a dude like that. He should be a dude coming off of your bench. Period.
And that's why I got a problem with he might be getting $12 million from us.
That's what I mean. Like, we can't pay $12 million to somebody like that.
I think he overachieved as a player.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying that the positions I see that you can get better at, like we talked about, like the Josh Green. I like Josh Green. I'm okay with Exum. You know what I mean? Who is the other dude you guys had? Hardy, y'all played him. But Tim Hardaway used to be the second best player on that team. Remember?
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't even the top 5 best player on the team when it was all said and done.
He barely played in the playoffs. You barely had him. He barely get minutes in the playoffs.
And you can't had a good outside shooting team. You know what I mean? I mean, they have some dudes who could put up some performances, Luka or Kyrie every now and then. PJ Washington can hit from the corner, like you said, but actually having somebody, having a couple of players who really actually legitimate could be more threatening from the outside to fulfill what they used to have with Tim Hardaway Jr. at least a couple of games, or at least he, every other game you get performances out of him. Like, they had nobody doing that, and they suffered against the Celtics because of that in those games that they got torn out the frame.
All right, I'm gonna keep it 100. Let me just give you my take on it right quick. All right, I honestly think that the Mavs, I think they got it in the paint. I don't think they need a big. I think they need preferably an athletic wing.
See, now you're talking.
But we signed the athletic wing today, Najee Marshall.
Yeah, but good. Well, I wouldn't necessarily.
He might be helpful though. I'm not gonna lie. I gotta see
He's a real good defender. He shoot 39% from the three.
That's right.
He athletic. He fit exactly that, but that ain't gonna put us over the hump. Like, to me, that's kind of like the same thing we get in the same thing we get out of Derrick Jones Jr. as what we signed today.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think y'all need somebody better than that, or a specialist. Like, I think that Klay could help a lot because Klay really is a 3-point shooter. He'll get open shots in out there in Dallas. You know what I mean?
I think Bojan Bogdanovic would have helped us.
Whoa,
Bogdanovic. Then you'll have 3 cones. Him, Kyrie, and Luka.
Yeah, bro. All right, let me ask y'all a question, right? Here goes a hot take, right? This may sound crazy too, because I honestly think Kyrie's height affects your team. Affects the team.
That's a real take.
Yeah, that's a
Nah,
fact.
I think his height affects the team. And the second thing is that I honestly don't think the Mavs have a point guard.
Luka.
Yeah, but you see, there you go. And just hear me out. What I think is that Luka needs to move over to shooting guard and be himself, and he needs an actual point guard that could actually run. Now, hear me out. We know the offense runs through Luka. That's all fine and dandy. But I don't think he's the best playmaker for the rest of the team. You understand what I'm trying to say? I don't think.
I don't even want to call it pushback.
Mhm.
Just more so like how down the word Dex used. I severely disagree.
He said I severely disagree.
I severely disagree on that.
Talk to me.
If you watch them games, Luka find players that don't even realize they open until they touch the ball.
No. I guess what I'm trying to say is
he has the best vision on the court. Like, with all due respect, I like Kyrie. Kyrie is not even half the facilitator that Luka is.
Not even half. You know I fuck with Kyrie.
I'm controversial, I know. Let me just drop the tick. And let me use this opportunity to drop something that Quiz don't like in here too.
No, go for it. I even love shit that I hate to hear. Go ahead, Ted.
You know what I'm saying? Let me just toy with him a little bit. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna bring this up. He probably gonna be like, man, what's wrong with you? But listen to me. At the end of the day, I think the height affects you, being that Kyrie is so short playing shooting guard.
I agree with you.
Yeah. And I think the problem is with Luka is the fact that he's more powerful and more effective being a consistent shooting guard, meaning that every time he comes down that court, he's looking for buckets. Forget teammates. Find somebody else who's going to find the teammates. But I need him, when he finds me, I'm going to just do what I got to do, which is not a Kyrie role. You understand? Because it's the same thing. It's taken away from his game, being forced to be a distributor at the same time as being an enforcer or a go-to person on the team. That's just my personal opinion. I just think if they had it, like we said earlier, and we can't find quintessential point guards, but one that is closer to being like a Mike Conley, something of that nature. You understand? And Mike Conley ain't no Kyrie offensively, but I'm just talking about in terms of running the offense. Now, hear me out, and y'all could go after this. I'm not saying Kyrie need to go or nothing like that. What I'm just trying to say is that the team was in a position where the point guard is Kyrie's height.
Yeah, we're gonna pull back up tomorrow. Y'all ain't gotta leave now, but we might just end the stream. Y'all ain't gotta go.